Chapter 134. Lu Ming smiled faintly and reached out to grab Autumn Moon's small hand. Then he looked at Jian Wuchen and said, "Can't you see that Autumn Moon cares about me a lot? You scolded me in front of the person she cares about. If you're not an idiot, then what are you? Bastard, let go of your dog's paw." Jian Wuchen's eyes turned red when he saw Lu Ming grab Autumn Moon's hand. Since the first time he saw Autumn Moon, he had reserved Autumn Moon as his woman. Now Lu Ming actually dared to grab Autumn Moon's hand. Even he had never touched Autumn Moon's hand. How dare this bastard? How is he worthy? The fire of jealousy in his heart was about to burn the 9 heavens. Chi. He took a step forward and instantly approached Lu Ming. Then he slashed his palm at Lu Ming. It was clearly just a palm, but it felt like a peerless divine sword being unsheathed. "Jian Wuchen, what are you doing?" Autumn Moon turned pale with fright. She wanted to stand in front of Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming took a step forward and punched. His fist and Jian Wuchen's palm collided. Boom. There was a loud explosion and energy overflowed. Deep gullies appeared on the ground beneath Lu Ming and Jian Wuchen's feet, as if they had been plowed. Both of them staggered back 2 steps. "Jian Wuchen, stop." Autumn Moon stood in front of Lu Ming and glared at Jian Wuchen. Seeing Autumn Moon's appearance, Jian Wuchen stopped. However, his expression became even more unsightly. He stared at Lu Ming and said, "Little bastard, so you have some ability. You can take 30% of my power. It seems that you are on the so-called bronze list of the 4 great schools, right?" Lu Ming smiled indifferently and said, "You're not bad to be able to force out 20% of my power." 20% of your power? Ha ha ha, your ability to speak without thinking is not small. Aren't you afraid that people will laugh their heads off? Jian Wuchen laughed, his face full of mockery. The other young men also revealed mocking smiles. Lu Ming said that he only used 20% of his power? Who would believe that? Lu Ming sneered, too lazy to explain. "Since you said that you only used 20% of your strength, then I would like to see how strong your full strength is." Jian Wuchen sneered. A sword cry resounded as an ancient sword appeared above his head. This battle sword looked mottled with the passage of time. It was very ancient, as if it had been passed down from ancient times. This was Jian Wuchen's bloodline. The weapon-type bloodlines were all special bloodlines that were incomparably mysterious and hard to fathom. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This was the first time he had seen a special bloodline. The moment the sword-shaped bloodline appeared, Jian Wuchen's body was filled with sharp sword energy. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of battle intent. What did he have to fear with a special bloodline? He could see that Jian Wuchen was also at the peak of the 9th level martial master. Just as Lu Ming was about to erupt with his cultivation and fight with Jian Wuchen, Autumn Moon shouted angrily, "Jian Wuchen, if you dare to make a move today, you and I will be mortal enemies from now on." Autumn Moon's words were resolute and unquestionable. "You." Jian Wuchen was furious, but there was nothing he could do. The sword-shaped bloodline disappeared and his aura weakened. "Young master, let's go." Autumn Moon pulled Lu Ming's hand and dragged him outside. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He allowed Qiuyu to pull him forward and they disappeared from this place. "Senior brother Jian, a mere trash from the 4 great courtyards dares to contradict you and walk so close to junior sister Autumn Moon. He really deserves to die," another young man said. Looking at the direction where Lu Ming and Autumn Moon disappeared, Jian Wuchen's eyes were burning with jealousy and killing intent. That kid can take 30% of senior brother Jian's attack. He should be on the so-called bronze list of the 4 great courtyards. Hee, without my Qilin courtyard, these people on the bronze list really think that they are geniuses. How ridiculous. A young man in a blue robe said with a smile. "It's time for my Qilin courtyard to go out and walk around. Otherwise, the other 4 great courtyards will forget about us and look down on us." Jian Wuchen said coldly. Whoosh. In the next moment, his figure moved and turned into a sword light, rushing toward the Class 1 LV3 demonic beast. With a puff, the demonic beast was directly cut in half and blood splattered everywhere. Autumn Moon pulled Lu Ming for a few miles before stopping. "Young master, although Jian Wuchen is hateful and annoying, his talent is terrifyingly high and his combat strength is extremely powerful. It's not suitable for young master to fight with him now." Autumn Moon explained to Lu Ming, fearing that Lu Ming would feel uncomfortable. Lu Ming smiled and stretched out his hand to scratch the tip of Autumn Moon's nose, saying, "If you didn't pull me away, I would have beaten him down." Autumn Moon blinked her eyes and blushed. She didn't take it seriously and said, "Young master, during this time, Autumn Moon missed you very much. Did you?" Autumn Moon's face turned red as she shyly lowered her head. She couldn't continue her words. "Our Autumn Moon is so beautiful. How could young master not miss you? I've been thinking about you all the time." Lu Ming whispered in Autumn Moon's ear. Autumn Moon's face turned even redder. Even her neck was red as she said, Really? Of course it's true. When has young master ever lied to you?" Lu Ming said with a serious face. Autumn Moon's face revealed a happy smile, but in the next moment, she revealed a worried expression and said, "It's a pity that master doesn't allow me to go out and explore. Unless I reach the 4th layer of the martial master realm, Autumn Moon can accompany young master." Autumn Moon, has your bloodline awakened?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "It has awakened. Young master, look." After saying that, a bloody light flashed on Autumn Moon's back and a snow-white mass of chi emerged. At the same time, a cold air spread out. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation, he felt cold all over. What made Lu Ming even more surprised was that there were 8 blood-red chakras on the snow-white mass of chi. 8 chakras, level 8 bloodline. Lu Ming was shocked. In the next moment, Autumn Moon withdrew her bloodline and the temperature rose. "Autumn Moon, is this the ice bloodline?" Lu Ming asked in surprise. "Yes." Autumn Moon nodded. "It's the ice bloodline indeed." Lu Ming was shocked and then overjoyed. There were several types of special bloodlines. The most common ones were weapon-type bloodlines. There was also a natural-type bloodline. For example, ice, fire, wind, blood, thunder, and so on. This type of bloodline was born from nature and was innately compatible with these elements. It was incomparably wonderful and powerful. Cultivating related martial skills, and even comprehending the corresponding force, had a unique advantage. However, natural-type bloodlines were too rare. It was hard to find one in 100 million people. Moreover, the bloodline level was up to level 8, which was even rarer. Duan Mulin was known as a peerless genius, but his bloodline was only at level 7. Most of the newcomers of the Mystic Essence Sword sect were only at level 6. No wonder Autumn Moon's master wanted her to reach the 4th layer of the martial master realm before letting her go out. Chapter 135. Why were the disciples of the Qilin courtyard so mysterious and hidden so deeply? It was a type of protection to prevent other sects from assassinating them. You have to listen to your master. Your master is doing this for your own good. Lu Ming said seriously. Autumn Moon stuck out her tongue and said, "I know, young master. It's just that I can't stay by your side and take care of you right now. Then you have to work hard and cultivate. When you reach the 4th level of the martial master realm, young master will bring you to roam the world." Lu Ming encouraged. "Really? Young master, you can't lie to me." Autumn Moon's eyes were filled with expectation. "Of course it's true. When has young master ever lied to you?" Lu Ming smiled. Time passed as the two of them chatted. Very quickly, an hour had passed. "Young master, I have to go. Master should be looking for me," Autumn Moon said reluctantly. "Go. With your talent, we can roam the world together very soon." Lu Ming pinched Autumn Moon's face and smiled. Autumn Moon's big eyes flickered with mist. Suddenly, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lu Ming's face. Then she turned around and ran away with a red face. Like a frightened rabbit, she ran very quickly and disappeared into the mountain forest in the blink of an eye. Feeling the faint moisture and fragrance on his face, Lu Ming smiled and said in a low voice, "This girl, after not seeing her for a while, her courage has grown by quite a bit." Shaking his head slightly, he turned around and left. In the following days, he continued to cultivate and hunt demonic beasts. His martial skills and cultivation were both steadily increasing. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. The harvest of this month was gratifying. The fire astral spear technique finally made a breakthrough and reached the 6th level, the realm of man and martial arts as one. However, The high air steps was only cultivated to the peak of the second level, and had not broken through to the third level. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Martial Master Realm. The next step would be the Martial Master Realm. It's time to go back. Calculating the time, it had been more than 2 months since Lu Ming entered the coastal mountain range. On the path of cultivation, there was tension and relaxation. One could not blindly cultivate. Blindly cultivating might not necessarily have good results. With a slight movement, Lu Ming headed towards the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Half a day later, Lu Ming returned to the dormitory. Senior apprentice brother Lu Ming, you're finally back. I thought you wouldn't make it in time, Pang Shi hurriedly said when he saw Lu Ming. Can't make it? Why can't I make it in time? Lu Ming asked curiously. Zhang Muyun and Zhuo Yirong's engagement banquet. Hua Qi walked out of the room with an invitation in his hand. Zhang Muyun and Zhuo Yirong are engaged. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. 7 days ago, Zhang Muyun personally came to send you an invitation. Unfortunately, you weren't around, so he left this invitation with me. Hua Qi passed the invitation to Lu Ming. Lu Ming opened the invitation. The date was today, and the address was at Mystic Sword City's Swordsmanship Courtyard. Lu Ming had heard of the Swordsmanship Courtyard before. It was very famous in Mystic Sword City. It was known for its elegant environment. Many famous people would choose to host their wedding at the Swordsmanship Courtyard. Then I'm just in time. It's just right if I go now. Lu Ming smiled. The sun had not set yet, so it was not too late to go. Lu Ming had a good impression of Zhang Muyun. He was a friend that could be made. Since the other party was engaged to Zhuo Yirong, and he personally came to send him an invitation, Lu Ming naturally had to go. Do you guys want to go together? Lu Ming asked. Forget it. The people going this time are all experts. We won't join in the fun. Hua Qi said. Lu Ming knew that Hua Qi was arrogant, and did not say anything else. He bid farewell and headed towards Mystic Sword City. Mystic Sword City's swordsmanship courtyard was unusually lively. The red light shone brightly, and the atmosphere was festive. Zhang Muyun was extremely talented. Before Lu Ming's rise, he was ranked first on the bronze leaderboard. Even Duan Muyunyang, the newcomer king, was suppressed by him. Moreover, he was easygoing and generous. He had the demeanor of a king, and was very popular in the Mystic Sword sect. This time he was engaged to Zhuo Yirong. Out of the 60 people on the bronze leaderboard, more than 50 people came. Not only that, there were also some silver disciples, elders, deacons, and even a few silver-robed elders. Including Zhang Muyun and Zhuo Yirong's family, there were a few hundred people in the swordsmanship courtyard. There was a small lake in the swordsmanship courtyard. There was a flat space, and dozens of banquet tables were set up in the empty space. Although the banquet had not started yet, most of the guests had already arrived. Those who were familiar with each other sat at a table and chatted with each other. Just then, a middle-aged man who looked like a guard stumbled in. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and one side of his face was swollen. Zhangji, what happened? Zhang Muyun's father, who was beside him, stood up and asked coldly. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of the others, and they looked over in surprise. Old master, young master, there are people outside without an invitation. We only asked them about it, and they attacked us and forced their way in. We couldn't stop them. The guard said loudly. What invitation? Do we need an invitation for the place we are going? An arrogant and cold voice was heard. 3 young men walked over. Who are you? Don't you know that today is senior brother Zhang's engagement day? How dare you force your way in? A disciple of the Azure Dragon Institute stood up and shouted. His name was Wu Kuei, and he was ranked 43rd on the bronze leaderboard. Yo. A mere bronze leaderboard disciple getting engaged. What's the big deal? What's there to be afraid of? A young man with a saber in his arms sneered. Arrogant. Let's see what you have. Wu Kuei shouted angrily. He moved like an eagle and pounced on the young man with the saber. He clawed at the young man with the saber. Petty tricks. How dare you show off in front of an expert? The young man with the saber sneered and struck out with his palm. Whoosh. The young man with the saber struck out with his palm. Although it was just a palm, Everyone felt as if they saw a peerless saber being unsheathed. The saber radiance shot up into the sky and slashed at Wu Kuei's claw. In the next moment, Wu Kuei screamed in pain and his body flew back. He crashed into 2 tables before regaining his balance. However, his body was trembling and one of his palms was dripping with blood. Everyone was shocked and looked at the young man with the saber in shock. To be able to injure Wu Kuei with a casual slash of his palm, his combat strength was definitely not ordinary. Wu Kuei was ranked 43rd on the bronze leaderboard. Only the top 20 geniuses on the bronze leaderboard could defeat him so easily. However, these people were unfamiliar. They weren't disciples of the 4 great halls. Where did these geniuses come from? Zhang Muiyun stood up and clasped his fist. Who are you? I don't think I have offended you. Hee, you must be Zhang Muiyun, who is ranked 2nd on the bronze leaderboard, right? One of the young men with a cold expression said. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize this cold young man as Jian Wuchen from the Qilin Institute. Chapter 136. That's right. Zhang Muiyun said. There's no harm in telling you. Just prick up your ears and listen carefully. The 3 of us are disciples of the Qilin courtyard. Jian Wuchen said with an arrogant look on his face. What? Disciples of the Qilin courtyard? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this, revealing a shocked expression. These people were actually geniuses of the Qilin courtyard? Although the Qilin courtyard was one of the 5 great courtyards of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, it had always been very mysterious. The outside world didn't know how many disciples it had, and how many disciples it recruited every year. Even many silver-robed elders didn't know. Looking at the shocked expressions of the people present, Jian Wuchen and the others revealed a look of enjoyment. They liked to see the shocked expressions of others. They had a special bloodline and were born noble. They were born to enjoy the reverence, envy, and shock of others. This feeling made them very comfortable. So it's the disciples of the Qilin courtyard. Today is my engagement. If you're here to congratulate me, then please take a seat. If not, then please leave. If there's anything, we'll talk about it another day. Even in front of the disciples of the Qilin courtyard, Zhang Muiyun still spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Zhang Muiyun's tone caused the faces of Jian Wuchen and the others to sink. Another day? Why another day? We chose your engagement day to come today. I heard that most of the people on the so-called bronze list are here today. It saves us the trouble of looking for them one by one. During this period of time, I've heard that the people on the bronze list of the 4 great academies are known as the strongest group of geniuses in the martial master realm. When I heard that, I found it extremely funny. I specially came here to let you know what the true strongest martial master is. Your so-called strongest martial master is trash in front of us. Jian Wuchen smiled faintly. His tone was full of disdain. On the field, the expressions of some of the geniuses on the bronze list changed. The geniuses on the bronze list indeed represented the strongest group of people in the martial master realm. Each of them was very powerful. An ordinary peak 9th level martial master could be dealt with in one move in front of them. Now, a few people from the Qilin courtyard said that they were all trash? Geniuses were all arrogant. Although the people in front of them were disciples of the Qilin courtyard, some of the people on the bronze list revealed a cold light in their eyes. What? You want to fight? Good, I want to see how strong you are. The young man sneered. Then he looked at Wu Kuei with an exaggerated expression and said, Don't tell me you're also on the bronze list. Wu Kuei's face flushed red. He had just been defeated in one move, and found it hard to speak. Seeing Wu Kuei's expression, the young man laughed exaggeratedly. Haha, so you really are on the bronze list. A piece of trash like you is actually on the bronze list? Senior brother Jian, I've already said that the disciples of the 4 great academies are all trash. What bronze list? I think they're all about the same. I've lost interest in them. Damn it, how arrogant. You only defeated Wu Kuei. Do you really think that you are invincible? The young man's words caused a wave of angry roars. Not only were the geniuses on the bronze list displeased, but many silver disciples and even elders were displeased. This was because the words of the young man with the saber had included the 4 great academies. Shut up. The young man with the saber coldly shouted. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. He said with a mocking expression, "If you want to prove that you're not trash, then make your move, as long as you can defeat me." The scene suddenly fell silent as everyone looked at each other. For a moment, no one stepped forward. These young men were obviously martial masters, so it was impossible for the silver disciples to make their move. Judging from the young man's attack, it was simply unfathomable. The geniuses on the bronze list were also afraid. They all wanted someone else to test the young man's strength first, so they did not make their move. "Haha, senior brother Lu, you're too strong. How would they dare to make their move? I'm enough to deal with the trash of the 4 great academies." The other young man, who was the strongest among the 3, stepped forward. Boom. Then the young man's aura surged, revealing his cultivation. Early stage martial master 9th realm. Everyone could tell at a glance that this strong young man's cultivation should have just reached the early stage martial master 9th realm. "I'm a new disciple this year. My cultivation has just reached the martial master 9th realm. How about it? Genius on the bronze list, come and fight with me. Don't tell me you don't even dare to fight with me?" The strong young man had a mocking smile on his face. The people on the bronze list were even more furious. This was an insult, a naked insult. They actually let a disciple who had just entered the martial master 9th realm challenge them. They did not put them in their eyes at all. "I'll fight with you." A young man on the bronze list stepped forward. Everyone immediately recognized that this person was Su Xian, ranked 42nd on the bronze list. He was 1 rank higher than Wu Kuei. "What's your rank on the bronze list?" the strong young man asked. 42. Su Xian said. 42? You also want to fight with me and defeat you in 1 move. The strong young man smiled faintly. 1 move. Su Xian's face was incomparably gloomy. This strong young man did not put him in his eyes. Even if he was a genius of the Qilin courtyard, he was only a disciple who had just entered this year. He actually dared to threaten to defeat him in 1 move. How laughable. Did he think he was Lu Ming? Then let's see how you'll defeat me in 1 move. Su Xian roared and stepped forward. A long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear pierced out, emitting an ear-piercing whistle. Boom. Defeat. Su Xian softly spat out a word and punched out. This punch was filled with a jet-black light. The strong youth's fist was like a piece of metal, but it was also like a jet-black sun, emitting a sharp light. Clang. The fist hit Su Xian's long spear, emitting a deafening roar. In the next moment, the strong young man's fist shot out rays of jet-black light, destroying all of Su Xian's defenses and attacks. Su Xian screamed as his body flew out heavily and fell heavily on the ground, his body dripping with blood. Defeated. Su Xian was defeated. He was defeated in 1 move by the opponent, and his ending was exactly the same as Wu Kuei's. Sounds of people inhaling cold air could be heard from the audience. Was this the genius of the Qilin courtyard? Wasn't this too strong? He actually defeated Su Xian in 1 move. Was he really a disciple who had just entered this year? No wonder 3 of the 4 geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect came from the Qilin courtyard. Only Duan Mulin, with his exceptional talent, occupied one of the spots. How terrifying. Unable to withstand a single blow. What a trash. The strong young man sneered. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey will be king. What bronze list? What strongest martial masters? They are all trash. They are just like children playing house. They are just like mud. When they meet a real genius, they are nothing. Chapter 137. Don't be so arrogant. Su Xian is only ranked 42nd. Don't think that you're invincible. I'll fight you. A young man walked out. Pu Sikhong is going to fight. Pu Sikhong used to be ranked 19th on the bronze list, but this time, he's ranked 20th. He's much stronger than Su Xian. Someone recognized the person who spoke. Pu Sikhong had fought with Ling Kong during the 4 Academies tournament. Everyone was looking forward to Pu Sikhong teaching the strong young man a lesson. What's your rank on the bronze list? The strong young man asked with a smile. Not high. I'm only ranked 20th. There are still 19 people stronger than me. Pu Sikhong said. 20th. The strong young man shook his head and said, You're not my opponent. Let's find someone stronger. Arrogance. You'll know after we fight. Pu Sikhong strode forward and arrived in front of the strong young man. Junior brother, these trash won't cry until they see the coffin. Let's end this quickly, and let them know how much of a trash they are. Jian Wuchen said coldly. Haha, senior brother Jian, don't worry. The strong young man grinned and shouted. Kid, take this. Boom. The strong young man also threw out a punch. His fist was black and shiny, emitting a metallic luster. Clang. Pu Sikhong unsheathed his sword and sword chi soared into the sky. The azure sword chi almost materialized as it avoided the strong young man's fist and slashed at him. You want to avoid my fist? Dream on. The strong young man sneered. His fist seemed to pass through space and instantly landed on Pu Sichong's sword. A loud sound rang out. Just like when he fought with Su Xian, a sharp black light shot out from his fist towards Pu Sikhong. Pu Sichong's face changed. His body moved and borrowed the strength of his opponent to retreat. He waved his sword and slashed out a dozen sword lights to block the black light. Not bad to be able to block one of my moves. But what about next? The well-built young man laughed loudly as he rushed towards Pu Sikhong. He continuously punched out with his fists, and terrifying fist energies enveloped Pu Sikhong, causing continuous explosions. Pu Sikhong used his sword art, and slashed out sword lights to block with all his strength. Boom. Boom. In an instant, the two exchanged more than a dozen moves. Then, a figure flew out and coughed out blood in the air. It was Pu Sikhong. He lost again. Even if he tried his best, he could only last for a dozen moves. Everyone's heart sank. Was this really a disciple who had just joined this year? Isn't he too strong? Everyone could see that the young man's profound rank low-grade fist technique had already reached the 4th stage, and he was not far from the 5th stage. Moreover, his physical body was also very strong. It was at least rank 2. More importantly, the other party's bloodline hadn't even awakened yet, but he was already so powerful. If he participated in the grand competition of the 4 academies, he would definitely cause a sensation. Everyone's tea. Could it be that to deal with a disciple who had just entered this year, they had to send out the top 10 experts of the bronze list? This time there were a total of 8 people in the top 10 of the bronze list. Bu Xingkai, Duan Gang, Ling Kong, Duan Muchun, Chengfei Luan, and the others all had ugly expressions. Even if they won against a disciple who had just entered this year, it would be embarrassing. Moreover, Jian Wuchen and the young man with the saber had not made a move yet. The other party obviously had no intention of giving up today. They would not leave until the winner was decided. If things went wrong, everyone on the bronze list would lose face today. Let me do it. At this moment, a burly young man walked out. It's Su Song. It's great that Su Song is here. Everyone was slightly happy. Before the 4 academies tournament, Su Song was ranked 8th on the bronze list. Although the rise of Lu Ming and Ling Kong had pushed him out of the top 10, he was ranked 11th. But his combat strength was indeed very strong, much stronger than Pu Sikhong. Junior brother Su, be careful. Duan Gang said. Both of them came from the Black Tortoise Academy and had a good relationship. At the same time, they were the 2 strongest disciples of the Black Tortoise Academy. Su Song nodded and walked out. Su Song, 11th on the bronze list. Please enlighten me. Su Song cupped his fists. He 11th. It seems that an interesting person has finally come. The strong young man licked his lips and sneered. Fight. Without any superfluous words, the 2 of them fought. Everyone stared at them without blinking, hoping that Su Song would win. Su Song's fighting style was very similar to Duan Gang's. He cultivated his physical body and defensive martial skills, leaning towards defense and close combat. As for the strong young man from the Qilin Academy, he also leaned towards close combat. The 2 of them punched each other, constantly bombarding each other, like 2 savage beasts colliding. The battle was incomparably intense as fist force shot out. However, the strong young man was indeed incomparably powerful. It was clearly the 4th level of a low-grade profound rank fist technique, but when he used it, the battle strength he displayed was much stronger than other people's fist techniques of the same level. Su Song had no choice but to erupt his bloodline and fight. Fortunately, Su Song's defensive martial skill was very strong and blocked the strong young man's attack. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves, and it was difficult to determine the victor. Damn it, to be able to block so many of my moves. Watch me break your turtle shell. The strong young man roared. It was as if it was a great humiliation for him to have so many of his moves blocked. Boom. A bloody light flashed on the strong young man's body. Following that, an ancient glove appeared on his head. Glove bloodline? Could this be the legendary special bloodline? Everyone was shocked and looked curiously. For most of them, it was their first time seeing a special bloodline. The glove was black in color and filled with an ancient aura. Everyone could even see that there were scars left by swords and sabers on the glove, as if it had gone through a fierce battle. A vast and mighty fist intent permeated the air. There were 6 chakras on the glove. It was obvious that it was a level 6 bloodline. Following that, the glove bloodline flashed and disappeared, disappearing into the strong young man's body. The strong young man's aura surged. Break it! The strong young man shouted and threw out a punch. His fist aura surged and reached its peak. Boom! The terrifying fist force blasted on the turtle shell shield around Su Song's body. Amidst the violent explosion, Su Song staggered back. His face was a little pale as his defensive martial skill was almost broken. Again, let's see how many of my punches you can block. Boom! Boom! Streaks of pitch-black fist force were extremely violent. Su Song was completely suppressed, and could only defend with all his might. But even so, he was only able to block more than 10 moves before his defensive martial skill was broken through by the strong young man, and his fist landed on his chest. Su Song screamed as his body flew out dozens of meters and fell heavily on the ground. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and his aura was weak. Su Song was severely injured with one punch. Junior brother Su. Duan Gang rushed over. After checking on Su Song, his face was filled with anger. He glared at the strong young man and said, "It's just a spar. You're too ruthless." It's his fault for not admitting defeat. He asked for it. Chapter 138. The others were silent. The strong youth was too strong. Even Su Song, who was ranked 11th, had been defeated. Did they really need the top 10 geniuses to fight? The opponent was only a disciple who had just entered this year, and was only at the early 9th level of the martial master realm. If they sent out the top 10 geniuses, even if they won, they would lose face. From now on, the bronze list would no longer have any prestige in the 4 great academies. If a genius on the bronze list was trampled under the feet of a new disciple of the Qilin courtyard, what prestige would they have left? But if they didn't fight, others would think that the entire bronze list was afraid of a new disciple of the Qilin courtyard. Unless they won a great victory today, the bronze list was destined to lose face. A person stepped out. Everyone's eyes narrowed. It was Ling Kong. Was he going to fight? Ling Kong walked in front of the strong youth and said with a cold face, "You're not my opponent. Let's change." Even when facing a disciple of the Qilin courtyard, Ling Kong was still domineering. Haha, ridiculous. We'll know after we fight. The strong youth laughed, his aura oppressive. Junior brother, your bloodline has already erupted. You'll be at a disadvantage if you fight with him. Let me do it. Jian Wuchen smiled and took a few steps forward. Haha, senior brother Jian, you're going to fight? I thought senior brother Jian wasn't interested in this trash. The strong youth laughed. Jian Wuchen revealed a disdainful smile and said, "They still have some hope in their hearts. They still want to fight with us. I'll completely defeat them and let them know who they are." Haha, senior brother Jian is right. The strong youth and the youth holding the saber laughed. Nonsense. Strength is not bragging. It depends on real ability. Let me see what kind of ability you have. Ling Kong's eyes revealed a fierce light. His body began to emit cracking sounds as it began to expand rapidly. In a few breaths, Ling Kong's originally majestic body became even stronger. He was like a giant ape. At the beginning, Ling Kong used the berserk beast art. Take this. With a loud roar, the thick iron rod whistled through the air and swept towards Jian Wuchen. The iron rod swept across and the space seemed to tremble. It was obvious that Ling Kong's combat strength had improved in the past few months. Insignificant skill. Jian Wuchen didn't draw his sword. Instead, he formed a sword with 2 fingers and slashed out. A beam of sword chi, condensed and translucent like jade, slashed through the air. Condensing chi into a weapon, how is that possible? The spectators were shocked. Condensing chi into a weapon was a method that only a martial grandmaster could use. Jian Wuchen was clearly only at the peak of the 9th layer of the martial master realm. But he was already able to use the methods of a martial grandmaster. It was simply terrifying. Clang. The sparkling and translucent sword chi clashed with the iron cudgel in the air, emitting a shocking boom. Bang. 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 Then he groaned in the air and took 7 or 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. What? With a single strike he knocked Ling Tian, who was in his strongest state, back 7 to 8 steps? Everyone was shocked and found it hard to believe. Jian Wuchen didn't even use his sword. It looked like a casual slash. Wasn't this too strong? Oh, not bad. To be able to receive an attack with 40% of my power. It seems that the people on the bronze list aren't all trash. Jian Wushuang said lightly. Everyone was even more shocked. That sword strike just now was only 40% of his strength? How could this be? Impossible. Ling Tian roared. Jian Wushuang didn't even draw his sword, nor did he use his bloodline. It was hard for Ling Tian to accept that Jian Wushuang only used 40% of his strength. He thought that Jian Wushuang was deliberately saying this to suppress their morale. Boom. Taking a heavy step in the air, his huge body pounced on Jian Wushuang like an enraged demonic beast. The iron cudgel swung down with a whistling sound. Even a small hill would be smashed by this blow. Then let's make it 60%. Jian Wuchen took a step forward and stabbed forward with his sword. An emerald sword chi violently slashed out, as if it had penetrated the space. When it appeared again, it was already in front of Ling Tian. Not good. Ling Tian's face changed greatly. At this time he withdrew his iron cudgel to resist, but it was too late. He could only erupt with all his genuine chi to resist. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere. Ling Tian's shoulder was pierced. His body retreated dozens of meters, leaving a trail of blood. He was defeated. Jian Wuchen's sword was not only powerful, but also incredibly fast. It's not enough to only use brute force. Next. Jian Wuchen's disdainful voice came out of his mouth. The audience quieted down. With Ling Tian's battle strength, he was defeated in 2 moves. Moreover, Jian Wuchen said that he had only used 60% of his strength. Although they did not know whether this was true or not, their strength was simply unfathomable and terrifying. Now only Duangang, Buxingkai, and Zhang Muyin were stronger than Ling Tian. Duangang's strength was similar to Ling Tian's, so he was definitely not Jian Wuchen's opponent. The remaining 2 were Zhang Muyin and Buxingkai. Today was Zhang Muyun's engagement day. Did he have to fight in person? Buxingkai frowned. He did not want to fight, but he had to do it in today's situation. This was not a matter of a single yard, but of the entire bronze list. It was difficult for him to stay out of it. Finally, Buxingkai walked out of the crowd. Is Buxingkai going to fight? A glimmer of hope appeared in everyone's eyes. After all, Buxingkai was ranked 4th, which was higher than Duangang and Ling Tian. Everyone hoped that he could defeat Jian Wuchen. Even if he could not, he could force Jian Wuchen to use all his strength, which would give Zhang Muyin more confidence. I'm Buxingkai, a disciple of White Tiger Yard. May I know your name? Buxingkai cupped his fists. Who cares what your name is? Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me. Don't think that I will go easy on you. Jian Wuchen waved his hand casually, looking at Buxingkai with disdain. You. Buxingkai was speechless, and his face was gloomy. This was also the first time he saw a disciple from the Qilin courtyard. Their strength made him feel apprehensive. He originally wanted to make friends with them, but he didn't expect that he would use his hot face to stick to their cold butt. After being ridiculed in front of everyone, his face was completely lost. The storage ring on his hand shone, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Look at you. You can't be that strong. Hurry up and fight. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to fight. Jian Wuchen said. A cold light flashed in Buxingkai's eyes. Even Zhang Muyun and Duan Muyunyang had not underestimated him. Buxingkai made his move. The long spear pierced through the air and shot towards Jian Wuchen. Jian Wuchen smiled faintly. He still did not draw his sword, but used his sword finger to meet the attack. As he waved his sword, a sizzling sound rang out incessantly, and an endless stream of emerald sword chi burst forth. Ding ding ding. Dense sounds of collision rang out. Then Bushinkai was forced to retreat. He was obviously at a disadvantage. Toxic Dragon Drill. Bushinkai shouted and used his trump card. Chapter 139. Not bad. Ancient Jade 8 kill, human kill. Jian Wuchen shouted. A terrifying murderous aura filled the air, accompanied by a terrifying sword light. The sword light struck Bushinkai's poison dragon. Boom. The powerful force blasted a huge pit on the ground. If it weren't for some silver-ranked disciples and elders, the tables and chairs nearby would have been smashed into pieces. Clang. With a loud vibration, Bushinkai's spear flew out of his hand and pierced into a rockery in the distance. Bushinkai's body trembled violently as he retreated more than 20 steps. Before he could stabilize himself, a silver-level disciple of the White Tiger Hall moved and appeared behind Bushinkai, blocking his retreat. Puff. Bushinkai's expression changed drastically. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his hand trembled. Everyone saw that the sleeve on his right hand was tattered and his arm was covered with bloody scars. Those bloody scars were like small swords. What a domineering sword technique. What a domineering strength. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Zhang Muyun, don't let these small fries do it. It's a waste of my time. You do it yourself. Let me see your strength. Jian Wuchen looked at Zhang Muyun. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Muyun. Now, they could only rely on Zhang Muyun. Lu Ming, who was ranked first, wasn't here. Good. I've long heard that the Qilin Hall only recruits peerless geniuses, and most of them have special bloodlines. Now that I've seen it for myself, the rumors are true. In the past, I wanted to ask the disciples of the Qilin Hall for guidance, but I couldn't. Zhang Muyun stepped forward, his eyes flashing like lightning. Brother Muyun, be careful, Zhuo Yirong said worriedly. Don't worry. Zhang Muyun smiled and walked over to Jian Wuchen. Zhang Muyun, make your move. Let's see if you're qualified to make me draw my sword. Jian Wuchen said indifferently. He was extremely confident. Arrogant. How can you not draw your sword when facing Zhang Muyun? How can Zhang Muyun's strength be compared to others? Some disciples on the bronze list whispered. They looked at Zhang Muyun with hope in their eyes. The only one who could save the honor of the bronze list was Zhang Muyun. Zhang Muyun smiled, not minding it. But in the next moment, a sharp, domineering, and indestructible aura erupted from Zhang Muyun's body. Jian Wuchen's complexion changed for the first time. He muttered in disbelief. This is force, the force of metal. Behind them, the expressions of the young man holding the saber and the muscular young man also changed. How is that possible? A mere trash from the 4 great academies is actually able to comprehend force at the martial master realm? Damn it, how is this possible? The young man holding the saber shouted in disbelief. As someone with a special bloodline, he hadn't been able to comprehend force, even though he was high and mighty. Yet, a piece of trash with an ordinary bloodline was able to comprehend force. He found it hard to accept. So what if you have a special bloodline? There are also peerless geniuses with ordinary bloodlines. There are even people who can awaken the bloodline of ancient divine beasts, which far surpasses special bloodlines. What's there to be arrogant about? A genius on the bronze list said. Seeing the horrified expressions of the few people from the Qilin courtyard, the spectators in the surroundings felt refreshed. He finally had a chance to refute. The young man holding the saber and the muscular young man had gloomy expressions. Do you think you're a match for senior brother Jian just because you've comprehended force? How naive. The young man holding the saber snorted coldly. Jian Wuchen's complexion changed slightly before he recovered. He regained his confidence and said, Zhang Muyun, you've indeed exceeded my expectations. You have the qualifications to make me draw my sword, and you also have the qualifications to know my name. Remember, my name is Jian Wuchen. I'm someone you'll never be able to surpass in your lifetime. Bang! As soon as Jian Wuchen finished speaking, A sharp and all-conquering aura erupted from his body. Force, the force of metal. Jian Wuchen had actually comprehended the force of metal as well. He actually comprehended the force of metal as well? How is that possible? Could it be that the Qilin courtyard is so strong? During the Four Great Academies tournament, Lu Ming and Zhang Muyin had both displayed force and shocked the Four Great Academies. Both of them were known as geniuses that only appeared once every few years in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. But now, a random young man from the Qilin courtyard had actually comprehended force as well. It was truly a blow to their confidence. I know, he must have a special sword bloodline. I heard that special bloodlines have all sorts of miraculous abilities. Some people can comprehend force faster through their bloodline. A silver-robed elder spoke. Everyone's heart shook. A special bloodline is actually so miraculous? Clang. Their forces collided in the air and actually emitted the sound of metal clashing. There were even sparks that flew out. Clang. Clang. Two sword cries resounded. Both of them drew their swords at almost the same time. Two resplendent sword chi shot into the sky and an icy cold sword chi filled the entire sword dance courtyard. Two figures transformed into two sword lights and pounced at each other. Clang. A rumble resounded as sword chi wantonly erupted. The ground was swept by the sword chi, leaving behind dense sword marks. Swoosh. Swoosh. Figures flashed and several silver-robed elders appeared in front of them. An invisible force spread out and blocked the dense sword chi. Four Seasons Sword Technique, Bleak Autumn Wind. Ancient Jade 8 kills, Heavenly Kill. Two sword lights filled with destructive power met in the air. The two sword chi converged into one and soared into the sky. Bang. A large area of the ground beneath their feet was struck by the sword chi and sank deeply. Clang. 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 Following that, it was an intense confrontation. The two people unfolded a fierce battle. Everyone stared intently at the sky. Zhang Muyin, you have to win. Everyone was looking forward to Zhang Muyin's comeback. Not good. Zhang Muyin has already unleashed his bloodline, but Jian Wuchen hasn't. Suddenly, a low and deep voice was heard. Everyone was shocked. Zhang Muyin had already unleashed his bloodline and displayed his full strength, but Jian Wuchen had yet to unleash his bloodline. Without unleashing his bloodline, Jian Wuchen was actually able to tie with Zhang Muyin. The feeling that Jian Wuchen gave people was simply unfathomable. No one knew how much strength he had used. Jian Wuchen's cultivation method is definitely not a yellow rank cultivation method. It should be a black rank cultivation method. The true qi cultivated by a black rank cultivation method is more vigorous and condensed than a yellow rank cultivation method. A silver-robed elder explained to everyone. Moreover, his true qi contains an extremely strong sword aura. It's like a sword. It should be an advantage of his bloodline. Another silver-robed elder explained. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Jian Wuchen was so strong. His true qi was stronger than Zhang Muyin's. Then their hearts turned cold. How could Jian Wuchen be so strong? Was the reputation of the Bronze List and the Four Great Academies destined to be ruined today? It's over. Ancient Jade 8 kills, Heavenly Kill. Chapter 140. Screech. A soft sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh could be heard, causing everyone's heart to jump. Then, everyone saw Zhang Muyin's figure retreating a dozen meters away and standing with his sword in hand. There was a bloody wound on his shoulder and blood was seeping out. Did Zhang Muyin lose? Everyone's heart turned cold. I've lost. The genius of the Qilin courtyard is indeed worthy of his reputation. Suddenly, Zhang Muyin let out a long sigh. You're not bad to be able to exchange so many moves with me, but that's all. You can't make me use my full strength. The Four Great Academies and the Bronze List are really disappointing. Jian Wuchen said with a contemptuous smile as he held his long sword in his hand. Many people's faces turned ugly, but they couldn't refute because the truth was right in front of them. The more they refuted, the more disgraceful it would be. Jian Wuchen, I'm indeed not your opponent, but I'm not the strongest on the Bronze List. There's another person above me. Isn't it too early for you to insult the entire Bronze List? Zhang Muyin frowned. Everyone's heart trembled. Yes, there was another person above Zhang Muyin. a peerless genius who rushed to the top of the bronze list in his first year in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming. Everyone thought of Lu Ming. 2 months ago, Lu Ming and Zhang Muyin fought. Although Lu Ming only had a slight upper hand. But with Lu Ming's astonishing improvement speed, would he be even stronger after 2 months? Would he be able to fight with Jian Wuchen? I know that you're only ranked second on the bronze list. It's said that the first is a guy called Lu Ming. Where is he? Get him out here and fight with me. I want to completely crush him so that you guys won't have any delusions. Jian Wuchen said arrogantly. Although he had met Lu Ming in the coastal mountain range, he didn't know Lu Ming's name. Of course, he didn't know that he had already met Lu Ming, who was ranked first on the bronze list. Lu Ming isn't here today. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to fight with you. Ling Kong said in a deep voice. Can fight with me? You guys really know how to comfort yourselves. Then tell him to come out. He's not here, right? Send someone to call him over, so that I won't have to look for him in the future. Let's settle this once and for all today. Jian Wuchen said. Zhang Muyun, Duan Gang, Ling Kong, and the others were silent. They didn't know where Lu Ming was. Moreover, they weren't sure if Lu Ming could really fight Jian Wuchen. Haha. Why didn't you send someone to look for him? Did he know that he was no match for me? What number 1 on the bronze list? I think they're all the same. What Lu Ming? If I use my full strength, I can finish him off in 3 moves. Jian Wuchen sneered. The other 2 geniuses from the Qilin Academy also laughed loudly. It's a pity that that guy isn't here. Otherwise, I would be able to ruthlessly torture him. Jian Wuchen's gaze swept over the crowd. He was somewhat disappointed. Of course, he was looking for Lu Ming. Which son of a bitch is looking for me? At this moment, a clear voice came from afar. This voice was very familiar to many people. As soon as the voice sounded, most of their hearts skipped a beat. A name jumped into their minds. Lu Ming. Lu Ming is here. Their eyes quickly looked in the direction of the voice. Sure enough, they saw a young man in a black robe. He had a slender figure and a faint smile on his face. He had his hands behind his back as he walked over step by step. If it wasn't Lu Ming, who else could it be? Lu Ming really came. For some reason, most people couldn't help but feel hopeful and happy. Zhang Muyun, Ling Kong, Duan Gang, Bu Xingkai, Shuo Yirong, Cheng Feilwan, they were all the same. They all subconsciously thought that as long as Lu Ming came, he would be able to defeat his opponent. When they came back to their senses, they were shocked. They didn't know why they had such a feeling. Perhaps it was because Lu Ming had created too many miracles in the 4 academies tournament. Jian Wuchen also turned his head to look. With a glance, a strong killing intent spread out from his body. Little bastard, it's you? Jian Wuchen shouted angrily. Son of a bitch. Weren't you looking for me just now? Why are you so angry when you see me? Lu Ming still had a faint smile on his face. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked over in a relaxed manner. Kid, who are you? How dare you talk to senior brother Jian like that? You're courting death. The strong young man shouted coldly. His body was like a wild bull as he dashed toward Lu Ming. His huge fist was black and shiny, like metal. The strong young man wasn't there that day in the coastal mountain range, so he didn't know Lu Ming. Boom. The strong young man approached Lu Ming in an instant and punched his huge fist toward Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming still had a smile on his face as he punched back. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and then everyone heard the sound of bones breaking. Then, a tall figure flew back at a speed faster than he pounced and fell heavily to the ground. My hand. The strong young man roared. One of his arms was bent out of shape. Apparently, it was broken by Lu Ming's punch. So strong. The eyes of the people from the 4 great courtyards lit up. Just now, the strength of the strong young man was obvious to all. He had swept through all the experts below the top 10 of the bronze list. But now his arm was broken by Lu Ming's casual punch. The gap was too big. Everyone couldn't help but feel hopeful. Little bastard, so you're Lu Ming? Jian Wuchen roared in an incomparably cold voice. Of course. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He ignored Jian Wuchen and walked toward Zhang Muyun. When he was in front of Zhang Muyun, he cupped his fists and said, Brother Muyun, congratulations. Congratulations on winning the heart of a beauty. Thank you, junior brother Lu. for personally coming to congratulate me. Zhang Muiyun cupped his fists. Thank you, junior brother Lu. Zhuo Yirong, who was beside Zhang Muiyun, also bowed. Unfortunately, I came in a hurry today and didn't have time to prepare a gift. Lu Ming spread his hands and smiled. Zhang Muiyun said, It's good enough that junior brother Lu came. There's no need for a gift. The two chatted, completely ignoring Jian Wuchen. This made the killing intent in Jian Wuchen's eyes grow stronger. Lu Ming, you dare to ignore me? Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you're number 1 on the bronze list. Today, I'll let you clearly understand the gap between you and me. Jian Wuchen's voice was filled with killing intent. At this moment, Lu Ming turned to look at Jian Wuchen. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he smiled. Brother Muiyun, I got it. I got my gift. Lu Ming laughed and walked toward Jian Wuchen. Didn't you want to let me know the gap between us? Make your move. I'll defeat you in 3 moves. The surrounding people were stunned. What did Lu Ming say? Defeat Jian Wuchen in 3 moves? How was that possible? It was impossible. Could it be that Lu Ming had broken through to the martial grandmaster realm? It shouldn't be that fast, right? Moreover, if Lu Ming was really a martial grandmaster, what was the point of defeating Jian Wuchen? Chapter 141. Ha ha ha. Defeat me in 3 moves? Defeat me in 3 moves? Jian Wuchen laughed crazily as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Just now, he had said that he could defeat Lu Ming in 3 moves if he used his full strength. But now, Lu Ming actually said that he could defeat him in 3 moves? Wasn't this the funniest joke in the world? Lu Ming, anyone can boast, but without strength, it's just a joke. Jian Wuchen said coldly. Oh. Lu Ming seemed to find it reasonable. He pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes, without strength, it's just a joke. You will soon find out that you are this joke. It's useless to have a sharp tongue. Lu Ming, let me tell you, Autumn Moon is my woman. You dared to hold her hand that day. This is your fate. Since you held Autumn Moon's hand, your fate has been sealed. Today, I will cripple your hand, break your limbs, cripple your cultivation, and then throw you out of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Don't think that the sect will stand up for you just because you are the first on the bronze list. Let me tell you, your so-called first on the bronze list is trash compared to me. Jian Wuchen's voice was cold. Of course, this sentence was transmitted through voice transmission, and no one else heard it. Autumn Moon? Don't even think about Autumn Moon. She is already my woman. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? Jian Wuchen was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. He only reacted after a long while. His eyes were red and his handsome face was completely distorted, becoming extremely ferocious. He shouted hysterically, Lu Ming, you deserve to die. You are a lowly bastard. How dare you touch the woman that I, Jian Wuchen, have decided on? If I don't cripple you today, my name is not Jian Wuchen. Xiao. Jian Wuchen unsheathed his sword and madly charged at Lu Ming. Kill, kill. Ancient Jade 8 kills. Jian Wuchen roared and his murderous aura surged like a tide. Sparkling and translucent jade-like sword chi rushed at Lu Ming like a storm. A light flashed in his hand and the fiery tongue spear appeared. Moon seizing. The spear swept out and the red moonlight appeared. All of Jian Wuchen's sword chi was instantly destroyed. The spear didn't stop and continued to whip at Jian Wuchen's face. In an instant, the anger in Jian Wuchen's heart seemed to be extinguished by a bucket of cold water. Retreat, retreat. He quickly retreated and at the same time used his battle sword. Clang. The long spear swept over Jian Wuchen's long sword, and the fierce astral fire whipped Jian Wuchen's face, causing him to feel a burning pain. He quickly retreated by tens of meters, looking at Lu Ming in shock. The power of Lu Ming's spear earlier was extremely terrifying, and beyond his imagination. How can he be so strong? He must have used some secret technique. He won't be able to hold on for long. Jian Wuchen S. In the surroundings, the bronze list disciples, silver list disciples, and silver-robed elders of the 4 great halls were dumbfounded. Flying Jian Wuchen with a single spear strike? How was this possible? Jian Wuchen was stronger than Zhang Muiyun. Lu Ming actually sent him flying with a single spear. Wasn't this too exaggerated? In the past 2 months, Lu Ming had improved so much? It was too unbelievable. Compared to the 4 Academies tournament, Lu Ming's cultivation had risen to the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm. The true dragon battle art had reached the 3rd level, and the fiery astral spear art had also broken through. His combat strength had increased several times. It was normal to send Jian Wuchen flying with a single spear. Back in the coastal mountain range, I said I only used 20% of my strength, but you didn't believe me. Ah! Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile as he looked at Jian Wuchen. Let's see how many moves you can use. Ancient Jade 8 kills soul kill. Jian Wuchen roared, and once again erupted with a powerful murderous aura. He merged with his sword and turned into a brilliant sword chi that charged at Lu Ming. Before the sword aura reached him, the glow of the sword aura was enough to make him dizzy. What a powerful sword technique. This kind of sword technique can actually affect the soul. Lu Ming's eyes moved slightly, and then he swept out with his spear again. Landslide. This time, Lu Ming used more strength. Bang. Just like before, the long spear swept out and the sword chi was destroyed. This time, Jian Wuchen could no longer resist, and was sent flying by Lu Ming's spear. In the air, Jian Wuchen coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and smashed heavily into a rockery, causing it to explode. Good. The audience burst into cheers and was incomparably excited. If they hadn't forcefully restrained themselves, they would have jumped up. Too strong, too cool, they were not on the same level at all. They could only shout and vent the depression in their hearts. Previously, they were too sullen and couldn't stand up straight. But when Lu Ming arrived, he completely suppressed Jian Wuchen. How could they not be happy? Not far away, Zhang Muyin smiled bitterly. He already felt that Lu Ming's strength was unforgettable. Lu Ming, you trash, you dare to hurt me. I will peel your skin and pull out your tendons. Jian Wuchen roared hysterically. At this time, his hair was disheveled and his clothes were tattered. He was in a very sorry state. Lu Ming sneered and said, You keep calling others trash, but you were sent flying by my spear. I really don't know where you got your confidence from. Trash, trash, you are all trash. I have a special bloodline and is incomparably noble. How can trash like you compare to me? Jian Wuchen yelled. The audience was speechless. Lu Ming shook his head and said, Don't be noisy and talk nonsense. I still have one more move. I'm too lazy to make another move. You come at me together. With that, Lu Ming pointed at the young man with the saber. The audience was stunned. Lu Ming was challenging the young man with the saber and Jian Wuchen? 1 against 2. Jian Wuchen's face twisted crazily. This was blatant contempt. Junior brother Lu, since this bastard is courting death, let's attack together and cripple him. Jian Wuchen shouted. Okay. The saber chi whistled as the young man with the saber took out his saber. An extremely domineering saber chi soared into the sky. Then there was a flash of blood. An ancient saber appeared above the young man's head, making the saber chi even more vigorous. The young man with the saber was at the peak of the 9th level martial master, but he had not comprehended force. On the other side, an ancient sword appeared above Jian Wuchen's head. As soon as the bloodline appeared, Jian Wuchen's sword chi and metal force erupted to the peak. The two of them unleashed their full strength at this moment. Kill. Kill. The young man with the saber and Jian Wuchen unleashed their strongest battle strength and used their strongest moves to kill Lu Ming. Saber light and sword chi filled half the sky. This power made many of the silver-ranked disciples' faces change color. Too strong. Their special bloodline was too terrifying. To them, fighting above their level was nothing out of the ordinary. This was something brought about by the Xiantian realm. Would Lu Ming be able to block it? Boom. At this moment, a powerful aura rose from Lu Ming's body. Chapter 142. Whoosh. Whoosh. Then Lu Ming thrusted his spear twice in a row. The two spears were as fast as lightning, like two meteors streaking across the sky, illuminating the horizon with blazing flames. Boom. Boom. Then, the two meteors suddenly exploded, and a terrifying and violent power erupted in an instant. Sword chi, saber light, and blazing spear light swept out from the place where the three of them collided. Several silver-robed elders laid down a heavy defense, protecting the tables, chairs, and the disciples of the 4 courtyards behind them. Whoosh. Whoosh. At this time, a saber and a sword flew far away. At the same time, Two screams were heard as two figures were thrown out, blood splattering in the sky. It was Jian Wuchen and the young man with a saber. When the light dissipated, Lu Ming stood motionless with his spear in hand. Victory. Lu Ming won. He fought two geniuses of the Qilin Academy alone, and it was still only one move. He swept his opponents with an unstoppable force. Too tyrannical. No matter what kind of genius you are, no matter what kind of special bloodline you have, one man with one spear will sweep the world. Everyone seemed to have seen such a scene. The clothes of Jian Wuchen and the young man with a saber were torn, and there were wounds on their bodies. They were in a sorry state. Lu Ming walked step by step toward Jian Wuchen, looking down at him, and said indifferently, "I said that I would defeat you in 3 moves. Now it's just 3 moves. Lu Ming, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will kill you." Jian Wuchen looked at Lu Ming crazily, his eyes full of malevolence. "Look, you're here again. Didn't you just say that? A person who doesn't have the ability to talk big is a joke. Now you can't even be considered a joke." Lu Ming mocked. "Speak, speak. I, Jian Wuchen, swear that I will return today's humiliation to you 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. I will torture you. I will wantonly humiliate Qiu in front of you. I will make you suffer so much that you wish you were dead. I will make you regret what you did today." Jian Wuchen roared like a mad dog. The murderous intent in his eyes was so dense that it almost materialized. He already hated Lu Ming to the bone. That bastard trash actually dared to injure and defeat him in front of so many people. In his opinion, this was a great humiliation. Of course, he wouldn't think about humiliating others. In his opinion, it was only right. Lu Ming smiled, but there was a cold murderous intent in his smile. "I, Lu Ming, hate it the most when people threaten me. You shouldn't have threatened me." Lu Ming's voice turned cold, and the killing intent on his body was not concealed at all. Jian Wuchen's heart couldn't help but turn cold as he shouted, "What do you want? What are you doing? Didn't you just say that you wanted to cripple me? Now that you've come to threaten me, in order to prevent future troubles, of course I have to cripple you." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Cripple me? You dare? Lu Ming, you are a piece of trash. Do you know who I am? I have a special bloodline, a disciple of the Qilin courtyard, the future overlord of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, the future pillar. You dare to cripple me?" Jian Wuchen laughed as if he had heard a joke. But he only laughed halfway before he couldn't laugh anymore, because he found that Lu Ming's eyes were cold and firm, unshakable. His heart turned cold as a bone-piercing chill rose from his tailbone and rushed to the top of his head. He hurriedly shouted, "No, don't," whoosh. Before he could finish his words, Lu Ming's long spear pierced his dantian, shattering the cyclone in his dantian. Jian Wuchen was stunned for a long time before he let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Oh, my dantian, my cultivation, Lu Ming, you bastard, trash, you actually crippled my cultivation. You will die a horrible death." Hiss, gasps could be heard from the audience. Lu Ming really crippled Jian Wuchen's cultivation. What a decisive character. What a ruthless method and what guts. Jian Wuchen was a peerless genius of the Qilin courtyard. He had a special bloodline, and was the focus of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. He had been hiding in secret for fear of being assassinated by other sections. But now, his cultivation had been crippled by someone from his own sect. "It's good that you crippled him. If it were me, I wouldn't hesitate either." Ling Kong's eyes flashed with ferocity as he said coldly. The others were speechless. "Who was like you, a monster who didn't care about the consequences? Lu Ming, you're finished. You crippled my cultivation. You can't escape. I'm a genius of the Qilin courtyard. The sect will definitely seek justice for me. You're dead." Jian Wuchen still roared. But Lu Ming's face was incomparably calm. He looked at Jian Wuchen indifferently and said, "Idiot." "What?" Jian Wuchen was a little stunned. "Let me ask you, what are you relying on?" Lu Ming suddenly asked. Jian Wuchen desperately clutched his dantian in a daze. The others were also the same. They didn't know why Lu Ming asked this question. "Your reliance is nothing more than your special bloodline and your talent. You rely on your special bloodline and think that you're high and mighty. You look down on others and treat them as trash. With your special bloodline, The sect has to take care of you in every way possible and spend a lot of resources to nurture you. All of this is brought about by your bloodline and talent. Lu Ming said. Yes, I was born noble. How can you be envious? Jian Wuchen said. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He looked down at Jian Wuchen and said word by word. However, the talent that you think you have is better than trash in front of me. Your so-called talent is nothing in front of me. Do you think the sect will punish me, a person whose talent is far above yours, for a trash like you whose cultivation has been crippled? Is it possible? Rumble. Every word of Lu Ming's was like a thunderclap that exploded in Jian Wuchen's mind. Yes, Lu Ming's talent is far above mine. His value to the Mystic Essence Sword sect is also far above mine. Why would they punish Lu Ming for a trash like me? It's impossible. Maybe the sect's higher-ups will even spare no effort to nurture Lu Ming. No, it's not like this. It can't be, it can't be. Jian Wuchen roared in despair. He couldn't accept all this. He knew that he could only be crippled in vain. The sect would never stand up for him. The others also came to a realization. It was indeed so. Lu Ming's talent was comparable to geniuses like Duanmu Lin and Feng Wuji. Ordinary special bloodlines were inferior to him. How could they really punish him? Today is Brother Mu Yun's big day. Hurry up and take him away from me. Lu Ming no longer looked at Jian Wuchen, who was like a pile of mud, and turned his gaze to the saber-wielding youth. At this time, the saber-wielding youth and the strong youth were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to say anything. They quickly dragged Jian Wuchen, who was still shouting, out of the courtyard. Chapter 143. Today was really full of twists and turns. In the beginning, Jian Wuchen and the others arrived and displayed their supreme and incomparably powerful strength. They almost swept away all the geniuses on the bronze list. No one on the bronze list was a match for them. In the end, even Zhang Muyin was defeated. Everyone thought that the bronze list's reputation would be ruined today. But at that moment, Lu Ming arrived. He crushed the geniuses of the Qilin Academy with his jaw-dropping strength. In the end, he even crippled Jian Wuchen, turning the situation around. Today, not only would the honor of the bronze list not be damaged, but it would also rise to a higher level because of Lu Ming. The disciples of the 4 great academies would feel that the mysterious Qilin Academy was only SOSO. So what if they had a special bloodline? Ordinary life forms with bloodlines could still defeat them. Duanmu Lin was like that. He suppressed the Qilin Academy, and was known as the leader of the 4 great geniuses. Now it was Lu Ming. This way, the disciples of the 4 great academies would be more confident, and their beliefs would be firmer. Brother Muyin, this is my gift. Are you satisfied? At that moment, Lu Ming turned around and smiled. Ha ha ha, junior brother Lu's gift can be said to be unprecedented. Please take a seat. Zhang Muyin laughed and invited Lu Ming to sit with him. Lu Ming smiled cheerfully and went forward to take a seat. At that moment, someone had already come to tidy up the battlefield. Not long after, the battlefield was roughly tidied up, and the dishes began to be served. The banquet began and the atmosphere was lively. Senior brother Zhang, I'll toast you. Not long after, someone began to toast. After toasting Zhang Muyin, it was time to toast Lu Ming. Ling Kong carried a wine jar and came in front of Lu Ming. He said, Lu Ming, you're really generous today. I, Ling Kong, have never been convinced by anyone, but now, I'm convinced by you. Give me 3 big bowls. After saying that, Ling Kong carried the wine jar and gulped it down. Come. Lu Ming stood up, picked up the big bowl, and drank 3 bowls in a row. All right, junior brother Lu Ming is heroic. I'll also toast you 3 bowls. Duan Gang stood up and also carried a wine jar. Lu Ming did not refuse any of them. He raised his bowl and drank heartily. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't put on any airs, everyone had a better impression of Lu Ming. They all came forward to propose a toast, and the atmosphere was very lively. Of course, there were exceptions, such as the disciples of the White Tiger sect. Their eyes flickered as they sat off to the side awkwardly. Some of them even had gloomy expressions. They were the only ones who weren't happy that Lu Ming had defeated Jian Wuchen and the others. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Duanmu clan. Everyone toasted each other and soon, 3 rounds of wine had passed. during the Four Academies tournament, although they were opponents, that was only on the battle stage. Since they were all disciples of the mystic origin sword sect, there was no grudge between them. Furthermore, they were all youngsters, so it didn't take long for them to bond with one another. For example, although Chung Failwan was a girl, she was incomparably heroic. Relying on the fact that she was also a disciple of the Vermilion Bird sect like Lu Ming, she forced Lu Ming to drink a jar of wine. In the end, she drank until her eyes were blurry and her face was red. She was incomparably beautiful. Ling Kong, Duangang, Dongsu, and the other perverts howled incessantly as they surrounded Chung Failwan. A few silver-robed elders were drinking at the side. Their eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked at these youths. This was the Jianghu. This was the spirit of youths, filled with passion and passion. They competed with each other, but they didn't lack friendship. These youths were the future pillars of the mystic origin sword sect. They couldn't wait to see this group of youths grow up. After 3 rounds of wine, it was already late at night. The banquet finally ended. Everyone gathered in groups and returned home. That night, Lu Ming didn't cultivate. After returning to his dormitory, he had a good night's sleep. When he woke up the next day, it was already noon. Lu Ming felt refreshed. As he stretched his body, a thunderous sound rang out from his body. He opened the door and walked out. He saw Pang Shi returning from outside the courtyard with a face full of excitement. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Pang Shi said excitedly, "Senior brother Lu Ming, you're really amazing. Yesterday at Senior brother Zhang Muyun's banquet, you defeated the genius of the Qilin courtyard in 3 moves. Now the news has spread throughout the sect." After saying that, Pang Shi looked at Lu Ming with incomparable admiration. The speed of the news is really fast. Lu Ming thought to himself, "Senior brother Lu Ming, do you know? I've become a celebrity now. Because I'm in the same dormitory as you. As long as I walk out, there will be a group of female disciples surrounding me." Pang Shi continued, "A group of female disciples surrounding you? What for?" Lu Ming was stunned. Pang Shi grinned and said, "Of course it's to find out about your news and hobbies. What kind of girls do you like? Do you have anyone you like? And after the news about you spread yesterday, this trend became even more terrifying." Ah. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Then he smiled bitterly. He didn't expect such an outcome. Sigh. It seems that it's not good to be too famous. Lu Ming sighed happily. Those girls were too enthusiastic. I couldn't resist and told you everything I know. Senior brother Lu Ming, you won't blame me, right? Pang Shi looked at Lu Ming and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Big Stone." Lu Ming patted Pang Shi's shoulder and then asked casually, "By the way, what did you say?" "I said that you like plump and mature girls, and that you already have someone you like. It's Elder Mullins," Pang Shi said. What? Lu Ming staggered and almost fell. He looked at Pang Shi with a dumbfounded face and said, You really said that? Oh my God, who told you that?" "The flower addict told me. He said that you always want to take advantage of Elder Mullins. He said that he wants to cut ties with you and said that you forget friendship when you're in love. And through my observation, what he said is quite reasonable." Pang Shi scratched his head and said, "Reasonable? Reasonable my ass." Lu Ming's forehead was full of black lines. He gritted his teeth and said, "Flower addict, I'm not done with you." "Senior brother Lu Ming, why are you angry? What I said was quite effective." Many girls left with a sad face and said that they won't pester you anymore. Pang Shi continued. Lu Ming almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. If this news spread to Mullins, how could he face Mullins? Mullins wouldn't misunderstand, right? At this moment, Lu Ming could only smile bitterly and cry without tears. Seeing Lu Ming's appearance, Pang Shi asked with concern, "Senior brother Lu Ming, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Were you injured in the battle yesterday?" "No, I want to be alone." Lu Ming had a tired expression on his face. "Oh okay, then I won't disturb you," Pang Shi said and then returned to his room. Lu Ming wanted to cry, but had no tears. He wondered if he should explain to Mullins. "Forget it, I don't care. But then again, it's normal for me to have some thoughts about senior sister Mullins's appearance and figure." Hee hee. Lu Ming chuckled. Very quickly he adjusted himself and strolled outside. These few days Lu Ming didn't intend to cultivate and planned to relax. Chapter 144. For the next 7 days, Lu Ming rested whenever he wanted. He went out for a walk whenever he wanted. He casually strolled around the various scenic spots of the Vermilion Bird Peak. Every day, he only spent 2 hours cultivating the true dragon battle art and polishing his true qi. After 7 days of rest, Lu Ming was full of energy. His body and mind were empty. All negative emotions, stress, and worries were thrown aside. Senior brother Lu Ming, do you want to attend the class? There's an elder who's talking about some basic knowledge of alchemy today. Pang Shi asked Lu Ming when he saw him in the courtyard. Basic knowledge of alchemy? Lu Ming revealed an interested expression. Even if a cultivator wasn't an inscription master and didn't know how to refine pills, knowing some basic knowledge of alchemy would still be of great help to him. For example, if you encountered a precious spiritual herb in the wilderness, but didn't know what it was, it would be awkward. Also, some spiritual herbs had to be picked carefully. If you picked them carelessly, they would lose their medicinal properties. As for the true dragon battle art that Lu Ming cultivated, he often needed to mix many ingredients together. Although there was a secret recipe in the true dragon battle art, it would be easier to concoct it if he knew some alchemy. Lu Ming had long wanted to learn some basic knowledge of alchemy. Let's go together. Lu Ming smiled and walked out with Pang Shi. It was still the same square where he attended the class last time. At this moment, there were already hundreds of people here. It's senior brother Lu Ming. Hello, senior brother Lu Ming. Those who came here to listen to the basic knowledge of alchemy were all new disciples. When they saw Lu Ming, they all greeted him respectfully. Now Lu Ming was an idol in their eyes. He was in the same batch as them, but his achievements were worlds apart. Many of them had yet to break through to the martial master realm. There were even many young female disciples who glanced at Lu Ming with their big watery eyes from time to time. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and pretended not to know. Why is it Elder Mullins? At the side, Pang Shi exclaimed in surprise. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he raised his head to look. Sure enough, above the square, there was a graceful figure leisurely walking over. It was Mullins. Mullins swept her gaze across the crowd. When she saw Lu Ming, she was slightly stunned. Her eyes flickered for a moment before returning to normal. She opened her mouth and said, "Today I'll talk about some basic knowledge of alchemy. Most of you might not become inscription masters, but it's still good to know a little more. Now let's start with the basic ingredients and identification." Following that, Mullins talked nonstop, talking about some basic knowledge of alchemy. Lu Ming listened attentively. Mullins's lecture lasted for a few hours. Lu Ming listened as if he was intoxicated. He felt that he had benefited a lot. Could it be that senior sister Mullins is also an inscription master? Lu Ming pondered. All right, that's all for today. You guys can go back, Mullins announced. Then, she looked at Lu Ming. Her eyes flickered as she said, "Lu Ming, you stay." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Everyone looked at Lu Ming. Then they thought of the rumors they heard during this period. Elder Mullins asked Lu Ming to stay alone again. Could it be that the rumors I heard are true? It can't be, right? Lu Ming really likes Elder Mullins? This is very normal. Any man would like her. I like her too. Instantly, there was a wave of whispers in the crowd. Why aren't you leaving? Mulan furrowed her brows and shouted. The others were shocked and hurriedly left. Senior brother Lu Ming, do your best. Before Pang Shi left, he even gave Lu Ming an encouraging look. This made Lu Ming's eyelids twitch, and he was speechless. Soon, only Lu Ming and Mullins were left in the plaza. Cough cough. Mullins coughed a few times and said, Lu Ming, I heard that you defeated the genius of the Qilin courtyard in 3 moves. This is really out of my expectations. Thank you for senior sister Mullins's praise. I was just lucky, Lu Ming said politely. But I have to tell you that the divine wilderness continent is vast and boundless. There are countless empires. The Blazing Sun Empire is just a drop in the ocean in front of the entire divine wilderness continent. Naturally, there are countless geniuses. Although you have some achievements now, compared to those true monsters, there is still a huge gap. So you must not slack off. At your age, you must put all your attention on cultivation. You must not think about other things. Mullins warned seriously. It's coming. Lu Ming knew that Mullins had finally reached the main topic. I have been working hard on my cultivation. I wonder what senior sister Mullins is referring to by other things. Lu Ming asked knowingly. This, you don't know? Mullins's eyes flashed as she said. Of course I don't know. I have been cultivating in seclusion for this period of time. I don't know what happened. Lu Ming continued to play dumb. This. Mullins's face was a little red. Her pair of beautiful eyes were misty. After hesitating for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, during this period of time, there are rumors outside that the person you like is me. Is it true? Ah. Is there such a thing? Lu Ming pretended to be shocked. Then, he held his chin with one hand and looked up and down at Mullins. Mullins felt uncomfortable all over. Her beautiful eyes stared and said, Lu Ming, what do you mean by this? Senior sister Mulan, you're devastatingly beautiful and unparalleled. Which man wouldn't be tempted by you? Lu Ming did not answer her question. His eyes continued to look around, and an inexplicable smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Mullins's heart skipped a beat and said, could it be that the rumors outside are true? Lu Ming smiled and slowly approached Mullins. His eyes looked straight into Mullins's eyes. Mullins's heart could not help but beat wildly. Her face turned red, and she tried her best to calm herself down. But Lu Ming's body and face were getting closer and closer. In the end, they could even feel each other's breathing. Mullins's cheeks were red, her heart was beating like thunder. Her pair of beautiful big eyes were misty, revealing a trace of panic. At this time Lu Ming suddenly smiled and said, it's fake. After saying that, Lu Ming turned around and left with a big smile, leaving behind a dazed Mullins. After a long while, Mullins's voice rang out in the square. She gnashed her teeth and shouted, Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who had already walked far away, suddenly shivered inexplicably. Could it be that I played too much just now? Lu Ming whispered. But when he thought of Mullins's embarrassed look just now, his mood improved and a smile appeared on his face. Senior brother Lu Ming, did you succeed? A figure suddenly jumped out of a clump of grass at the side. Lu Ming was startled. Nest Big Stone. What are you hiding here for? Seeing that it was Pang Shi, Lu Ming was speechless. Of course I'm waiting for your good news, senior brother Lu Ming. I just saw senior brother Lu Ming smiling foolishly all the way. How was it? Was the confession a success? Pang Shi's eyes lit up. What confession? What nonsense? Big Stone, don't talk nonsense. I think you've been led astray by that flower addict. Lu Ming's face was full of black lines. Is it not true? Pang Shi scratched his head. Of course not. Big Stone, I'm telling you, don't talk nonsense when you go out. Also, don't listen to flower addict's nonsense. Chapter 145. Pang Shi nodded, indicating that he understood. Lu Ming shook his head, indicating that he was speechless. Not long after, the two of them returned to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Ming began to cultivate diligently again. After 7 days of relaxation, Lu Ming was full of energy and his mind was clear. Cultivating martial skills was even easier. 3 days later, the airborne steps broke through again, reaching the 3rd level. The 3rd level of a black class upper martial skill was equivalent to the 6th level of a black class lower martial skill. At this stage of the airborne steps, Lu Ming could already walk on snow without leaving a trace, and walk on the tips of the grass. This was the real meaning of flying on grass. If he continued to break through, walking on water would not be a problem. At this stage, Lu Ming spent more time on the true dragon art of combat, and the blazing Vajra art. The cultivation of the physical body was indeed very slow. After a few months of cultivation, Lu Ming's physical body was still at the 2nd grade lesser mastery. There was still a long way to go before he reached the 2nd grade greater mastery. As for his cultivation, Lu Ming felt that he had reached the peak of the martial master realm. He was very close to the martial grandmaster realm, only a step away. Moreover, Lu Ming did not need to stop to accumulate, because he cultivated the true art of the battle dragon, and had already reached the 3rd level. The density of his true qi was 4 times that of ordinary true qi. He had already accumulated enough. As long as he cultivated to perfection, he would naturally be able to break through. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 20 days had passed. The Mystic Essence Sword sect welcomed the annual disciple recruitment. Lu Ming had joined the Mystic Essence Sword sect for exactly a year. These few days, the Mystic Sword City was extremely lively. There were energetic young men and women everywhere. On the day of the assessment, there was a long queue in front of the Mystic Essence Sword sect's mountain gate. Lu Ming walked casually and came to a square near the front of the mountain. Those who passed the assessment had to come here to choose which courtyard to join. Come, join the Azure Dragon Courtyard. The Azure Dragon Courtyard is the oldest among the 4 courtyards. Come to our White Tiger Courtyard. The strongest among the 4 courtyards is our White Tiger Courtyard. The disciples of the 4 great academies were shouting here. On the square, the new disciples who had passed the test were gathered in 2s and 3s to discuss. Let's join the White Tiger Hall. The White Tiger Hall is the strongest among the 4 halls. If you join the White Tiger Hall, you will definitely have a brighter future. What do you know? Do you know that there's a bronze ranking for the 4 great academies' bronze-ranked disciples? I've heard that the 1st and 2nd place on the bronze ranking aren't from the White Tiger Hall. I've heard of that as well. It's said that the number 1 on the bronze rankings is Lu Ming from the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. He's a disciple who just entered last year and rushed to the top of the bronze rankings the moment he entered. It's said that not long ago, he even defeated a disciple from the Qilin Courtyard who had a special bloodline. What? How did you know that? My big brother is a silver-ranked disciple. Of course it was him who told me. Then shall we join the Vermilion Bird Courtyard? All right. A few youths discussed for a while before walking towards the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Let's go. I want to join the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Lu Ming is my idol and also my goal. I must become the newcomer king this year. On the other side, a few youths walked over. One of the youths who was full of heroic spirit said, "Chasing after Lu Ming? With just you? Aren't you thinking too much? How can an ordinary person catch up to such a person?" Another youth said in disdain. The few of them argued and went towards the Vermilion Bird Courtyard to register. The Vermilion Bird Courtyard's disciple who was in charge of registration couldn't stop smiling. The disciples from the other courtyards were incomparably envious. Lu Ming smiled. He didn't expect that he would be so famous now. Even many youths who hadn't entered the courtyard had heard of his name. Furthermore, he had promoted the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's disciple recruitment, which was something he didn't expect. After that, Lu Ming didn't stop and walked towards the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Junior brother Lu Ming. At this moment, a Vermilion Bird Courtyard's disciple who was in charge of registration saw Lu Ming and greeted him with a smile. Immediately, the gazes of those disciples who had just entered the courtyard gathered on Lu Ming. Lu Ming? Could he be Lu Ming? He's so young? He's about the same age as us. Nonsense, Lu Ming entered the courtyard last year. Of course he's about the same age as us. He's Lu Ming? He's so handsome. There were both male and female disciples who had just entered the courtyard. They all looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and nodded towards the senior disciple. Then, he walked towards the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. It's time to break through to the Martial Grandmaster realm. Lu Ming muttered. He came out today mainly to relax and adjust his state of mind. He was preparing to break through to the Martial Grandmaster realm. He wasn't the first person on the bronze list to break through. Half a month ago, he heard that Zhang Muyun had already broken through to the Martial Grandmaster realm. He believed that many geniuses who had stayed on the bronze list for 1 or 2 years would choose to break through. Along the way, Lu Ming didn't return to the dormitory. Instead, he walked towards the top of the Vermilion Bird Peak. The place he wanted to go was called the Phoenix Resting Cave. It was one of the more famous cultivation grounds in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Legend had it that a true phoenix once lived there. Hence, it was called the Phoenix Resting Cave. Of course, this was only a legend. Not many people believed it. A true phoenix was an immemorial divine beast. It had long disappeared from the world. Some people speculated that in the distant past, There might have been a supreme flying beast living there. The spiritual qi in the Phoenix resting cave was extremely rich. Moreover, it leaned towards the fire attribute. It was very suitable for a breakthrough. Under normal circumstances, if a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard wanted to enter the Phoenix resting cave to cultivate, they had to pay contribution points. Moreover, it wasn't something that could be entered with contribution points. The quota was extremely limited. However, Lu Ming didn't need contribution points. This was the reward given to him by the Vermilion Bird Courtyard when he won first place in the 4-courtyard tournament. He could enter the Phoenix resting cave to cultivate for a month. Lu Ming's journey was smooth. Soon he arrived in front of the Phoenix resting cave. The entrance of the Phoenix resting cave was sealed by a stone gate. In front of the gate, there was an old man guarding it. The old man had his eyes closed and was motionless. Stop. The Phoenix resting cave is an important place in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. You can't enter at will. Suddenly, the elder guarding the door opened his eyes. Lu Ming seemed to see 2 beams of sword gleams shooting out. An aura as strong as a mountain emanated from the elder's body. An expert. He's definitely a martial arts grandmaster expert. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. I'm here to cultivate in the Phoenix resting cave. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. Cultivate? If I remember correctly, there's no quota for this month. The old man said. I'm Lu Ming. Principal Yen said that I can come at any time. Lu Ming took out his identity jade badge and handed it to the old man. You're Lu Ming. The old man's eyes lit up. He took the identity jade badge and smiled. Not bad. You can enter at any time. The time limit is 1 month. Go in. The old man returned the identity jade badge to Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, the stone gate of the Phoenix resting cave opened. Thank you, senior. Chapter 146. As soon as Lu Ming entered the Phoenix Perch Cave, he felt a strong surge of heaven and earth spiritual energy. What a strong heaven and earth spiritual energy! It's more than 10 times stronger than outside. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He had just entered the cave, and there was already such a strong heaven and earth spiritual energy. If he cultivated here for a long time, his cultivation speed would definitely be terrifying. Unfortunately, this was impossible because the rate of heaven and earth spiritual energy was limited. Lu Ming continued walking. After about 10 meters, Lu Ming saw that there were stone rooms on both sides of the cave. They must be for the people who came in to cultivate. Lu Ming continued walking. The heaven and earth spiritual energy became even stronger. After 100 meters, the heaven and earth spiritual energy was more than 10 times stronger than outside. This was the place with the strongest heaven and earth spiritual energy in the Phoenix Perch Cave. Lu Ming did not continue walking. He walked into a stone room at the side and closed the stone door. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. With a flash of blood, the spirit-devouring bloodline appeared. After his bloodline was promoted to rank 5, the spirit-devouring bloodline grew a little. It was no different from a small snake. When the spirit-devouring bloodline appeared, it opened its mouth and sucked. The heaven and earth spiritual energy in the surroundings surged and gathered towards Lu Ming. It was absorbed by the bloodline and turned into energy that entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the true dragon battle art and continuously refined the energy that entered his body into true qi. Lu Ming's cultivation continued to solidify and approached the martial grandmaster realm. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to break through. Instead, he continued to polish his realm and strengthen his foundation. In the blink of an eye, 20 days passed. It's time. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The qi vortex in his dantian spun rapidly. The true qi in his meridians surged like a river. Every stream of true qi was like a small true dragon. Roar! Roar! Lu Ming could even hear the roar of a dragon. All the true qi gathered together and started to break through the bottleneck of the martial grandmaster realm. Boom! Boom! A series of thunderous booms resounded in the air. Of course, the outside world couldn't hear it. All of this was happening inside Lu Ming's body. Time and time again, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to gather and flow into Lu Ming's body, replenishing his true energy. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming's body suddenly shook, and a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. This aura was 10 times stronger than before. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was like a black hole. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was crazily converging towards Lu Ming. All of it was absorbed by Lu Ming and transformed into an even more majestic true energy. So powerful. Is this the strength of a martial Grand Master? His true chi is 10 times stronger than the peak of the 9th level martial master. Lu Ming was delighted. Condense. With a thought, Lu Ming gently waved his right hand, and a fiery red spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Condensing chi into a weapon, this was something only a martial Grand Master could do. Condensing chi into a weapon was like condensing a substance. Although it couldn't compare to a real spiritual weapon, it wasn't too far off. The key was that as long as one's true chi was not exhausted, it would be endless. Shua. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the spear in his hand shot out like lightning. With a chi sound, it pierced through the wall of the stone room, and more than half of it went in. However, as soon as the spear left his hand, it turned into energy and dissipated between heaven and earth. It was said that when one reached the advanced martial Grand Master realm, the condensed weapon would not dissipate. It could stay for a few days, and could even be lent to others to fight. It was similar to a real weapon. After breaking through to the martial Grand Master realm, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased tremendously. However, Lu Ming did not leave immediately. Instead, he continued to cultivate. He only had a month to cultivate in the Phoenix Perch Cave. There were still a few days left, so he could use it to consolidate his cultivation. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming stood up and walked out of the Phoenix Perch Cave, returning to his dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, he saw Hua Qi sitting in the courtyard in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Ming, you're back. I've been waiting for you for a few days. Seeing Lu Ming push open the door, Hua Qi's eyes lit up. Waiting for me? What's the matter? Lu Ming asked. I'm going to leave the Mystic Essence Sword Sect for a while. I wanted to say goodbye to you. Hua Qi said. Leave the Mystic Essence Sword Sect? Where are you going? Lu Ming was stunned. Hua Qi sighed, as if he had a lot on his mind. After a while he said, something happened at home, so I have to rush back. I'm afraid I won't return to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect for a long time. Won't return to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect for a long time? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Actually, Hua Qi had always been very mysterious in his eyes. Hua Qi had never mentioned his background. Even Lu Ming and Pang Shi didn't know what Hua Qi's bloodline rank was. They only knew that Hua Qi's talent was shocking. When he first entered the sect, Hua Qi's cultivation was in the martial master realm. After a year, Hua Qi's cultivation had risen to the martial master realm. This was already shocking for an ordinary genius. It was definitely a top talent. Moreover, they only knew that Hua Qi was very rich. Before they were all friends, so Lu Ming and Pang Shi didn't ask too much. After all, everyone had their own secrets. But now Lu Ming was curious. But since Hua Qi didn't say anything, Lu Ming wouldn't ask either. Then we'll meet again. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Lu Ming, Big Stone accepted a mission to exterminate the Dongyi tribe 7 days ago. He's heading to Dongke City. When you see him, help me say goodbye to him. Hua Qi continued. Okay, no problem. Wait, exterminate the Dongyi tribe? What's going on? Lu Ming started to nod, but suddenly remembered something and asked in surprise. The Dongyi tribe was a tribe that lived in the coastal mountains. They had millions of people and could communicate with beasts. They were a big threat to the east of the Burning Sun Empire. The east of the Burning Sun Empire was guarded by the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. The Dongyi tribe couldn't do anything and could only hide in the coastal mountains. Could it be that the Dongyi tribe was making a move again? Hua Qi nodded and said, 10 days ago, the Dongyi tribe sent out 100,000 troops to attack the area around Dongke City. They took down 6 cities in a row, but were stopped at Dongke City. The sect has issued a mission for the disciples of the 4 great schools to go and exterminate the Dongyi tribe. Killing the Dongyi tribe and the demonic beasts they lead will earn you a corresponding amount of contribution points. Right now, many disciples of the 4 great schools are heading to Dongke City. Lu Ming nodded and roughly knew what was going on. The coastal mountains were endless and covered the east of the Burning Sun Empire. The Mystic Essence Sword sect was only near the middle of the coastal mountains. There was still a long distance to the north and south. Donkey City was about 20,000 miles south of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. It was close to the coastal mountains. Don't worry, I'll tell Big Stone. Lu Ming nodded and said, Okay, then I'll be going. Hua Qi said and walked out. After a few steps he stopped and said, Lu Ming, if there's a chance you and Big Stone can come to the Imperial City and find me. The Imperial City? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly brightened. Was Hua Qi's family in the Imperial City? Hua Qi didn't say much and walked out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Imperial City? I'll go there sooner or later. Chapter 147. Lu Ming pondered for a while before heading to the mission hall. He was going to accept the mission to exterminate the Eastern barbarians. Killing the Eastern barbarians and their demonic beasts would not only earn him contribution points, but Lu Ming could also devour their blood essence to increase his cultivation. Killing two birds with one stone. Arriving at the mission hall, he easily accepted the mission. After receiving the mission token, Lu Ming rushed to Donkey City. He did not ride on his mount, but used his movement skill to rush over. With his current movement skill, he was much faster than the green scale horse. Moreover, the process of rushing over was also a process of cultivating his movement skill. Using the airborne steps, Lu Ming's body was as light as a gust of wind. He stepped on the grass with the tip of his foot and flew dozens of meters forward. He was as light as a swan and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this speed, Lu Ming arrived at the outskirts of Donkey City in merely 3 days. Donkey City was undoubtedly a big city. The city walls were more than 30 meters tall, which was many times larger than Firestorm City. At this time, the gates of Donkey City were tightly shut, and the city walls were guarded by soldiers in iron armor. The city was heavily guarded. Stop, who are you? When Lu Ming arrived at the city gates, an armored general on the city walls shouted, I am a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming took out his jade identity token and waved it gently. The token flew up the city walls. You are indeed a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Open the city gates. After checking the jade identity token, the armored general threw it back to Lu Ming and ordered, Crack crack. The city gates opened slightly and Lu Ming walked in. After Lu Ming entered, the city gates closed immediately. Behind the city gates, there were many armored soldiers on guard. There were more of them than on the city walls. Donkey City was guarded by a legion of the Burning Sun Empire. There were 50,000 soldiers, all of whom were elites. Their purpose was to intimidate the Eastern barbarians. Now that the royal family was on the decline, and the sects were on the rise, although the armies of the Burning Sun Empire still listened to the royal family on the surface, they actually listened to the sects more. Take Donkey City's army for example. On the surface, it appeared that they were under the command of the imperial family, but in reality, they were under the command of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Therefore, they would report to the Mystic Essence Sword sect whenever something happened. Young hero, the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect are all in the first camp. Let me take you there. A soldier walked up to Lu Ming and said, All right. Lu Ming nodded. He followed the soldier and headed to the first camp. As soon as he entered the camp, he heard a commotion. What a joke. You guys haven't even reached Martial Master Realm Stage 4. Yet you actually dare to accept this mission. Are you guys really fucking crazy for contribution points? You really don't want to live anymore. Let me tell you, if you embarrass our Mystic Essence Sword sect on the battlefield, I won't forgive you. A few trash below the 4th level of the Martial Master Realm. When the time comes, no one will save you. Arrogant voices sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming followed the voice and walked over. As he got closer, he saw a few groups of people gathered together. They were obviously disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Big Stone. Lu Ming spotted Pang Shi among the small group of people at one glance. At that moment, Pang Shi's face was flushed red. He was blocked by another group of people with 3 or 4 other people. Our cultivation is low, but we won't charge at the front. We can at least kill some scattered Dongi tribesmen, right? Pang Shi said in a low muffled voice. Kill scattered Dongi tribesmen? So you guys are here to take advantage of us. Get back to the sect immediately. Do you think you can take advantage of the White Tiger sect? A young man with triangular eyes said coldly opposite Pang Shi. Nonsense. Who said we're here to take advantage of you? I won't take advantage of you. Pang Shi replied loudly. The young man with triangular eyes said coldly, how dare you talk back? Are you looking for a beating? There were other disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect at the side, but none of them interfered. They were all watching the show. Looking for a beating? Who do you think you can beat? Lu Ming walked over and said indifferently. Who? The young man with triangular eyes said coldly and turned to Lu Ming. However, when he saw Lu Ming's face, his face froze. Lu Ming. The young man with triangular eyes said in a daze. The other people's faces also changed slightly. However, there were also some people who were watching with great interest. This time, it wasn't just the bronze disciples who came, there were also many silver disciples who came. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're here too. Pang Shi was overjoyed when he saw Lu Ming. Big stone. Lu Ming smiled and walked over. Then he looked at the young man with triangular eyes and said, who did you say you wanted to beat? The young man with triangular eyes stammered for a long time, but he did not say a word. Lu Ming, junior brother Ming is doing it for their own good. They are disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, right? Their cultivation is too low, not even martial master level 4. If they go to the battlefield with such cultivation, it will be very dangerous. Junior brother Ming is doing it for their safety. At this moment, a young man behind the young man with triangular eyes walked up and said, yes, that's right. After seeing this young man, the young man with triangular eyes was emboldened. Oh. Lu Ming responded with an oh, and then asked the triangular-eyed man, what is your cultivation level then? Me. Peak Martial Master level 6. The young man with triangular eyes replied confidently. Peak Martial Master level 6? It's very dangerous to go to the battlefield with such a low cultivation. Hurry up and go back. Lu Ming said indifferently and added, I'm doing it for your own good. You. The young man with triangular eyes' face turned red. Lu Ming, don't be unreasonable. Another young man said coldly, who do you think you are? Lu Ming looked at him from the corner of his eyes. How dare you, Lu Ming? Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are first on the bronze list. No matter how talented you are, you can only show off among the bronze disciples. Senior brother Du is a silver disciple, a martial master level 2 expert. He can easily suppress you. Now that we are talking to you nicely, don't fail to appreciate our kindness. The young man with triangular eyes pointed at Lu Ming and shouted loudly. Although Lu Ming's battle strength was very strong, he was only a martial master. Although his talent was heaven-defying and he could defeat or even kill a martial master level 1 expert. However, a martial master level 1 and a martial master level 2 were two different concepts. A martial master level 1 expert could not fight back against a martial master level 2 expert. This was the confidence of the young man with triangular eyes. He did not believe that Lu Ming could fight against a martial master level 2 expert. Martial master level 2? No wonder you are so arrogant. Lu Ming curled his lips and sneered as he waved his hand. Pa. The young man with triangular eyes was sent flying. I don't know how to appreciate your kindness, so what? Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded, followed by the sound of the young man with triangular eyes landing heavily on the ground. Lu Ming, you are too arrogant. Do you really think that no one can stop you? Chapter 148. Of course, there is someone who can defeat me, but unfortunately, it can't be you. Lu Ming curled his lips and laughed. Senior brother Du, you must avenge me. At this moment, the triangular-eyed man struggled to get up and cried out. Unfortunately, one side of his face was swollen like a pig's head. Blood flowed from his mouth and several of his teeth were missing. Senior Du's expression became even more unsightly. Beside him, a few other silver disciples of the White Tiger Hall also walked over with an unfriendly expression. However, they were all first-layer martial masters. This Lu Ming is still as domineering as before. At the side, some disciples from the other halls were watching and someone commented, geniuses are all like that. However, I feel that going too far is as bad as falling short. Even if you are a genius, you still have to be patient when you need to be patient. Because a genius who has not grown up is just an ordinary warrior. If you blindly act domineeringly and act according to your temperament, you will definitely suffer. You are right. This Lu Ming's battle strength is indeed very strong. Even a first-layer martial master would be at a disadvantage against him. However, it is impossible for him to be a match for a second-layer martial master. Watch carefully, he is up against Du Feng. He will soon be at a disadvantage. The people at the side were whispering. Lu Ming, do you know why many geniuses fall early? It is because they do not know how to restrain themselves. When facing an undefeatable opponent, they still act high and mighty. That is why they fall before they mature. Senior Du said coldly. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Nonsense. When facing an undefeatable opponent, of course you have to restrain yourself. Do I need you to tell me that? However, when facing an opponent that can be suppressed with a flip of the palm, why should I restrain myself? The surrounding people were somewhat stunned. Lu Ming's meaning was clear. He could suppress Du Feng with a flip of the palm. Ah! Du Feng laughed out of extreme anger and said, "Let's see how you will suppress me with a flip of the palm." Dong! Du Feng took a step forward. It was as if a heavy hammer hammered the ground, producing a violent rumble. The aura on his body burst out. It was thick and powerful like a mountain. It was much stronger than a ninth-layer martial master. It could be said that a second-level martial master could kill a ninth-level martial master with a flip of his hand. Du Feng's hand glowed, and a green longsword condensed. It looked as if it was carved from green jade. Slash. Du Feng's sword slashed down towards Lu Ming. Sword Qi whistled, extremely shocking. Stronger than Jian Wuchen. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. As expected of a second-layer martial grandmaster. With Jian Wuchen's battle prowess, killing a first-layer martial grandmaster should be easy. However, he should not be a match for a second-layer martial grandmaster. However, Lu Ming was not at the ninth-level martial master. Boom. Without even looking, Lu Ming punched out. His fist was wrapped in a layer of fiery red light, making Lu Ming's fist look like a fireball. Boom. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. Lu Ming's punch directly destroyed the sword aura that Du Feng slashed out, the combat sword that was condensed from his vital energy, and so on. Lu Ming's punch did not stop and continued to bombard. How can this be? In an instant, Du Feng's eyes widened and flashed with disbelief. Then he roared and exploded with all his strength. His body retreated quickly. His hand glowed, and a real spirit weapon appeared in front of him. Clang! Tang Feng's fist smashed onto the spirit weapon sword. A violent force erupted and Du Feng's body was blasted away like a cannonball. He crashed into the wall more than 30 meters away, smashing the wall and causing a burst of smoke and dust to fill the air. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps could be heard from the audience. The disciples of the 4 great academies stared so hard that their eyeballs almost popped out. One punch, just one punch, and Du Feng was sent flying. He was not a match at all. He was as weak as a chicken. How is this possible? Could it be that Lu Ming has already broken through to the martial grandmaster realm? How can he be so fast? But that's the only possibility. Otherwise he wouldn't be so strong. For geniuses like them, it's easy for them to step into the martial grandmaster realm. They had never heard of a 9th-layer martial master being able to send a 2nd-layer martial grandmaster flying with one punch. They guessed that Lu Ming should have stepped into the martial grandmaster realm. The triangular-eyed man was also dumbfounded. When he reacted, his whole body was trembling in fear. Du Feng struggled to get up from the shattered wall. His body was covered in dust, and he was in a very sorry state. Lu Ming, just you wait. This time, there are 3rd-layer martial grandmasters, and even 4th-layer martial grandmasters from the White Tiger Hall. Let's wait and see. Du Feng fiercely threw down a sentence and then left with his tail between his legs. It was too embarrassing. He couldn't stay for a second longer. The triangular-eyed man also hurriedly left with Du Feng. Lu Ming smiled and didn't care. Senior brother Lu Ming, you've become stronger again. Pang Shi walked over and said, Big Stone, how many days have you been here? Come, tell me about the situation. Lu Ming changed the topic. I've only been here for 2 days. The two of them came to a military camp. Pang Shi introduced the place to Lu Ming. According to Pang Shi, The Dongyi tribe attacked Dongke City 3 days ago. However, they retreated not long after and didn't continue to attack for the past 2 days. Big Stone, when the battle starts, he can't be impulsive, Lu Ming warned. During the battle, tens of thousands of soldiers would attack. Pang Shi's cultivation was indeed lower. Now he was only a second-layer martial master. I know. I just want to train. I won't die for nothing. Pang Shi scratched his head. Then he walked around with Pang Shi. In the military camp, the army had already gone out to stand guard. Only the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect were here. The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect had a special status. Therefore, when there was no battle, they were more casual and could do whatever they wanted. The first day was peaceful. On the second day, it was still peaceful. The Dongyi tribe didn't make any moves. In the past 2 days, the disciples of the White Tiger sect didn't cause trouble for Lu Ming either. On the third day of Lu Ming's arrival, dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, the war drums rumbled like thunder, resounding in the military camp. The Dongyi tribe is attacking. Let's go and kill them. Haha, my contribution points are here. There were more than 2,000 disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect in the past few days. Most of them were bronze-level disciples, and a small number of silver-level disciples. There were about 100 of them. They had been bored out of their wits for the past few days. Now that they heard the war drums, they were all energized and rushed toward the city wall. Lu Ming, Pang Shi, and a few others also rushed toward the city wall. When they arrived at the city wall, the army of Dongke City was fully armed. Bows and crossbows were ready. Rumble. At this moment, in the distance at the end of the coastal mountain range, there was a sudden rumble and the ground shook. Then, a dark cloud appeared at the end of the earth. No, those weren't dark clouds. They were beasts. There were countless beasts. There were tigers, wolves, leopards, and all kinds of beasts. There were even flying beasts. There were 1 or 2 human figures sitting on each of the demonic beasts. They were the Dongyi tribe. There were at least tens of thousands of beasts. Roar! Roar! Chapter 149. The faces of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect disciples changed. Some of them looked grave. Some of them were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts gathered together, and there were even more Dongyi tribesmen among them. The aura they formed was too strong. It was overwhelming, as if it could crush everything. Other than cultivating, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect disciples usually fought one-on-one with others. When had they ever seen such a scene? Now that they saw it, they were terrified. They used to be arrogant and did not take the Dongyi tribesmen seriously. They thought that they were only here to snatch contribution points. Now they no longer thought that way. This was a real war. It was good enough that they could survive such a war. Some people only felt their legs go soft, and were already thinking of retreating. Among them, only Lu Ming had comprehended force. Lu Ming was able to use the force of fire to fight against the force of thousands of beasts. That was why he was not shocked. Get ready! An armored general on the city wall shouted. Whoosh! The movements of the soldiers on the city wall were uniform. Their longbows were drawn, and the bowstrings were fully drawn. Their eyes were fixed on the demonic beast army that was rolling towards them. Most of the soldiers were martial soldiers. Their cultivation might not be as strong as the Mystic Essence Sword Sect disciples, but they were used to war. Their mental fortitude was much stronger than the Mystic Essence Sword Sect disciples. Rumble. The tremors became more intense. The army of tens of thousands of demonic beasts was slowly approaching. Kill. When they were close enough, the armored general gave the order. Kill. Kill. On the city wall, the army of tens of thousands roared. Their roars shook the heavens. Whoosh. Whoosh. Then, the bows and arrows were shot out. Like a dark cloud, the arrows shot towards the demonic beast army. Suddenly, the demonic beasts in the army were hit by the arrows and fell to the ground. However, that was only a small part of the army. More demonic beasts continued to charge forward fearlessly. Continue shooting. Whoosh. Whoosh. Another wave of dense arrows shot towards the demonic beasts. Roars shook the heavens and blood filled the air. It was a tragic scene. Some of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect disciples broke out in cold sweat. In such a situation, No matter how powerful one's cultivation was, or how powerful one's Jinchi protection was, one would still be pierced through by the rain of arrows. Ouch, my stomach hurts a little. I need to relieve myself. A Mystic Essence Sword sect disciple suddenly clutched his stomach and screamed. Then he turned around and ran. Ah, my stomach hurts a little too. What a coincidence. When the others saw this, they also slipped away. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people had left. Lu Ming shook his head. He was scared off just like that. Such a person's future achievements would be very limited. Young heroes, there's no need for you to act now. You'll have to deal with the Dongi experts and high-level demonic beasts. An old man in iron armor walked over and said. Lu Ming recognized this person. He was the city lord of Dongke City, Fu Liang. Lu Ming and the rest nodded. The walls of Eastern K City were tall and majestic, and the demonic beasts below were mostly level 1 demonic beasts. It would not be easy for level 1 demonic beasts to attack. Level 2 and even level 3 demonic beasts would require Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples. This was because there were not many martial grandmasters in the army of Dongke City. Most of them were generals. Whoosh! At this moment, the Dongi people began to counterattack. They shot out small arrows from the bodies of the demonic beasts. Defend! With a loud roar, shields were erected on the city walls. Clang! Clang! All the arrows shot by the Dongi people hit the shields. Only a few of them hit the soldiers of Dongke City. Counterattack! Another round of arrows was shot from the city walls. After a few rounds, the demonic beasts were already close to the city walls. Charge! Break into Dongke City and take all the treasures and women. The Dongi people roared. Charge! Charge! The Dongi people roared and controlled the demonic beasts to charge up the city walls. On the city walls, rolling logs and blazing fire barrels rained down in torrents. Screams of agony were heard. This was completely different from a one-on-one fight between martial artists. Many of the Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples felt their mouths go dry. Lu Ming finally understood why the Mystic Essence Sword sect wanted the disciples of the 4 campuses to take on this mission. It was nothing more than training. Only by going through such a bloody battle could one's will become stronger. Roar! Finally, a demonic beast charged up the city walls. The Dongi people on the beast shot out long arrows. Most of the Dongi people were bare-chested. They were strong and had a longbow on their back and a scimitar on their waist. Charge! Fu Liang roared. He pulled out his battle saber and slashed at a Dongi man. The saber pierced through the air and split the Dongi man and his demonic beast in half. Fu Liang was at least a level 3 martial grandmaster. He was extremely powerful. Charge! The other Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples roared and charged. Suddenly, sword chi, saber chi, and fist energy flashed on the city walls. Big Stone, follow me! Lu Ming shouted. With a flick of his hand, the fiery tongue spear appeared. He stabbed out and nailed a demonic beast to the city walls. The Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples were undeniably strong. The moment they attacked, the demonic beasts and Dongi people on the city walls were instantly killed. Retreat! Retreat! Suddenly, a loud roar came from the Dongi people. Then the horn sounded. Countless demonic beasts retreated toward the coastal mountains like a tide. Everyone was stunned. They retreated just like that? Was it just the beginning? Haha, the Dongi people are just SOO. Some of the Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples were emboldened and laughed. Fu Liang frowned and pondered for a while. Something is wrong. How could the Dongi people retreat as soon as they attacked? It doesn't make sense. Mayor Fu, maybe the Dongi people are afraid of us because we have too many experts. A Mystic Essence Sword sect disciple laughed. Fu Liang frowned and said nothing. Lu Ming was also deep in thought. He had a feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. The Dongi people came quickly and left quickly. Soon they were nowhere to be seen. Next, it was time to clean up the battlefield. Lu Ming pretended to help. In fact, his goal was the blood essence of the demonic beasts and the Dongi experts. However, the blood essence of low-level demonic beasts and martial artists was of little help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming specifically chose high-level demonic beasts and martial artists, but there were very few of them. There was not even a single martial grandmaster. Absorbing the blood essence of dozens of demonic beasts and martial artists above the 6th level of the martial grandmaster realm did not help Lu Ming much. After the battle, Lu Ming and the others went back to rest. A day later, the war drums sounded again. Everyone rushed to the city walls. As expected, the Dongyi people were attacking again. However, this time was similar to the last time. The Dongyi people had just started their attack and retreated. It was the same on the third day. At this time, many people felt that something was wrong. Chapter 150. Fu Liang sensed that something was amiss. He sent out scouts to patrol around Dongke City, fearing that the Dongyi tribe was up to something. On the 4th day, the Dongyi tribe came again. However, this time, the Dongyi tribe's beast army did not attack. Instead, they stopped a few thousand meters away from Dongke City. That was beyond the range of the crossbows. Everyone on the city wall looked at each other, wondering what the Dongyi tribe was up to. At this moment, a young man rode a tiger and rushed forward a few hundred meters. He looked at Dongke City and shouted, "There must be many disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect among you, right? I heard that the Mystic Essence Sword Sect is one of the 5 major sects of the Burning Sun Empire. Today, I would like to see it for myself. I am Bach, 19 years old. I challenge all the geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect below the age of 20. Who wants to fight me?" His voice echoed throughout the city. The tens of thousands of soldiers on Dongke City were stunned. The Dongyi tribe did not come to attack the city. Instead, they sent a young man to challenge the geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Is the Dongyi tribe trying to use this to attack our morale? Fu Liang frowned and pondered. However, they had to accept the Dongyi tribe's challenge. The Dongyi tribe was only a small tribe with a population of a few million. Compared to the Burning Sun Empire, they were many times weaker. A small tribe sending a young man to challenge the geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, one of the 5 major sects of the Burning Sun Empire. If they did not accept the challenge, the Dongyi tribe would definitely say that the Mystic Essence Sword Sect was afraid of them. This would definitely affect the morale of the army. "Young heroes, do any of you want to fight?" Fu Liang asked the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. "We can fight, but be careful of traps." Many disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect hesitated. If they left the city and were attacked by the Dongyi tribe, wouldn't they die in vain? The Eastern barbarians seemed to have guessed the crowd's thoughts. The army of demonic beasts slowly retreated. They only stopped when they had retreated 10 miles. Even if they wanted to attack, the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect would have enough time to escape to Dongke City. "Junior brothers, which of you wants to go up and fight?" A young man in his 20s asked from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. The Dongyi tribe wanted to challenge those under the age of 20. Since they dare to fight, they must be strong. We must not be careless. Some people were more cautious. What kind of genius can a mere Dongyi tribe have? To be able to cultivate to the 9th realm of the Martial Master realm at the age of 19 is already very impressive. However, some people were disdainful. To reach the 9th level of the Martial Master realm at the age of 19, even in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, he could be considered a decent genius. For example, many of the people on the bronze list were already 18 or 19 years old. Some of the older disciples were even in their 20s. I think it's better to be cautious. What if the other party is a martial grandmaster? Someone asked cautiously. First layer martial grandmaster at most. I'll go and fight. In the White Tiger courtyard, a tall young man shouted coldly. He jumped down from the city wall and strode toward the young man from the Dongyi tribe. It's Duanmu Yunfei. With him fighting, we'll most likely win. That's right. It is said that Duanmu Yunfei almost made it into the bronze list back then. His talent is very high. Now that he is 20 years old, he is already a first-layer martial grandmaster. The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect were rather confident in Duanmu Yunfei. Duanmu Yun's flying speed is extremely fast. Not long after, she arrived in front of Bahi. Come down, let's fight. Duanmu Yunfei shouted coldly. Bahi smiled and jumped down from the tiger, facing Duanmu Yunfei. You go first. Otherwise you won't have a chance. Bahi was very confident. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. Duanmu Yunfei's killing intent flashed. He unsheathed his long sword and stabbed out 3 times in an instant. 3 sword radiances flashed at an astonishing speed. An ordinary martial master Realm 9 martial artist would not be able to dodge them, and would be killed in an instant. Duanmu Yunfei displayed the strength of a martial grandmaster. However, Bahi arched his body slightly like a fierce tiger. He took a step forward and his body was as fast as lightning, easily dodging Duanmu Yunfei's sword radiances. So powerful. He has definitely reached the martial grandmaster realm. The spectators on the city wall were shocked. It seems that although the Dongyi tribe has few people, they still have geniuses. Duanmu Yunfei's eyes flashed when his attack missed. He immediately activated his bloodline and displayed his strongest combat strength. Die. Swoosh. Swoosh. 9 consecutive swords. The sword chi continued to flow towards Bahi. It's over. Bahi's eyes flashed fiercely. A strong evil aura seeped out of his body, like a ferocious beast. Swoosh. A snow-white ray of light flashed out like a bright moonlight. It was Bahi's blade radiance. However, it was unbelievably fast. Duanmu Yunfei did not even see it clearly before he felt a chill in his throat. Then endless darkness enveloped him. 1 slash. He killed Duanmu Yunfei with 1 slash. How is that possible? On the city wall, the spectators were shocked when they saw Duanmu Yunfei's head flying high. When did he slash out? I didn't see it clearly. I didn't see it clearly either. It was too fast. I only saw a flash of light and Duanmu Yunfei was killed. This Bahi is too strong. The Dongyi tribe has such a genius? The disciples of the mystic essence sword sect discussed. In my opinion, the Dongyi tribe came prepared this time. They have sent their top genius. Fu Liang frowned and said, "Damn it. If it weren't for the rule of being below 20 years old, I would have killed him." A young man in his 20s who was at the martial master realm 3rd realm said, "I'll kill him." At this moment, another young man walked out and jumped down the city wall. It's Lu Cheng. He has already reached the peak of the 1st layer of the martial grandmaster realm. It is said that he has been bitterly cultivating a low-grade profound tier martial skill. I reckon he has already reached a certain level of maturity. I wonder if he will be able to fight against his opponent. If his lower black level martial technique reaches the 2nd level, he should be able to fight. Lu Qing quickly arrived in front of Bahi. "Make your move." Bahi still had that calm expression on his face. In his eyes, there was even a hint of disdain. Being looked down upon by a barbarian from the Dongyi tribe, Lu Cheng's eyes flashed with killing intent. He unsheathed his sword and turned into a meteor, attacking Bahi. Meteor swordplay. There must be a 2nd level or even more. There is hope. However, before the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect could finish their words, they stopped abruptly. This was because Bahi had slashed out with his blade. With 1 slash, Lu Cheng's head fell to the ground. Lu Cheng was still killed by a single slash. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. How is that possible? How can a mere Dongyi tribe have such a strong genius? He killed Lu Cheng, who has cultivated a black-level martial technique, and reached the peak of martial master realm 1st realm. How strong is he? What is his cultivation? Chapter 151. To have such a strong combat strength at the age of 19, he would be considered a top genius even in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Furthermore, they had no idea how strong the other party was. They only felt that he was unfathomable. Fu Liang frowned. After a while he said, "If I'm not wrong, he has reached the peak of martial master realm." What? Peak of martial master realm? At the scene, the sound of people sucking in cold air once again rang out. To reach the peak of martial master realm at the age of 19, he was stronger than they had imagined. Such a cultivation was considered top in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. For example, Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang were around 18 years old when the grand competition of the 4 academies took place. This was because they had deliberately stayed behind to accumulate experience. Disregarding everything else, just Bahi's cultivation speed was already not much weaker than Zhang Muyun and the others. However, Zhang Muyun and the rest were the top geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Damn it, the top geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect did not come today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. Yeah, the other party caught us off guard. Although some people looked at Lu Ming, they shook their heads. Lu Ming was still a martial master not long ago. Even if he had reached the martial master realm, he would not be a match for the other party. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to make a move, Bahi spoke. What? No one is going to make a move? The Mystic Essence Sword Sect is only SOSO. How about this? I'll raise the age by 2 years. Anyone below 22 can come and fight with me. Bahi laughed with disdain. All right, 22 years old. You said it yourself. The young man who was over 20 years old shouted. He jumped down and rushed towards the other party. Haha, senior brother Lu Tian has made his move. The other party is dead for sure. He's too confident. He actually raised his own age by 2 years. Senior brother Lu Tian is exactly 22 years old, and his cultivation has already reached the 3rd layer of the martial grandmaster realm. It's enough to suppress him. Furthermore, senior brother Lu Tian was someone who was on the bronze ranking back then. The other party is courting death. After killing 2 of our people, he's too arrogant. The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect smiled. However, Lu Ming frowned. He didn't know why, but he felt that it wasn't that simple. Soon Lu Tian arrived in front of Bach. A mere barbarian has killed 2 disciples of my Mystic Essence Sword Sect. You deserve to die 1,000 times over. Now let me send you on your way. Lu Tian's eyes were incomparably cold. Bahi smiled faintly and said disdainfully. The other 2 said the same thing, but they couldn't even block a single strike from me. Don't compare me to them. Lu Tian shouted coldly as his aura burst forth. The aura of a 3rd-grade martial master formed a strong pressure that crushed towards the other party. However, Bach only smiled faintly with a hint of mockery on his lips. He was as calm as the wind, as if he was not under any pressure at all. Back when 3 slashes. Lu Tian suddenly shouted and unsheathed his saber. A terrifying saber light soared into the sky, forming a saber that was dozens of meters long and slashed towards Bach. Good, the 4th stage of a low-grade profound martial skill. Fu Liang applauded and thought to himself, as expected of a genius of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. He can cultivate a low-grade profound martial skill to the 4th stage when he's only a 3rd-grade martial master. Ordinary martial artists might not be able to cultivate a low-grade profound martial skill at the 3rd-grade martial master realm. Even he, who had cultivated a low-grade profound martial skill for dozens of years, was only at the 4th stage. Interesting. Bach smiled and unsheathed his saber again. Swoosh. The saber light broke through the air and slashed rapidly towards Lu Tian's head. This move is useless against me. Lu Tian roared and his true chi burst forth. 2 sabers formed in front of him and slashed forward. Bam bam. The sabers formed by true chi were shattered, but Lu Tian had bought some time. The saber in his hand broke through the air and slashed towards the other party's head. Bach took a step back and retreated dozens of meters. Good. Senior brother Lu Tian is mighty. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect disciples shouted. Finally, a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect had the upper hand, so they were naturally excited. Haha, looks like you have some ability, unlike those trash just now. Then I'll be serious too. Bach suddenly laughed. Be serious. Arrogant. You're clearly at a disadvantage, but you still want to save face. I was too full of myself. Senior brother Lu Tian, kill him. Show these Eastern barbarians the power of our Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Kill him. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect disciples shouted. However, Lu Tian could not laugh. The moment Bach said that he was serious, he felt a powerful and eerie aura shrouding him. Being shrouded by this aura, Lu Tian felt his body turn cold. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. To be able to force me to use my true strength, you can die with no regrets. Bach licked his lips and a bloody light flashed in his eyes. Then a thick black true chi emerged from his body. Purgatory Saber Technique. Bach shouted and slashed out. At this moment, the wind and clouds gathered. The black true chi on his body gathered together with the saber light, and vaguely formed an evil spirit. It was as if an evil spirit had slashed out with his saber. Lu Tian was shocked. He roared and activated his bloodline, displaying his strongest combat strength. Meteor destruction. Swish! Swish! The two saber lights met in the air. With a loud sound, the saber light shot out. Bam! Then, a figure retreated quickly. It was Lu Tian. His face was pale and he coughed up blood. His eyes were filled with horror. After retreating, he turned around and ran. He did not dare to fight. It's too late to run. A cold voice sounded. A black saber light crossed the void and slashed at Lu Tian. Save me! Lu Tian shouted, but it was no use. Poochie! His head fell to the ground and blood splattered. Lu Tian, a third-stage martial master who was once on the bronze list, was killed by someone whose cultivation was lower than his. Moreover, it was from a small tribe like the Eastern barbarians. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples could not accept this fact. How could the Eastern barbarians have such a powerful genius? This was not a simple battle. One had to know that Lu Tian was also a genius. He was not an ordinary third-stage martial master. However, he was killed by someone whose cultivation was higher. The opponent's cultivation technique is very special. It doesn't seem like the cultivation technique of the Eastern barbarians. Fu Liang suddenly said, "You're saying that the opponent is not from the Eastern barbarians?" A Mystic Essence Sword sect disciple asked. "I don't know. Maybe the Eastern barbarians had a fortuitous encounter." Fu Liang said, "Haha, what genius. You're all trash. Is there anyone else who wants to fight with me?" Bok's body was filled with black true qi. His gaze was like lightning and his aura was like a rainbow. No one said anything. At first, I thought that the Mystic Essence Sword sect had some powerful geniuses. That's why they set an age limit. Now it seems that there's no need. The small Emperor Lai Sun. No, the Mystic Essence Sword sect doesn't have any decent geniuses. Chapter 152. Lu Ming's expression changed. He had heard something from Bahi's words. Bahi had just said small burning sun empire. But before he could finish, he changed the topic. This was strange. If he was from the Dongi tribe, he would not have said that. Could it be that Bahi was not from the Dongi tribe? He was not even from the Burning Sun Empire? But if he was not from the Burning Sun Empire, why would he go to the Dongi tribe? Lu Ming's thoughts were in a whirl. The people from the Mystic Essence Sword sect had ugly expressions on their faces. For a moment, no one dared to fight. There were a few fourth-grade martial master experts present, but they were all older than 22. If they fought, they would be a laughing stock. The soldiers on the city wall were also silent. In their eyes, the Mystic Essence Sword sect was a high and mighty martial arts holy land. But now, the geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword sect were being suppressed by a young man from the Dongi tribe. This was a huge blow to their confidence, and their morale plummeted. Fu Liang's eyes were filled with anxiety. If this went on, it would not be good. Report. Suddenly, a soldier hurried in to report. What's the matter? Fu Liang asked. Governor, there's a major discovery. The Dongi tribe has sent a group of people 1,000 miles south of Dongke City. They are rushing towards Mount Jiuyao. The soldier reported. What? Is the Dongi tribe here an illusion? They are sending a surprise army to attack other big cities? Fu Liang was shocked. He quickly asked, how many people did the Dongi tribe send? Not many. Only a few hundred. The soldier replied. A few hundred? Fu Liang was stunned. What was the use of a few hundred? Governor, it is said that these hundreds of people are all experts. The weakest one is an advanced martial master. What? Fu Liang was shocked. He frowned. The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect were also puzzled. The Dongi tribe must have a motive. We must stop them. A disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword sect said. That's right. But they are all experts. There are probably many martial masters. If we want to stop them, we will have to rely on you. Fu Liang cupped his fists. No problem. The Mystic Essence Sword sect disciple nodded. It's just that we have to get rid of that young man. Otherwise, it'll be a huge blow to our morale. If the other party launches an all-out attack, we'll be at a disadvantage. Fu Liang sighed. The members of the Mystic Essence Sword sect frowned again. The other party is intentionally stalling for time. Something big is definitely happening over there. We have to hurry over as soon as possible, someone said. I'll go. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone couldn't help but forget about it. Lu Ming. Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming? He was going to make a move? Could it be that he really broke through to the martial Grandmaster realm? Even if he broke through to the martial Grandmaster realm, it would still be impossible for him to be a match for him. He is at the peak of the second layer of the martial Grandmaster realm. Furthermore, it is clear that he is also an absolute genius. Maybe there is hope. A few days ago, I saw Lu Ming send Du Feng flying with one punch. Let him try. When the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect saw that it was Lu Ming who spoke, they couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. Lu Ming ignored him and stepped forward. Senior brother Lu Ming, be careful. Pang Shi shouted from behind. Lu Ming smiled faintly and leaped down from the city wall. Among the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, there was a pair of resentful eyes staring at Lu Ming. It was Du Feng. That day, he was injured by a punch and became a laughingstock. He was humiliated and hated Lu Ming to the core. Just a moment ago, he was still being mocked by others. At this moment he was roaring in his heart. Haha, Lu Ming, go to hell. You think you are a genius? Do you think you are better than Lu Tian? It's good that you are dead. Beside him, the triangular-eyed youth also had a resentful look on his face. The few of them tried their best to squeeze forward, wanting to see Lu Ming being killed by Ba He with their own eyes. Lu Ming was as light as a swallow and arrived in front of Ba He in no time. Haha, after beating up the older one, a younger one came. Kid, since you are here, my saber will not show you any mercy. Seeing Lu Ming's age, Ba He was stunned for a moment before a mocking look appeared on his face. You are not from the Burning Sun Empire, are you? Lu Ming did not answer the question, but Ba He's face changed. Speak. What are you doing here? Also, what is the purpose of the Dongyi tribe heading to Mount Juyao? Lu Ming continued to ask. Ba He's face changed a few times before he sneered. You don't have to care about that. Anyway, it is useless for you to know because you are going to die soon. Then why aren't you attacking? I know that you are trying to stall for time and delay us, but I don't have that much time to waste with you. After Lu Ming finished speaking, the storage ring on his finger lit up and the fire-tongue spear appeared in his hand. His aura also exploded. First-level martial master? Ha ha ha. A first-level martial master dares to come and die? How naive. At the sight of Lu Ming's cultivation level, Bok laughed maniacally. He almost burst into tears. On the city wall, Fu Liang kept shaking his head. Previously, when he saw Lu Ming's age, he felt that something was amiss. He was too young. Now that he saw Lu Ming's cultivation, he was a first-level martial master. Although it was shocking to have such cultivation at his age, he was still a first-level martial master. How could he be a match for Bok? Young hero, come back quickly. We will think of another way. Fu Liang shouted. Lu Ming was so young and had such a cultivation. In the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, he was definitely a top genius. If he died here, Fu Liang was afraid that the Mystic Essence Sword Sect would blame him. Mayor Fu, don't worry. Our junior Lu Ming is powerful and a peerless genius. Who knows, he might be able to kill Ba He. Du Feng said with a strange smile. However, everyone could hear the gloating and mockery in his words. Haha, since you are here, how can you leave? Ba He unsheathed his saber and a cold killing intent appeared on his body, enveloping Lu Ming. Nonsense. Lu Ming scolded. He couldn't be bothered to say more and swept out his spear. I will kill you with one slash. Ba He's voice was cold. The saber light was even colder as it slashed towards Lu Ming's head. It was as fast as lightning. Pooh. The saber accurately landed on Lu Ming's neck. However, at that moment, Ba He was shocked because it was only an afterimage. Not good. He let out a low roar and black chi burst out from his body. He stomped his feet and rushed forward without hesitation. Xiao. A ray of spear aura pierced past his ear. The cold spear aura left a bloody scar on his face. Shwa. Shwa. Ba He ran forward for dozens of meters before he dared to stop. He suddenly turned around and slashed at the air, but it hit nothing. Lu Ming stood dozens of meters away and looked at him with a smile. Hey, why are you slashing at the air? Lu Ming laughed. Bahi's face flushed red, and his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Your movement technique is not bad, but do you think you can defeat me with that? Dream on. Chapter 153. Purgatory Saber Technique Kill. Bahi roared. The saber aura pierced through the air and charged towards Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming's body emitted a scorching and explosive aura. Fire force. Once the fire force was released, it instantly crushed Bahi's cold killing intent. Force. Bahi's pupils constricted as shock flashed across his eyes. He never expected that Lu Ming could comprehend force at such a young age. So what if he comprehended force? He's only a first-stage martial master. Even if he comprehended force, he won't be my match. Bahi's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He was also a genius and could even kill a third-stage martial master. His combat strength was infinitely close to the fourth-stage martial master. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be a match for a first-stage martial master. His saber slashed out even more fiercely. This is a good opportunity to test my current combat strength. Landslide. Lu Ming took a step forward and swept his long spear from bottom to top. Clang. The saber and spear clashed, causing a deafening roar. A terrifying force surged and swept in all directions. One could see that the ground beneath Lu Ming and Bahi's feet exploded, creating a 10-meter wide and 2-meter deep crater. Boom. Then a figure quickly retreated. It was Bahi. He staggered back more than 20 meters, his face filled with shock. One move. With just one move, he could feel that the vital energy in Lu Ming's body was like a violent storm. It was continuous, indestructible, and extremely condensed. What he cultivated was a black-level superior grade technique. His vital energy was rich and condensed, far surpassing the vital energy cultivated by yellow-level techniques. However, compared to Lu Ming's vital energy, it was trash. It was completely crushed. How can he be so strong? This strength is already comparable to a fourth-stage martial master. Bahi roared in his heart. There was a small gap between the third-stage martial master and the fourth-stage martial master, and the gap was huge. Bahi was shocked, and the people on the city wall were even more shocked. Their mouths were so wide open that a duck egg could be stuffed in. This young hero Lu Ming? Was he really only 16 years old? Is he really only at the first level of the martial grandmaster realm? Shock was written all over Fu Liang's determined old face. He had experienced countless life and death battles in his life, but he had never been so shocked. City Lord Fu, speaking of which, our junior brother Lu Ming is a legendary figure in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. He entered the sect last year, and in his first year, he rushed to the top of the bronze list. An older disciple of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard explained, his face faintly revealing a proud expression. You joined last year? First place on the bronze list in his first year? Fu Liang repeated and was even more shocked. On the side, Du Feng and the triangular-eyed young man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They stared at the city wall, thinking that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Haha. Pang Shi grinned. What are you waiting for? Let's continue. Lu Ming smiled faintly and dashed toward Bahi. Purgatory Saber Technique Human Purgatory. Bahi roared in rage and erupted with all his strength. His bloodline, his potential, everything erupted as he rushed towards Lu Ming. Broken armor. The long spear stabbed out like lightning. Clang. Bach retreated again. Boom. Boom. Next, the two exchanged more than 10 moves, leaving more than 10 large pits on the ground. Bach was completely at a disadvantage. His face was pale and his body was trembling. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It's time to end this. Lu Ming whispered. He had a rough idea of his current combat strength. Without activating his bloodline, he could probably fight with an ordinary 4th-grade martial grandmaster. If he activated his bloodline, it should not be a problem for him to kill them. In the martial grandmaster realm, it was absolutely shocking to be able to kill an opponent who was 3 grades higher than him. Boom. With a flash of blood, Lu Ming's bloodline was activated and his strength increased greatly. Swoosh. The long spear turned into a ray of light, and was much faster than before. Puchi. The long spear directly pierced through Bach's heart. The small blazing sun empire. Bach's eyes widened unwillingly, and then he stopped breathing. Puchi. Pulling out the long spear, The body shook and blood splattered. There was not a single drop of blood on the tip of the spear. The devouring power appeared in his palm and devoured Bok's blood essence. Then he started to refine it. As he refined it, he looked at the Dongi army. He pointed his spear at the Eastern barbarian army and shouted, "Who among you wants to fight?" Mighty, mighty. On the city wall, tens of thousands of soldiers roared and their voices shook the sky. In the distance, the Dongi army panicked. They turned around and retreated. After the Dongi army retreated, Lu Ming returned to the city wall. Haha, young hero Lu Ming is a peerless genius. I have never seen someone like you before. Fu Liang exclaimed. Thank you for your compliment. I was just lucky, Lu Ming said modestly. Then he said, let's organize our men and rush to Mount Jiuyao. That's right. Young heroes, who wants to go? There are a few sky eagles in the camp that can carry you there quickly, Fu Liang asked. This time, those above the Martial Grandmaster realm will go. Those below the Martial Grandmaster realm will stay here to guard, a fourth-level Martial Grandmaster expert said. Everyone nodded and had no objections. Soon, 5 huge sky eagles took off from Donkei City and flew towards Mount Jiuyao. Most of the 100 or so Martial Grandmaster disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect had gone. Lu Ming was among them. There were 5 fourth-layer Martial Grandmaster experts gathered on the largest sky eagle in the middle. They were all 4th-level Martial Master experts from the Mystic Essence Sword sect who had come this time. Among them, there were 2 from the White Tiger Hall, and 1 from each of the other 3 halls. Of course, Lu Ming was among them. After this battle, they had already regarded Lu Ming as a 4th-level Martial Grandmaster. 5 4th-level Martial Grandmasters and Lu Ming gathered together to discuss. Everyone, I suggest that we put aside the grudges between the 4 halls for the time being. What do you think? Chen Quan, a 25-year-old 4th-level Martial Grandmaster from the Vermilion Bird Hall, suggested. I have no objections. Me neither. The 2 4th-level Martial Grandmasters from the Azure Dragon Hall and the Black Tortoise Hall nodded. The 2 4th-level Martial Master experts from the White Tiger Hall glanced at Lu Ming and exchanged glances. Subsequently, they nodded and said, we have no objections. Me neither. Lu Ming nodded with a smile. He didn't care. If the White Tiger Hall wanted to target him, he didn't mind teaching them a painful lesson. That's good. This time, the Dongi tribe and other people are involved in this matter. In my opinion, there must be something fishy about Mount Jiuyao. No matter what, we must stop them. The Dongi tribe has limited experts. With our strength, it should be enough. Chen Quan analyzed. Everyone nodded. Chapter 154. Soon Mount Jiuyao came into view. Mount Jiuyao was more than 3,000 meters tall and covered with strange rocks. Among them, there were 9 huge rocks, each of which was 50 to 60 meters tall. They were shaped like demonic beasts, hence the name Mount Jiuyao. At this moment, more than 200 people were gathered under a tiger-shaped rock. There were men and women, most of whom were middle-aged men and women. The men were topless, and the women were wrapped in animal skins. They were obviously from the Dongi tribe. At this moment, a few Dongi elders surrounded the tiger-shaped rock and smeared blood on it. It's the Dongi tribe. They're carving inscriptions. Chen Quan shouted. Go down and stop them. Caw. The Gale Eagles screeched and rushed toward the Dongi tribe. It's the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Kill them. We can't let them ruin our plan to open the ancestral ruins. Kill them. The Dongi tribe used to rule the Blazing Sun Empire. As long as we get the treasures in the ancestral ruins, we'll rise again and rule the Blazing Sun Empire. Roars rang out one after another, accompanied by incomparably sharp arrows. Swoosh. Swoosh. Hundreds of arrows streaked across the sky and shot toward the 5 Gale Eagles. Stop them. The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect sent out sword chi, saber chi, and fist energy to block the arrows. However, these arrows were shot by martial arts experts, and most of them were shot by martial grandmasters. They were imbued with powerful true chi. Although the Dongi tribe disciples tried their best to block them, many of the arrows still penetrated their defenses. Puff. Puff. Many of the arrows hit the Gale Eagles. Oh no! The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect were shocked. They had no choice but to jump off the Gale Eagles and use body lightning technique to descend. However, this made them easy targets for the Dongi tribe. Kill! The Eastern barbarians roared, and another wave of arrows shot toward them. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect disciples roared and tried their best to block the arrows. However, they were in the air and could only use their true chi to block the arrows. Ah! Ah! Miserable cries rang out as 5 or 6 disciples with weaker cultivations had their bodies pierced by arrows. Their hearts and other parts of their bodies fell to the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, Lu Ming's high air steps displayed a mysterious power. When he stepped on the air, it was as if he was stepping on solid objects. A wave of energy was generated, and Lu Ming's figure floated, dodging several arrows. However, he had only cultivated to the 3rd level and could not last for long. But it was enough. With a few leaps, Lu Ming charged toward the Dongi tribe. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another wave of arrows shot over like shooting stars, incomparably fast. The arrows pierced through the air, bringing with them sharp and terrifying whistling sounds. Moon seizing, Lu Ming swept out with his spear, sweeping away the dozens of arrows in front of him. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt his wrists go numb. A few more screams came from the sky. More people from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect were hit by arrows. At this point, however, they were already close to the Eastern barbarians. Kill! Kill these Eastern barbarians! The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect shouted angrily, launching powerful attacks downward. The Eastern barbarians put away their bows and unsheathed their swords, slashing out a pale white blade light. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions rang out. The disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect borrowed the force of their attacks to reduce the force of their fall. They landed on the ground and engaged in a fierce battle with the Eastern barbarians. It had to be said that the Eastern barbarians had sent many experts this time. At least 100 of them were martial grand masters. The rest were high-level martial grand masters. However, the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect were, after all, disciples of a large sect. Their combat strength was higher than that of ordinary people. For a moment, the battle was difficult to determine who would win. Hold on. The ancestral ruins is about to open. An elder of the Eastern barbarians shouted. Kill! The battle between the two sides was extremely fierce. There were 6 or 7 4th-level martial grand masters among the Eastern barbarians. Chun Quan and the others were completely entangled. Clang! Lu Ming swept out with his spear. 3 of the Eastern barbarians above the 7th level of martial grand master were sent flying. Their bones were broken, and they were no longer breathing. Little bastard, you're courting death. A 50-year-old Eastern barbarian slashed at Lu Ming with his saber. Landslide. Lu Ming swept out with his spear and exchanged a blow with his opponent. The two of them were pushed back by the force of the collision. 4th-level martial grand master. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. His opponent was even more shocked. He saw that Lu Ming was only a 1st-level martial grand master. He thought that he would be able to finish him off with one blow. He didn't expect that they would be evenly matched. A genius. A peerless genius of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Good. Killing such a genius is enough to make the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's heart ache. The man licked his lips. His eyes flashed with violence. Chi-chi. The Eastern barbarian slashed out a dozen times. The pale white saber light enveloped Lu Ming's vital points. Fire dance. With a flick of his spear, flowers of flame appeared, beautiful and dangerous. Bang! Bang! A series of rapid explosions sounded. The flowers of fire dissipated and the saber light was defeated. Chasing lightning. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming's spear pierced toward his opponent's throat like lightning. Whoosh! The other party's saber actually started to spin in his hands, transforming into a snow-white full moon formed by saber gleams. Lu Ming's long spear pierced over but was deflected with a clang. Beast Hunter's 18 slashes. The burly man from the Dongi tribe charged toward Lu Ming again. Lu Ming also attacked with his spear. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged dozens of blows. Gradually, Lu Ming gained the upper hand. Lu Ming had the power of fire. Coupled with the astral fire spear art, his attacks were like a volcanic eruption. Coupled with his extremely condensed vital energy, He was extremely violent. The other party was only an early-stage 4th-grade martial master, and was gradually losing. Buzz. At this moment, the tiger-shaped stone suddenly emitted a bright light. Haha, the ancestral ruins are open. An elder from the eastern barbarian tribe laughed. The tiger-shaped stone shone brightly. Slowly, it condensed into a 10-meter tall and 3-meter wide light gate. Kill them all. We'll go to the ruins. The elders from the eastern barbarian tribe who had been smearing the blood of the demonic beasts on their bodies roared. Each of them released a powerful aura, and charged toward the mystic essence sword sect disciples. Of the 5 people, 2 of them actually had the cultivation of the 5th level of the martial master realm. The other 3 also had the cultivation of the 4th level of the martial master realm. Once they joined the battle, the mystic essence sword sect disciples were at a disadvantage. In a few breaths' time, 5 or 6 of their disciples were killed. Charge! Charge toward that light! Lu Ming suddenly shouted. Since they couldn't win, they might as well charge toward the treasure. Perhaps they could turn the tables. Yes, charge! The mystic essence sword sect disciples roared and charged toward the light gate. Damn it! Stop them! As expected, the eastern barbarians panicked. They roared and tried their best to stop the mystic essence sword sect disciples. Chapter 155. Hold it right there. The Dongyi tribe man roared and chased after Lu Ming. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming, who was sprinting ahead, suddenly stopped and thrust his spear at the Dongyi tribe man. This was extremely sudden. The Dongyi tribe man thought that Lu Ming was going to rush to the light door with all his might, but he did not expect to see him coming back. In a hurry, the Dongyi tribe man slashed out with his saber to block the attack. Explode! Lu Ming whispered in a cold voice. His sprinting was fake. His real intention was to accumulate power. Boom! Violent energy exploded from the tip of the spear, and blasted towards the Dongyi tribe man. In a hurry, the Dongyi tribe man could not block it at all. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown back. Chasing lightning. Whoosh! Lu Ming cast chasing thunder. Coupled with the high air steps, he was even faster. The spear pierced through the Dongyi tribe man's throat. Devour! Lu Ming controlled his bloodline and devoured the Dongyi tribe man's blood essence in an instant. The Dongyi tribe man was a 4th-grade martial master. The essence of his blood essence was extremely rich, and was constantly being refined by the devouring spirit bloodline to replenish the true qi he had used to execute explode. Lu Ming did not stop and ran towards the light door. At this time many mystic essence sword sect disciples had already rushed in. Stop him! A few martial master 1st grade and 2nd grade martial masters wanted to stop him, but Lu Ming's spear swept out, and they coughed out blood and flew back. In a few breaths, Lu Ming was close to the light door. Lu Ming, save me! Suddenly, a cry for help came from behind. Lu Ming turned around and saw that it was Du Feng. He was surrounded by a few experts from the Dongyi tribe. You should deal with it yourself. Lu Ming smiled as he turned around and walked towards the light door. Behind him, Du Feng's roar of despair could be heard. The moment he stepped through the door, the world spun around him. When he recovered, Lu Ming found himself standing on a piece of gravel. Behind him was a stone wall, and on the stone wall, there was another door of light, exactly the same as the previous door. The only difference was that the surroundings had changed. Kill! A blade light rushed towards Lu Ming, but Lu Ming brandished his long spear and blocked the blade light. All around there were still shouts of killing. The disciples of the mystic essence sword sect rushed in, but so did the experts of the Dongyi tribe. Charge forward, we'll charge towards the forest in front of us. As long as we get into the forest, we won't be afraid of them. A disciple of the mystic essence sword sect who was in the 4th layer of the martial grandmaster realm shouted. Let's go, we'll bring up the rear. Chen Quan shouted. You want to leave? All of you stay here. The 2 5th-level martial grandmasters of the Dongyi tribe attacked with all their might. The 5 4th-level martial grandmasters of the mystic essence sword sect resisted with all their might, buying time for the others. Although the competition between the 4 great schools was fierce, and it was normal for them to fight each other, they were all disciples of the mystic essence sword sect. At this moment of life and death, they knew that only by working together would they have a chance to survive. If they fought separately, only death would await them. Rumble. The true qi in Lu Ming's body was surging. The blood essence of the 4th-level martial grandmaster was constantly being refined, turning into turbulent energy that poured into Lu Ming's body. It was constantly being converted into true qi by Lu Ming. The true qi that Lu Ming had used to explode just now was recovered in a few breaths. The remaining majestic energy was helping Lu Ming to break through to the next realm. Lu Ming fought while breaking through to the next realm. Bang! A 2nd-level martial grandmaster of the Dongyi tribe was shaken by Lu Ming to the point that he coughed up blood and almost exploded. At the same time, Lu Ming's body trembled and his cultivation broke through to the mid-stage of the 1st-level martial grandmaster. The blood essence of a 4th-level martial grandmaster was too thick. It was at least equal to the blood essence of 70 or 80 1st-level martial grandmasters. Lu Ming's cultivation was still rapidly increasing. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming brandished his long spear and dashed toward Chen Quan and the rest at full speed. Little bastard, I'll kill you. An elder from the Dongyi tribe charged toward Lu Ming. He was also a 4th-level martial master. Boom. However, he was forced to retreat after exchanging a blow with Lu Ming. So strong? The Dongyi tribe elder was shocked. Explode. Since he had a lot of true qi in his body, Lu Ming was not afraid of wasting it. He used another explode. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, this move was even more powerful. One of the Dongyi tribe elder's arms was blown off, and he almost died. He wanted to retreat in fear, but Lu Ming was faster. He stabbed him with his spear and at the same time, controlled his bloodline and devoured his blood essence. Kill him first. A 5th-level martial grandmaster of the Dongyi tribe was furious and rushed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming used the high steps and did not want to be entangled with him. In a few flashes, he dashed to the side of Chen Quan and the rest. Landslide. Lu Ming jumped high and smashed his long spear toward another 5th-level martial grandmaster of the Dongyi tribe. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion, and Lu Ming's body drifted backward from the impact. Run. After being blocked by Lu Ming, Chen Quan and the others finally escaped and ran toward the forest. Similarly, Lu Ming did not continue fighting. He ran toward the forest. Chase, chase. The Dongyi tribe roared. More than 100 people continued to chase after Lu Ming and the others. In just 5 minutes, Lu Ming and the others arrived at the forest. In the forest, ancient trees towered into the sky and old vines curled around. It was a scene of a primitive forest. The other disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect had already rushed in. Lu Ming and the others did not hesitate and rushed in as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! Running in the dense forest made it easy for them to hide. At the same time, the other party could not form an encirclement very well. Damn it! The Dongyi tribe stopped in front of the forest and did not continue the chase. The battle strength of the Mystic Essence Sword sect's disciples was extremely shocking. They had a lot of methods. Just now, the 2 5th-level martial master experts had joined forces, along with a few 4th-level martial master experts, but they were unable to kill the 5 4th-level martial master youths. They only managed to injure a few of them. In the end, a 4th-level martial grandmaster was killed by a 1st-level martial grandmaster. This made them extremely frightened. It could be said that the Mystic Essence Sword sect's strength was not much weaker than theirs. If they rushed into the forest, they would probably be ambushed. Let's ignore them for now. Let's find the treasure left behind by our ancestors and quickly leave this place. Once we hide in the depths of the coastal mountains, the Mystic Essence Sword sect will not be able to do anything to us. A 5th-level martial grandmaster elder suggested. Okay, let's do that. After the discussion, they left and headed deeper into the mountains. In the forest, Lu Ming and the others ran quickly. After running for about 10 miles, they stopped. It seems that the Dongyi tribe did not chase after us. Chen Quan exhaled. His face was a little pale. Obviously, he had been injured in the battle just now. The others were not in a good state either. They had more or less suffered some injuries. After all, the other party had 2 5th-level martial grandmasters. It was already good that they could hold them back for a short period of time. At this time, the surrounding Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples slowly gathered. In the end, they found that there were only 61 people left. When they came, There were 102 people. Chapter 156. They had lost 41 people in this battle. These were all silver-ranked disciples, martial grand masters. Even for a large sect like the Mystic Essence Sword sect, losing 41 martial grand masters was a great loss. None of them spoke a word. After waiting for a dozen or so minutes, Chun Quan and the others relaxed when they saw that the Dongyi tribe hadn't chased after them. They each found a place to recuperate. Lu Ming also flew up to a big tree. He circulated the true dragon fighting art and began to refine the blood essence that he had just devoured. He had devoured the essence blood of 2 4th-level martial grand masters. The essence blood of 2 4th-level martial grand masters contained an unimaginable amount of energy. It was equivalent to the essence blood of 150 1st-level martial grand masters. Such a large amount of essence blood could not be refined in a short time. Hoo-hoo, the spirit-devouring bloodline seemed to be breathing. Every time it exhaled, a large amount of energy would enter Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's cultivation increased rapidly. Peak of the mid-stage of the 1st-level martial grand master, late stage of the 1st-level martial grand master. After 2 hours, Lu Ming had refined all the essence blood and turned it into his true qi. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 1st-level martial grand master. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. This was equivalent to the essence blood of 150 1st-level martial grand masters. In other words, the essence blood of 150 1st-level martial grand masters was not enough for him to break through to the next level. It was only enough for him to reach the peak of the 1st-level martial grand master. The 3rd level of the true dragon art required too much energy to raise one's cultivation. It was dozens of times more than an ordinary person. He did not know how much energy he would need to raise his cultivation to the 4th, 5th, or even the 8th or 9th level. Thinking of this, Lu Ming could only smile bitterly. He shook his head and cast these thoughts aside. It was useless to think so far ahead. Lu Ming stopped and jumped down from the tree. Junior brother Lu Ming. Chun Quan saw Lu Ming and called out. His complexion was better than before. It was obvious that he had recovered a lot after healing. Beside him were 4th-level martial grand masters from the other 3 academies. The few of them gathered together and seemed to be discussing something. Lu Ming walked over. What is this place? Just now, I heard the Dongyi people shouting something about ancestral ruins. The 4th-level martial master of the Black Tortoise Academy, named Sun Rua, said with a frown. I once read about it in an ancient book. Legend has it that a long time ago, at least 10,000 years ago, the Burning Sun Empire was ruled by the Eastern barbarians. Chun Quan pondered for a moment and said, What? The Burning Sun Empire was once ruled by the Eastern barbarians. The rest of the group was shocked. The Eastern barbarians were just a small tribe in the mountains near the sea. They only had a population of a few million. How could they possibly rule over the vast territory of the Burning Sun Empire? Chun Quan thought for a moment and said, That is indeed what is recorded in the records. It is said that the Eastern barbarians were very powerful in the past. They ruled not only the Burning Sun Empire, but also a few empires near the Burning Sun Empire. They were extremely powerful. The few of them were extremely shocked. It was obvious that this was the first time they had heard of such a story. Unfortunately, in the end they still fell apart. After tens of thousands of years, the Dongyi tribe has completely declined and become a small tribe. Chun Quan sighed. No matter how powerful a force was, it could not withstand the erosion of time. It was only a matter of time before it declined. In that case, this should be the ruins left behind by the Dongyi tribe. The eyes of a young man from the White Tiger Hall suddenly lit up. The others did the same. This place was filled with mountains and forests, and was full of vitality. It was very likely that this was a small realm. It was not difficult to guess that this was probably left behind by the experts of the Dongyi tribe. Since the Dongyi tribe was so powerful in the past, what kind of treasures would they leave behind in this small realm? Fortuitous encounter, fortuitous encounter. The few of them roared in their hearts. At the same time, their eyes lit up. Junior brothers, since the Dongyi tribe is not chasing after us, there is no danger for the time being. I think we should split up. A young man from the White Tiger Hall suggested. I agree. The young experts from the Azure Dragon Hall agreed. If they moved together, how would they split the treasures and opportunities that they encountered? Naturally, everyone began to make plans. All right, then it's decided. In the end, they made up their minds to split up and search for their own opportunities. Whoosh, whoosh. Very quickly, the disciples of the 4 great academies split into 2s and 3s, each of them choosing a direction and disappearing into the mountain forest. Junior brother Lu Ming, do you want to move together? Chen Quan looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his head and said with a smile, No, I'd better go by myself. Then junior brother Lu, take care. Chen Quan cupped his fists and left with the others. Soon, Lu Ming was the only one left. Lu Ming pondered for a while. Then he moved and headed out of the forest. Soon he was out of the forest. He looked at the footprints on the ground and chased after the Dongi tribe. Since this was a ruin left behind by the ancestors of the Dongi tribe must know a lot about it. Instead of searching around like a headless fly, it would be better to follow the Dongi tribe and rob them along the way. Wouldn't that be better? Lu Ming used the airborne steps and moved like a gust of wind. He was extremely fast. A plane was actually a world. However, the laws of heaven and earth in this world were not complete and had all kinds of flaws. Moreover, it was not very big. That was why it was called a plane. According to its size, a plane was divided into small, medium, and large planes. Now this plane was only a small plane. However, it was small compared to the divine wilderness continent. In fact, this plane was no less than a few thousand miles wide. Lu Ming ran for over 1,000 miles before he finally heard some movement. There was the sound of a great battle ahead. Lu Ming did not stop and headed in the direction of the sound. Soon a dilapidated palace appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was obvious that the palace was very large and occupied a large area. However, it had been there for too long and was very dilapidated. Many places had collapsed. At this moment, there was an intense battle at the entrance of the palace. More than a dozen Dongi tribe members were fighting 8 monsters. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the Dongi tribe members were all martial grandmasters. Among them, there were 2 4th-grade martial grandmasters and 4 3rd-grade martial grandmasters. However, even with so many experts, they only had a slight advantage over the 8 monsters. This was because the 8 monsters were very abnormal. The 8 monsters had shed their hair, revealing their skinny muscles that seemed to be filled with a metallic luster. Every monster's eyes were bloodshot, and they roared in a low voice. They didn't care about their own lives as they pounced on the Dongi experts. Chapter 157. These are demonic corpse puppets, refined by our ancestors. They are fearless and only know how to attack. Their bodies are as hard as steel and invulnerable. Their only weakness is their eyes. Attack their eyes. An elder of the Dongi tribe shouted. Kill. Kill. Led by 2 4th-grade martial grandmasters, more than a dozen Dongi experts attacked the eyes of the 8 demonic corpse puppets with all their might. Roar. Soon the eyes of one of the demonic beasts were shattered. It roared and fell to the ground. After finding a way, the Dongi experts worked together and defeated the 8 demonic beasts one by one. Let's go in. If I'm not wrong, this must be a very important place. An old man from the Dongi tribe shouted excitedly. More than a dozen Dongi tribesmen rushed inside excitedly. After the Dongi experts left, Lu Ming appeared and followed them into the palace. Lu Ming's footsteps landed silently. He followed the Dongi experts a dozen meters behind, holding his breath. The Dongi experts did not notice him at all. After passing through many courtyards, they arrived at a large hall in the middle. From afar, they could see the door of the hall open, revealing the bookshelves in the hall. Haha, this is the library. There must be secret manuals here. This is great. There is hope for the revival of the Dongi tribe. An old man from the Dongi tribe shouted excitedly. The Dongi experts were so excited that they were about to rush into the hall. Roar. Roar. 2 huge demonic beasts rushed out of the hall, emitting a murderous aura. They were as fast as lightning. 2 cries of agony rang out as the 2 Dongi men were torn in half by the 2 demonic beasts. Blood and organs splattered everywhere. More demonic corpse puppets. Be careful. With a roar, 2 4th-grade martial grandmasters pounced on the 2 demonic beasts. The two demonic beasts were hairless, but their muscles were as hard as metal. Die, evil beasts! The two elders roared and slashed at the eyes of the two demonic beasts with their swords. However, these two demonic corpse puppets were obviously stronger than the previous ones. They reached out their claws and blocked the swords. The demonic corpse puppets roared and charged at the Dongi experts with a murderous aura. They were not afraid of death. Bang! Bang! Several of the Dongi tribe's first realm and second realm martial grandmasters were sent flying by the demonic beasts. Only those who were third realm martial grandmasters and above could fight head-on. For a time, the Dongi tribe and the two demonic beasts were locked in a fierce battle. At that instant, a figure silently passed by the crowd like a gust of wind and charged into the hall. "Oh, damn it! Stop right there!" A fourth-level martial master elder roared as a sharp saber light slashed towards the figure. This figure was, of course, Lu Ming. Of course, he would not let go of such an opportunity. Clang! The long spear swept out and blocked the old man's saber. Lu Ming borrowed the momentum and rushed into the hall even faster. "You guys have fun, I'll be leaving first." Lu Ming laughed loudly and leaped into the main hall. The Dongi tribe roared angrily. "You guys rush in and kill that little bastard. We'll block these two demonic corpse devil puppets." Two fourth-level martial grandmasters roared as they activated their bloodline and blocked the two demonic corpse devil puppets with all their strength. The others took the opportunity to rush into the hall. "Little bastard, go to hell!" A third-level martial grandmaster roared as his killing intent surged. His saber carried a rolling saber light and swept towards Lu Ming. Whoosh! However, what greeted him was a lightning-like spear light. Poochie! Blood splattered everywhere as Lu Ming's spear pierced through the man's heart. A third-level martial grandmaster was easily killed by Lu Ming. Then, the long spear swept out and the two second-level martial grandmasters were sent flying. They were no longer breathing. In the blink of an eye, 3 experts had been killed. Retreat! The others turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. "Let's kill these two demonic beasts together, and then kill that little bastard. He can't escape." A fourth-level martial grandmaster elder roared. The Dongi tribe fought against the two demonic beasts with all their strength. In the hall, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he looked around. There were more than 10 bookshelves in the hall. Lu Ming glanced at them and revealed a disappointed expression. Most of the bookshelves were empty. How could there be any secret manuals? They were probably taken away by the Dongi tribe back then. "Hey, there's a box over there." Lu Ming saw a black box in an inconspicuous corner of the hall. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he hurriedly walked over. The box was made of some unknown metal. It was black and rusty. Lu Ming's true chi surged out and the box opened. Immediately, stacks of books appeared in front of Lu Ming. There were more than 10 of them. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he quickly picked up a book. These secret manuals were obviously not made of ordinary paper. They were made of an unknown material that was extremely tough. After so many years, they were still intact. He opened it and saw that it was a sword technique. Tiger Roar Sword Technique, Superior Yellow Level Martial Technique. The words inside were revealed. "It's only a superior yellow level martial technique." Lu Ming was slightly disappointed as he flipped through the other secret manuals. Most of these secret manuals were yellow level martial techniques. There were a total of 32 books. Among them, there were 20 inferior yellow level martial techniques and 10 superior yellow level martial techniques. There were only 2 inferior black level martial techniques, and they were both saber techniques. Lu Ming could not use them at all. Lu Ming was greatly disappointed. No wonder they were placed in a box in a corner, and were not taken away. They must have been thrown here like trash. Lu Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. Am I being too greedy? These secret manuals, although of low level, can be sold for at least tens of millions of silver taels. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he thought about it. If these secret manuals were exchanged for contribution points in the contribution hall, they would be worth at least a few 100,000 contribution points. This was already a huge gain. With a thought, Lu Ming kept all the secret manuals in the Temple of Paragon. Little bastard, hand over the secret manuals or die. At that moment, the Dongi tribesmen had finally killed the 2 demonic corpse puppets and rushed into the main hall. When they saw the empty bookshelves, Their eyes turned red as they looked at Lu Ming with burning desire. The bookshelves were empty, so Lu Ming must have taken them. Lu Ming did not bother to explain. He sneered and said, "I didn't want to fight with you just now. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Bam! Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward the Dongyi tribesman like the wind. "Kill him!" The Dongyi tribesman roared and charged toward Lu Ming. Led by 2 fourth-grade martial masters, there were 10 of them working together. It was a terrifying sight. Lu Ming moved and dodged the front. In a flash, he appeared at the side. Fire dance. Flowers of flame appeared. When the flowers of flame dissipated, 3 of the Dongyi tribesmen fell to the ground. Their throats had been pierced by spears. Ah! Kill. Chapter 158. Whoosh! Lu Ming swept out with his spear. True qi burst out, shattering all the rubble and debris in the air. However, the 2 old men did not stop there. They continued to slash at Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and placed it in front of him. Clang! The 2 old men's sabers slashed at Lu Ming's spear, causing a shocking shockwave. Lu Ming's expression changed. His body trembled as he staggered back. He can't hold on any longer. Kill him. The 2 old men were overjoyed when they saw that Lu Ming was forced back. They attacked Lu Ming even more desperately. The remaining 5 Dongyi tribesmen roared furiously and charged toward Lu Ming. For a moment, Lu Ming was attacked from all directions. He seemed to be at a disadvantage and kept retreating. Soon he retreated to a corner near the exit. Kill him and all the secret manuals here will be ours. Our Dongyi tribe will rise. A 4th-level martial master old man shouted excitedly. The other Dongyi people were also excited. At this moment, a sharp sound broke through the air from the door beam above them. A sword light quickly pierced toward Lu Ming's back. This sword light was fast, accurate, ruthless, and extremely powerful. This was because its owner was a 4th-level martial master expert and a genius of the White Tiger Hall. That's right. The person who launched the sneak attack was one of the 2 4th-level martial masters from the White Tiger Hall. He had been hiding on the door beam since an unknown time. Go to hell, Lu Ming. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for offending the Duanmu clan. As long as I kill you, the Duanmu clan will definitely put me in an important position. A cold and vicious light flashed in the eyes of the young expert from the White Tiger Hall. It was as if he could already see Lu Ming dying at his hands. The Duanmu clan controlled the White Tiger Hall. Most of the disciples who joined the White Tiger Hall chose to rely on the Duanmu clan. Only by relying on the Duanmu clan could they obtain better cultivation resources. Of course, a pervert like Ling Kong who had a strong backing was an exception. But at this moment, he suddenly saw Lu Ming's lips curl into a smile. That kind of smile gave off the feeling that some kind of scheme had succeeded. Sure enough, he has made a move. Good. Let's get rid of him together. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a sneer, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He hadn't used his full strength in the battle with the Dongyi tribe. Otherwise, with his cultivation at the peak of the 1st layer of the martial master realm, he would not have been forced into such a sorry state by 2 4th-layer martial masters and 5 3rd and 2nd layer martial masters. Everything that happened just now was just an act. In fact, the young man from the White Tiger Hall had followed the Dongyi tribe in. Lu Ming had noticed him as soon as he entered. However, he didn't say anything because he could sense the killing intent of the young man from the White Tiger Hall. Therefore, he pretended that he was no match for his opponent and was completely at a disadvantage. He even sent himself in front of his opponent in order to lure his opponent into attacking him. As expected, the young man from the White Tiger Hall fell into his trap. He thought that he saw a good opportunity and decisively attacked, wanting to kill Lu Ming. However, all of this was within Lu Ming's expectations. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's bloodline erupted, and Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. At the same time, the true qi in his body erupted. Moon seizing. Lu Ming didn't even look at the young man from the White Tiger Hall. He held the end of his spear and swept it out. Buzz! The long spear swept past the sabers of the Dongyi tribe with a terrifying aura. The Dongyi tribe's bodies shook violently, and they quickly retreated with a groan. Lu Ming's long spear didn't stop, and he continued to sweep it towards the young man from the White Tiger Hall. How can this be? The young man from the White Tiger Hall's pupils contracted rapidly. He had charged at Lu Ming with all his might, and it was too late for him to retreat now. He could only grit his teeth and unleash his full strength. The long sword in his hand emitted a powerful sword chi, and he attacked Lu Ming. Boom! However, Lu Ming's long spear easily destroyed his opponent's sword chi. At the same time, the long spear bent in an arc and heavily struck the young man from the White Tiger Hall. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The young man from the White Tiger Hall screamed in agony and his body was sent flying. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood in the air. Die! Lu Ming stomped his foot on the ground, and his body spun rapidly as he flew backward. The long spear in his hand spun rapidly and stabbed at the young man from the White Tiger Hall. Junior brother Lu Ming, don't. The young man from the White Tiger Hall was horrified and he screamed in fear. However, the long spear didn't stop. Poof! The long spear pierced the young man's heart and lifted him into the air. Lu Ming! Lu Ming, you're so cruel. The young man from the White Tiger Hall glared at Lu Ming with resentment. If you didn't want to kill me, you wouldn't have been killed by my spear. You asked for it. Lu Ming said indifferently. If the young man didn't want to kill him, he wouldn't have been killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. After all, the young man was a genius from the White Tiger Hall, and his combat strength wasn't weak. The young man from the White Tiger Hall was unwilling to accept his defeat. The vitality in his body gradually dissipated. Oh no, he was hiding his strength. Retreat! The Dongi tribesmen were terrified. One of the elders shouted. He clearly saw that the person who launched the sneak attack was a Realm 4 martial master. However, he was killed by Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming's strength was too terrifying. It's too late for you to leave now. Lu Ming controlled his bloodline and devoured the essence blood of the young man from the White Tiger Hall. Then his body flashed and he charged toward the Dongi tribesmen. You guys leave quickly. I'll stop him. An elder from the Dongi tribesmen shouted angrily and turned around to attack Lu Ming. Explode! Lu Ming didn't hesitate to use his strongest move. At this moment, he was in the bloodline eruption stage. When he used the explode move, its power was extremely terrifying. The elder from the Dongi tribesmen didn't even have time to scream before half of his body exploded. Whoosh whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming's aura dropped rapidly. The time for the bloodline eruption was up. The remaining Dongi tribesmen were even more terrified and ran for their lives. Lu Ming stopped and didn't chase after them. The time for the bloodline eruption had passed, and his combat strength had weakened. Even if he chased after them, he wouldn't be able to kill them all. Lu Ming immediately devoured the essence blood of the dead Dongi tribesmen. Not only that, but he also obtained 5 storage rings. As a martial master, it was normal for him to have a storage ring. It could be said that a storage ring was the standard of a martial grandmaster. If a martial grandmaster did not even have a storage ring, then he would be in a miserable state. After putting away the storage rings, Lu Ming moved and left the main hall. After a few breaths, Lu Ming appeared in a small room in the main hall. Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and prepared to refine the essence blood. However, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. He realized that the chanting sound had disappeared. In the depths of the Temple of Paragon, there was a strange chanting sound. Under this chanting sound, Lu Ming's mind was exceptionally clear, and he was able to comprehend martial techniques at a rapid pace. Chapter 159. Ever since Lu Ming had obtained the Temple of Paragon, the chanting had accompanied Lu Ming for more than a year. The reason why Lu Ming could rise so quickly was because of the chanting. Although Lu Ming did not know where the chanting came from, he seemed to have gotten used to it. As long as he wanted to comprehend martial techniques, he would enter the Temple of Paragon and comprehend martial techniques while listening to the chanting. When did it disappear? Lu Ming furrowed his brows. Is it because I broke through to the martial grandmaster realm? Lu Ming thought. Speaking of which, Lu Ming had not entered the Temple of Paragon ever since he had broken through to the martial grandmaster realm. After breaking through, Lu Ming had accepted the mission to exterminate the Dongi tribe and rushed to Dongke City through the night. After arriving at Dongke City, Lu Ming had stayed in the military camp for the first few days. Since there were so many people, Lu Ming naturally did not enter the Temple of Paragon. After that, the Dongi tribe attacked the city. In order to pursue the Dongi tribe, he had come to this plane. During this process, Lu Ming had not entered the Temple of Paragon even once. Now that he thought about it, it was most likely because he had broken through to the martial Grandmaster realm. As expected, it still disappeared. After a while, Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. In fact, he had already expected this result. Since the chanting had such a magical effect, and was constantly emitting without stopping, regardless of whether it was man-made or some kind of array, it needed energy, and the energy would eventually be used up. Once it was used up, it would stop. However, he had not expected it to happen after he had broken through to the martial Grandmaster realm. So what if there is no chanting? Lu Ming, will still be able to rise and comprehend martial techniques quickly. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. Then he stopped thinking about it and started to refine the essence blood. This time, there were 2 first-layer martial grandmasters, 1 second-layer martial grandmaster, and 2 fourth-layer martial grandmasters. The blood chi essence was incomparably majestic. The huge amount of essence was converted into Zhen Qi. Within his dantian, the cyclone spun faster and faster, and the Zhen Qi grew stronger and stronger. Lu Ming began to break through to the second layer of the martial master realm. 3 hours later, a strong aura suddenly erupted from Lu Ming's body. However, in the blink of an eye, this aura was concealed, and Lu Ming opened his eyes. Second layer of martial master, breakthrough. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. In total, Lu Ming had swallowed the blood essence of 4 fourth-layer martial masters, and a few second-layer and first-layer martial masters. Only then did he break through to the second-layer martial master realm. The amount of energy needed was truly terrifying. However, Lu Ming's bloodline level did not increase. It was still at level 5. It was getting harder and harder to raise the rank of his bloodline. But as long as he could improve, no matter how difficult it was, Lu Ming was confident that he could continue to improve. Now that my cultivation has broken through to the second-layer martial grandmaster realm, if I meet the 2 fifth-layer martial grandmasters of the Dongi tribe again, I have no fear. I can even kill them. A confident smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Let's see what's in their storage rings. Lu Ming moved his hand and 5 storage rings appeared. These were all storage rings of the martial grandmasters. Lu Ming was looking forward to them. First, there was a first-layer martial grandmaster realm storage ring. The storage ring was very ordinary, and could be considered the lowest grade storage ring. However, the items inside still made Lu Ming pleasantly surprised. Spiritual crystals, a whole box of spiritual crystals. There were at least 1,000 pieces. Every piece of spiritual crystal was milky white, and emitted a dense spiritual qi. The box was neatly placed. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Spiritual crystals could only be used by warriors above the martial grandmaster realm, because they were filled with dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Because this spiritual qi was gathered together, it was extremely ferocious and overbearing. If warriors below the martial grandmaster realm used it to cultivate, they would easily explode and die. Spiritual crystals were the currency used by warriors above the martial grandmaster realm. Spiritual crystals were mainly divided into 4 grades: lower spiritual crystal, middle spiritual crystal, upper spiritual crystal, and supreme spiritual crystal. A piece of lower spiritual crystal was worth 10,000 taels of silver. The spiritual crystals of the first-layer martial grandmaster realm warrior were all lower spiritual crystals. 1,000 of them were worth 10 million taels of silver. This was a huge fortune. Lu Ming was naturally pleasantly surprised. The Dongi tribe lived in the depths of the coastal mountains. They must have found spiritual crystal veins. They are indeed rich. Lu Ming sighed and looked forward to the remaining storage rings even more. A first-layer martial grandmaster already had 1,000 spiritual crystals. What about a second-layer martial grandmaster, or a fourth-layer martial grandmaster? In addition to the spiritual crystals, there were a few spiritual weapons in this storage ring. They were all level 2 and were not particularly precious. After tidying up, Lu Ming looked at the next storage ring. This storage ring was also left behind by a first-layer martial grandmaster from the Dongi tribe. Inside, there was another box of spiritual crystals. There were a total of 1,200 pieces, more than the previous one. Lu Ming was even more delighted and continued to look. The next storage ring was left behind by a second-layer martial grandmaster. It did not disappoint Lu Ming. 3,000 pieces, a total of 3,000 pieces. Lu Ming's heart had already begun to tremble. He could not wait to look at the storage ring of the last 4th-level martial master martial artist. This storage ring was several times larger than the previous storage rings. Inside there were several boxes. Lu Ming opened it and his eyelids twitched. Spiritual crystals. They were all spiritual crystals. They were neatly arranged in rows. Lu Ming hurriedly counted. There were more than 11,000 pieces, all of which were lower spiritual crystals. Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Then he was ecstatic. The Dongyi tribe must have found a spiritual crystal mine in the depths of the coastal mountain range. Otherwise, how could there be so many spiritual crystals? Normally, martial artists at the 1st, 2nd, or even 4th level of the martial grandmaster realm would rarely have so many spirit crystals on them. This was because martial grandmasters needed spirit crystals to cultivate. Even if they had spirit crystals, they would have already been used up. How could they have so many? The 4 Dongyi tribe warriors had a total of 16,200 spiritual crystals. In terms of silver, it was more than 160 million taels of silver. What kind of enormous wealth was this? Haha, if these spiritual crystals were exchanged for contribution points, it would be enough for me to use for a while. Lu Ming could not help but laugh. Finally, Lu Ming looked at the storage ring of the young man from the White Tiger Hall. Sure enough, Lu Ming was disappointed. He was obviously a 4th-layer martial grandmaster. In the storage ring, there were only a few spiritual weapons, some healing and cultivation elixirs. There were only more than 100 spiritual crystals, and 3 million taels of silver. His wealth was not even comparable to a 1st-layer martial grandmaster from the Dongyi tribe. Needless to say, the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect must have exchanged their wealth for contribution points. If I snatch all the storage rings from the Dongyi tribe, how many spiritual crystals would I have? Lu Ming's eyes shone with hope. Chapter 160. Now that my cultivation has reached the martial grandmaster realm, I wonder if I can go up to the 3rd platform? With this thought, Lu Ming's gaze turned to the 3rd platform after the 99th step. That platform was empty except for a stone platform. Previously, Lu Ming had been unable to go up. Now that the chanting sound had disappeared, would he be able to ascend to the 3rd platform? Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the 3rd platform. Soon he arrived at the 99th step. With one step, Lu Ming stepped onto the 3rd platform without any hindrance. Sure enough, I'm up. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There was a box on each of the first 2 platforms, which was of great help to Lu Ming. However, this platform was empty. What help could there be? Lu Ming looked around and walked around, but he didn't find anything. Finally, he came to the stone platform. It was a very ordinary square stone platform. However, there was a pit in the middle of the stone platform, which looked a little special. What's this for? Is it an array base? Or is it? Lu Ming looked carefully, but he still couldn't figure it out. This pit is similar to the size of the spiritual crystal. Lu Ming pondered. Then, his palm glowed and a spiritual crystal appeared in his hand. He wanted to try and put the spiritual crystal into the pit. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got close, a strong suction force came from the pit. The spiritual crystal in Lu Ming's hand flew out and into the pit. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the pit. Buzz. Then the pit shook slightly and a hazy light was emitted. However, the light only flashed and disappeared. Then, it fell silent and there was no movement. What's going on? There was clearly movement just now. Could it be that I don't have enough spiritual crystals? If so, I'll continue to add. Lu Ming pondered, and immediately took out another piece of spirit crystal. It was also sucked into the pit by the suction force. However, just like before, a light flashed on the stone platform and disappeared. Lu Ming continued to add spiritual crystals. 3, 4, 8, 9. When the 9th piece was added, a bright light shot up into the sky from the stone platform. Around the stone platform, mysterious inscriptions appeared. These inscriptions continued to spread until they covered the entire platform. Finally, a figure condensed on one side of the platform. The face of this figure could not be seen clearly as it stood there with a straight back. Condense a human figure? What is it for? Lu Ming was astonished and walked over. Let's do it, fight me. The figure suddenly spoke. Lu Ming was stunned. He couldn't see the face of this figure. It could be said that it was formed from energy, but it could actually speak. Fight with you? Lu Ming asked. Let's do it, fight me. The figure repeated the previous sentence without the slightest emotion. So it doesn't have any intelligence. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Then his eyes flickered. After thinking for a while, he suddenly threw out a punch. The Temple of Paragon was extremely mysterious. There must be a reason why he should give it a try since the other party had asked for it. Boom! Lu Ming used the Flame Dragon Fist. However, what shocked Lu Ming was that the other party also threw out a punch at the same time. It was the Flame Dragon Fist. Boom! When the two fists collided, Lu Ming felt a scorching hot true qi surging toward him. He couldn't help but take 3 steps back. When he looked again, the other party had also taken 3 steps back. The True Dragon of Combat Art. The other party is also using the True Dragon of Combat Art. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with horror. Martial techniques could be imitated, but how could one imitate cultivation techniques? However, the other party was really using the True Dragon of Combat Art. Lu Ming could not be wrong. Let's try again. Lu Ming threw out a few punches, but the other party also threw out a few punches. They were all using the Flame Dragon Fist. The two of them exchanged a few punches, and then took a few steps back. There's no mistake. It's really the True Dragon of Combat Art. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with disbelief. He felt that fighting with the other party was like fighting with himself. Then what about sword techniques? Lu Ming moved his hand, and a battle sword appeared. He used the flowing light sword technique and slashed at the other party. However, the other party also condensed a battle sword in his hand and used the flowing light sword technique. In fact, when Lu Ming used the airborne steps, the other party also used the airborne steps. Astral Fire Spear Technique, Chasing Lightning. Lu Ming put away his combat sword and took out his fiery tongue spear, unleashing his strongest combat power. However, the other party used the Astral Fire Spear technique, and his strength was no weaker than Lu Ming's. It could be said that he was exactly the same as Lu Ming. Whatever martial arts technique Lu Ming used, the figure would also use the same martial arts technique. Even the strength of the technique was the same. Lu Ming finally confirmed that the other party was actually himself, another him condensed by the inscription formation. He was fighting with himself. What a wonderful feeling! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had always been fighting with the enemy, but he had never fought with himself. Then let's have a big fight. In that case, Lu Ming was too lazy to think about it. He let go of his body and mind, and erupted with all his strength to fight with the figure. However, no matter what means he used, the other party would also use it. No matter how strong he was, the other party was not inferior at all. He was completely himself. Boom. Boom. In the blink of an eye, more than 300 moves had been exchanged, but there was still no winner. How could he win against himself? However, Lu Ming's face showed a surprised smile. Wonderful, wonderful. It turns out that there is such a flaw in my martial technique. Moreover, when I use my spear, I also have a bad habit. Lu Ming's eyes were full of ecstasy. In the great battle just now, he discovered his own shortcomings. After more than 300 moves in a row, he tried his best to find the other party's flaw and defeat him in every move. Wasn't finding the other party's flaw the same as finding his own flaw? He found that his spear technique, which he thought was perfect, actually had some shortcomings. Moreover, when he used his spear, he also had a bad habit. These were very subtle. Normally, it would be impossible to find out. Only when he fought with himself with all his strength could he find out. However, how could ordinary people fight with him? At this moment, Lu Ming realized that the figure condensed by the inscription array was more useful than the chanting of scriptures. How good could the cultivation and comprehension of martial techniques be if he fought with himself all the time? Lu Ming felt excited at the thought of it. Continue. Lu Ming recuperated for a while, and continued to fight with this figure. Every time, Lu Ming attacked with all his strength. He exchanged hundreds of moves with the other party, and only stopped when his genuine chi was exhausted. In this way, Lu Ming stopped 3 times in a row. That was because the figure had suddenly disappeared. He disappeared. What's going on? Chapter 161. Could it be because the spiritual crystals have been used up? Lu Ming thought. It would definitely require energy to form such a figure, and have an intense battle with him. Lu Ming walked to the stone platform, and found that it had dimmed and returned to its original state. It seems that it needs spiritual crystals to operate. Lu Ming felt relieved after finding the problem. However, it was not the time to continue cultivating. He was still in the small plane. This was a small plane left behind by the ancestors of the Eastern barbarians. It might contain great opportunities and Lu Ming did not want to miss it. I'll study it in the future, Lu Ming muttered. Then he left the Temple of Paragon. Apart from the main hall, there are other places in this place that I haven't explored yet. I'll continue to explore before going to other places. Lu Ming moved, and started to explore the dilapidated palace. Most of the palace was dilapidated and collapsed. Only a few places still looked okay. Unfortunately, Lu Ming searched more than 10 rooms, side halls and main halls but to no avail. It was empty. It seems that there's nothing left in this place. There's still the backyard. If I don't find anything, I'll leave this place. Lu Ming ran to the backyard. The backyard was very spacious, but it was barren and full of weeds. Lu Ming was disappointed. He shook his head and was about to leave. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes moved. There was a special place in the middle of the backyard. There was no grass in the area with a radius of 10 meters. It was barren. And right in the middle, there was a rusty iron rod stuck there. The other places were full of weeds, but this was the only place that was barren. It was too special. Lu Ming was very curious. He walked over and looked at it carefully. The ground was made of a kind of grayish-brown rock. It was very hard. Lu Ming stepped on it, and it did not move at all. There were no signs of it breaking. No wonder there was no grass. The iron rod was rusty. God knew how long it had been exposed to wind and rain. It's not an iron rod. It's a long spear. After looking at it carefully, Lu Ming was stunned. It was a long spear. However, the spearhead was stuck in the ground. Lu Ming mistook it for an iron rod. This long spear must be extraordinary. I can't miss it. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then he grabbed the long spear with both hands and pulled it out. The long spear shook slightly, but he did not pull it out. Lu Ming was taken aback. Although he did not use all his strength just now, the force of his pull was enough to lift up a huge rock that weighed 100,000 pounds. However, he could not pull out a long spear that was stuck in the ground. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The more this was the case, the more extraordinary the spear was. With a loud shout, Lu Ming unleashed his full strength. Boom. His true chi was boiling and there was a loud boom on the ground. Lu Ming's muscles were bulging. He had the strength to uproot mountains and his aura was unparalleled. Clang. A clanging sound could be heard and Lu Ming finally pulled out the long spear that was stuck in the ground. Roar. At this moment, there was a beast roar at the place where the long spear was pulled out. Then, a black shadow condensed from the ground. It was a huge black lizard. However, it was not a physical body. It was an illusory body. Roar. The huge lizard roared and pounced on Lu Ming. This is the soul of a demonic beast. Lu Ming was shocked. He quickly retreated. However, the black lizard was only halfway there when it suddenly exploded. It turned into wisps of black gas and dissipated. Phew. Lu Ming exhaled. It seemed that it was just a demonic beast's remnant soul. God knows how long it had been suppressed. It was so weak that it dissipated on its own. The scene fell into silence once more, and everything returned to normal. Lu Ming relaxed and looked at the long spear in his hand. The long spear was 8 feet long. The tip of the spear was 8 inches long. However, it was covered in rust. It was almost impossible to see its original appearance. However, the weight of the long spear was shocking. Lu Ming estimated that it was at least 10,000 pounds. This weight is not bad. Lu Ming held the long spear and waved it a few times. The long spear swept through the air and let out a rumbling sound. It was like thunder in the 9 heavens. What made Lu Ming very satisfied was that the softness and elasticity of the long spear were not bad. It was much better than the fire-tongue spear. Although he could not tell what level this long spear was, Lu Ming liked it very much just based on its weight and elasticity. There are words. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed that there were two small words on the shaft of the spear. Demon suppression. Looking carefully, he realized that it was the two words demon suppression. Demon suppression? Demon suppression spear, what a domineering name. Could it be that the demonic beast remnant soul of that lizard was the demonic beast suppressed by the demon suppression spear? Lu Ming thought. Then he waved it a few more times and felt that it was very comfortable. The only bad thing was that the body of the spear was rusty. It was very ugly, like a broken spear. Lu Ming planned to find an inscriber to refine it when he returned to the Mystic Essence Sword sect. After putting away the demon suppression spear, Lu Ming looked around and did not find anything else. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he left the place. At this moment, a few hundred miles away from Lu Ming, there was a majestic mountain peak. However, the mountain peak was surrounded by a thick fog. The fog was so thick that it could not be dispersed. Even if a martial artist's eyesight was better than an ordinary person's, he would not be able to see his fingers in the fog. At the outermost edge of the fog, there were hundreds of stone pillars. In front of the stone pillars stood dozens of figures. These were the experts of the Dongi tribe. At the very front stood 3 figures. 2 of them were the Dongi tribe's 5th-level martial grandmasters. The other was a figure wrapped in a black robe and a bamboo hat. He was so skinny that it was impossible to see his face clearly. However, the 2 5th-grade martial grandmasters seemed to be respectful to the man in the black robe and bamboo hat. If I'm not wrong, this mountain is the abode left behind by the Dongi tribe's king. Continue to carve inscriptions on the stone pillars according to my method. Soon, the formation will be broken and the fog will disperse. The man in the black robe and bamboo hat instructed, his voice low and hoarse. Yes, if the Dongi tribe can obtain the inheritance of our ancestor, we will never forget Senior's kindness. One of the 5th-grade martial grandmasters cupped his fists respectfully. Then, the 2 old men walked forward and began to carve inscriptions on the stone pillars. Half an hour later, the hundreds of stone pillars suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The fog around them also began to disperse slowly. At the scene, the Dongi tribesmen were ecstatic. Their eyes were burning with passion. Not long after, the fog dispersed completely. The mountain peak that had been hidden in the fog was finally revealed. It turned out to be a wolf-shaped mountain. The entire mountain was barren, as if it had been carved into a giant wolf by a giant boulder. Chapter 162. It was as if the wolf's mouth was the entrance to the abode. Ha ha ha, we've finally found the abode left behind by our ancestors. The heavens are on our side. The Dongi tribesmen cheered excitedly. All right, now that the formation at the entrance has been broken, let's go in together. The skinny black-robed man said in a low voice. The 2 Dongi 5th-level martial grandmasters glanced at each other. Their eyes flashed at the same time as they nodded inwardly. Senior, please leave the ruins and return to the army in Donkey City. One of the elders said. The skinny black-robed man was stunned. What do you mean? Senior, this is the ancestral land left behind by our ancestors. You're an outsider. It's not good for you to enter. The other elder said. I understand. You're going to burn the bridge after crossing it. The skinny black-robed man's voice was hoarse and low. That's not right. How can you say that we're burning the bridge after crossing it? We're just asking you to go back first. Once we get the treasures left behind by our ancestors, we'll reward you handsomely. One of the Dongi elders sneered. Haha, you're making it sound so righteous. I've finally realized that you Dongi tribesmen are despicable. If I hadn't provided you with the clues and formation patterns to break the formation, how could you have known where the entrance to the ruins was? How could you have broken the formation? Also, I left some men behind to help you block the geniuses of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. I've done my best. Now that we're about to succeed, you're going back on your word. I must be blind. The skinny black-robed man let out an unpleasant, hoarse laugh. Enough. An elder from the Dongi tribe shouted coldly. His face darkened as he said, This time you have indeed contributed. As I said earlier, you will be rewarded. Moreover, You sent people to stop the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, but it was useless. The Mystic Essence Sword sect still chased after us, causing us to suffer heavy losses. I haven't settled this debt with you yet. Also, don't think that I don't know your cultivation. I'm just being polite by calling you senior. You'd better know your place. Otherwise, you might not even be able to leave this place. As soon as he finished speaking, the other masters of the Dongi tribe stepped forward and surrounded the skinny black-robed man. Their eyes were filled with hostility. What a bunch of ungrateful people. No wonder the Dongi tribe has declined. But do you think I didn't have a backup plan? The skinny black-robed man sneered. In the next moment, his body suddenly moved. As fast as lightning, he pounced on a burly Dongi man of the martial grandmaster realm. This time, the speed was too fast. Before the burly man could react, his throat was grabbed by the thin black-robed man. Zhenqi poured into the Dongi man's body. The Dongi man's body went limp, unable to resist at all. The skinny black-robed man's throat was gripped by the skinny black-robed man. The skinny black-robed man flashed and escaped the encirclement, retreating to the center of the stone pillars. What are you doing? Let him go if you don't want to die. A fifth-level martial grandmaster Dongi elder roared, and rushed toward the skinny black-robed man. However, at this moment, a black long sword appeared in the skinny black-robed man's hand. With a swing of the long sword, the Eastern barbarian's head fell to the ground and blood splattered everywhere. Open for me. The skinny black-robed man's zhenqi spurted out. Blood was driven by his zhenqi, forming streaks of blood that fell on the stone pillars and the ground. Buzz! More than 100 stone pillars suddenly vibrated and emitted a bright light. Then, the light on the 100 over stone pillars gathered together, forming a huge pillar of light that was as large as a mountain, shooting up into the sky. This light pillar was so bright that it could be seen from hundreds of miles away. At this moment, hundreds of miles away, Lu Ming was running through a forest when he suddenly saw the light pillar that shot up into the sky. What is that? Could it be that a rare treasure has appeared? Let's go take a look. With a swift movement, Lu Ming dashed in the direction of the light pillar. At the same time, in different places, the other disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect also saw the light pillar and also rushed toward it. In the light pillar area. Haha, if you want to leave me aside and take it for yourself, then let the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect come together. Let's see if you can kill all the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. The skinny black-robed man laughed hoarsely. Damn it. Damn it. The Dongi tribesmen were furious. I'll kill you first. A fifth-grade martial master elder roared, and continued to attack the skinny black-robed man. Suddenly the ground shook. Then streaks of blood-red light shot out from the ground, and attacked the Dongi tribesmen. Ah! Some of the Dongi tribesmen screamed as they were pierced by the blood-red light. At this moment, the crowd was shocked to see that the blood-red light was actually a blood-red vine. The vine was as thick as a finger. It shot out from the ground and wriggled wildly, entangling the Dongi tribesmen. The man who was pierced by the vine let out a shrill scream. His zhenqi burst forth as he tried to break free. However, the blood-red vine was so tough that it was impossible for him to break free. Moreover, it kept wriggling as if it was sucking the man's blood. The Dongi tribesman's body shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood-red vine absorbed the blood, and became even crazier. It kept wriggling and attacking the others. There were hundreds of them. It was a lot. Ha ha ha. Enjoy yourselves. The skinny black-robed man was very fast. His thin figure flashed as he dodged the blood-red vines. He rushed toward the wolf-shaped mountain peak. Damn it! Kill him! A Dongi tribesman roared. However, a few more Dongi tribesmen were entangled by the blood-red vines. The vines pierced their skin and sucked their blood. Those who are third-grade martial master and below, retreat. Those who are third-grade martial master and above, charge with us. A fifth-grade martial master elder roared. The Dongi tribesmen immediately split into two groups. Those with lower cultivation retreated from the stone pillar, while those with higher cultivation charged in together. On the other hand, Lu Ming was running at high speed. He covered a distance of a few hundred miles in just half an hour. What a strange mountain peak. As he approached, Lu Ming saw the wolf-shaped mountain peak. This was the first time he had seen such a strange mountain peak. Intense battle cries came from ahead. When Lu Ming arrived, he saw two groups of people fighting. One group was the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, such as Chun Quan. There were also disciples from the other schools. It seemed that they were closer to this place and had arrived earlier than Lu Ming. The other group was of course the Dongi tribesmen. However, the Dongi tribesmen had no experts. They were all third-grade martial masters and below. They were no match for the Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples. However, there were no third-grade martial masters or above among the Dongi tribesmen. Let's retreat first. Chapter 163. Whoosh. Whoosh. Blood-colored vines shot out from the ground, entangling the corpses and sucking their blood. Are these vampiric vines? It seems that the Dongi experts have all rushed in. This must be an important place left behind by the Dongi ancestors. There must be treasures inside. Let's go in. Some of the Mystic Essence Sword sect disciples also rushed in. Of course, some of the weaker cultivators, such as martial masters of first and second realm, were afraid of the vampiric vines and did not rush in. Those who rushed out were all martial masters of third realm and above. There were more than a dozen of them. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he rushed out as well. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly blood-colored vines shot toward Lu Ming like streaks of blood-colored lightning. Lu Ming swept out his long spear, knocking the blood-colored vines away. Although these blood-colored vines were fatal to martial artists at the first or second level of the martial master realm, they posed no threat to him at all. Lu Ming barged past them quickly and ran toward the huge mouth of the wolf-shaped mountain peak. However, he stopped after a short while. In front of him, demonic beasts roared and evil chi filled the air. There were at least 50 demonic corpses and devil puppets fighting fiercely with the Dongi group. These Dongi experts were of third realm and above martial masters. They had broken through the blood snake vines, but were unexpectedly surrounded by a large number of demonic corpses and devil puppets. Moreover, these demonic corpses and devil puppets were abnormally strong. Lu Ming even found demonic corpses and devil puppets that were equivalent to fourth realm martial masters. There were more than a dozen of them. On the ground, several Dongi experts had already been torn apart. It was a horrible sight. Whoosh. Whoosh. Behind them, Chun Quan and the others rushed through the blood snake vines. However, when they saw the demonic corpses and devil puppets, their faces turned green. How can we fight so many demonic corpses and devil puppets? Chun Quan said with an ugly expression. In front of them, the Dongi tribe had clearly seen Lu Ming and the others. You guys retreat first. The two of us will barge in. The Mystic Essence Sword sect sprats won't be able to barge in. A fifth-layer martial grandmaster of the Dongi tribe shouted. The other eastern barbarians retreated from the encirclement of the demon corpses and devil puppets. What was strange was that when the Dongi tribesmen retreated to a certain distance, the demon corpse devil puppet did not chase after them. Instead, it pounced on the two fifth-level martial grandmasters with all its might, as if it wanted to stop them from rushing in. However, the two old men of the fifth level of the martial master realm teamed up and slowly made their way inside. What should we do? With so many powerful fiend corpses and devil puppets, there's no way we can break in. A youth from the Azure Dragon Institute roared. No matter what, let's give it a try. The remaining fourth-level martial master from the White Tiger Hall was unwilling to give up and charged forward. However, in the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 demon corpse devil puppets, which were equivalent to fourth-level martial grandmaster, pounced on him. He had to use all of his strength to break free and retreat. He was almost seriously injured, and his expression was extremely gloomy. There were too many demon corpse devil puppets, which were equivalent to fourth-level martial grandmaster. It was impossible to break through. Junior brother Lu Ming, do you want to give it a try? Chun Quan looked at Lu Ming. Of course. Lu Ming smiled faintly. All of a sudden, he dashed out into the midst of the demon corpses and devil puppets. Roar. Roar. Suddenly, 3 or 4 fourth-level martial grandmaster demon corpse devil puppets pounced on Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he swept out with his long spear. Boom. With a loud boom, 3 or 4 demon corpse devil puppets were sent flying. How can this be? Chun Quan, the other disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, and the Dongyi tribesmen were all shocked. Sweeping away 3 or 4 4th-level martial grandmaster demon corpse devil puppets with a single spear, this was too strong. This definitely required the strength of a 5th-level martial grandmaster. Could it be that Lu Ming already had the strength of a 5th-level martial grandmaster? Wasn't this too unbelievable? It had only been a few months since the 4 Academies tournament. Wasn't Lu Ming's progress too terrifying? Boom. Boom. With the long spear in his hand, Lu Ming was invincible. One by one, the demon corpse devil puppets were sent flying. Lu Ming quickly pushed forward. At this moment, the 2 5th-level martial grandmaster elders of the Dongyi tribe had already broken through the encirclement of the demon corpse devil puppets and appeared 100 meters ahead. It seemed that this was the forbidden area of the demon corpse devil puppets. Once there, not a single demon corpse devil puppet pursued them. They had originally planned to rush in directly. After all, the skinny black-robed man had disappeared. Perhaps he had already rushed into the cave residence of the Dongyi tribe's ancestor. However, at this moment, they saw Lu Ming rushing toward them. Damn it, we can't let this person pass. The 2 of us will stop him here, a slightly bigger elder said with a gloomy face. All right. We will stop him here, and then go in to kill that guy. The things left behind by the Dongyi tribe's ancestor must not fall into the hands of outsiders. The slightly fatter elder nodded. His face was filled with murderous intent. The 2 of them stood side by side, staring coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his long spear and sent the demon corpse devil puppets flying. He quickly rushed forward. A few minutes later he was close to the 2 elders of the Dongyi tribe. At this moment, the demon corpse devil puppets roared and stopped chasing Lu Ming. They returned to their original positions and glared at Chen Quan and the others. Go to hell. At this moment, the 2 elders of the Dongyi tribe rushed toward Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He did not take the attack head-on. Instead, he used the airborne steps and soared into the sky, avoiding the attacks of the 2 elders. Then he took a few steps in the air as if he was walking on empty air. He moved a few dozen meters forward and directly leaped over the 2 elders. Haha, I'll go first. Lu Ming laughed loudly. He extended his body and dashed toward the wolf-shaped mountain peak. Stop right there. Damn it. The 2 elders of the Dongyi tribe roared and chased after Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming actually rushed in. The other disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect were envious, especially the disciples of the White Tiger Hall. Lu Ming rushed forward, getting closer and closer to the black mouth of the wolf-shaped mountain peak. Lu Ming did not stop and rushed in directly. The 2 elders of the Dongyi tribe followed closely behind. I'll find a chance to break through them one by one. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He had just broken through to the 2nd realm of the Martial Master realm. He was confident that he could deal with a 5th realm Martial Master. However, he was not sure if he could deal with 2 of them at the same time. The dark cave was extremely deep and serene. Lu Ming ran forward for thousands of meters before he reached the end of the cave. In front of him it suddenly opened up, and a huge stone chamber appeared. There were 6 stone pillars in the stone room. On top of each pillar, there was a secret manual suspended. There was a layer of light covering the secret manuals. At this moment, 2 of the secret manuals on the stone pillars had already disappeared. On the other stone pillar, a thin figure in a black robe was constantly bombarding the halo on a secret manual. At this moment, the thin figure in the black robe seemed to have noticed Lu Ming and glanced at him. Chapter 164. Who is he? Lu Ming was puzzled. The skinny black-robed man merely cast a nonchalant glance at Lu Ming and ignored him. He continued to bombard the halo that enveloped the secret manual. I don't care who he is. These secret manuals are protected by inscriptions. After so many years, the power of the inscriptions has not dissipated. They must be extraordinary. I'll get them first. Lu Ming's mind raced. With a flash of his figure, he flew toward another stone pillar. At the same time, he thrust his long spear at lightning speed. Boom. The long spear pierced the halo that enveloped the secret manual, and a rumbling sound was heard. The halo began to tremble like water ripples. However, it did not shatter. What a powerful inscription defense. After so many years, it still has such a strong defense. Lu Ming was amazed. It's a secret manual. It's a secret manual left behind by the ancestors of the Dongyi tribe. Damn it. How dare you touch our secret manuals? You're courting death. The two elders of the Dongyi tribe roared angrily when they saw what was happening. Then the two Dongyi elders pounced on the skinny black-robed man. Two snow-white blade lights cut through the air and slashed at the skinny black-robed man. You're really ungrateful. I told you to come here, and you attacked me first? The skinny black-robed man abandoned the secret manual and dodged the attack. Humph. If you didn't trick us, how could that bastard from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect enter? All the treasures here are ours. We'll kill him after we finish you. The skinny elder said coldly. Ridiculous. Do you really think you can kill me? The skinny black-robed man said in a hoarse voice. At the same time his aura surged. A black sword appeared in his hand. He swung the sword and slashed at the two elders. Clang! Clang! The three of them exchanged a few blows. The skinny black-robed man was at a disadvantage and retreated quickly. At this moment, Lu Ming was crazily attacking a circle of light. After dozens of consecutive shots, the circle of light finally exploded with a bang like a ball of fireworks. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the secret manual in his hands. The book was very soft. It was neither gold nor jade. He didn't have time to look at it carefully. With a thought, he put it in the Temple of Paragon. Then it pounced on another stone pillar. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The skinny black-robed man was running toward Lu Ming with the two Dongyi elders in hot pursuit. Nestle! Lu Ming couldn't help but curse. The skinny black-robed man was clearly trying to divert the trouble away. Little brother, why don't we join forces and kill these two old men? We'll split the loot equally. What do you think? The thin black-robed man shouted. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, then he said, Sure, one for each of us. With that, Lu Ming rushed towards the old man. The two elders of the Dongyi tribe had to be dealt with sooner or later. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let him go. It would be better for him to join forces with the skinny black-robed man and deal with the two elders first. All right. The skinny black-robed man was overjoyed. He turned around and attacked the fat elder. Damn it! Do you think that joining forces will work? The skinny elder roared. He slashed his saber and attacked Lu Ming crazily. Lu Ming's long spear vibrated. The spear radiance pierced through the air and clashed with the skinny elder. Boom! Boom! There were explosions in the stone chamber. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the skinny elder had exchanged more than 20 blows. Lu Ming became stronger and stronger as the fight went on. He gradually suppressed his opponent. On the other side, the skinny black-robed man also displayed his powerful combat strength. He suppressed the fat elder to the point that he couldn't fight back. Damn it, let's retreat. The two Dongyi elders roared in their hearts, but they already had the intention to retreat. It's too late for you to leave now. The skinny black-robed man shouted coldly. He waved his hands, and rays of black light flashed through the air. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The fat elder's expression changed drastically. He waved his saber rapidly, and a series of clanking sounds could be heard. However, he didn't know what the sound of something breaking through the air was. It was too dense and fast. He couldn't completely block it. Puff. Finally, something hit the fat elder's body and cut a long wound. Puff puff. The skinny black-robed man continued to wave his hands. The sound of something breaking through the air became even more intense. The fat elder roared again and again, but it was useless. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere. The fat elder's throat was pierced. He screamed and fell to the ground. The skinny elder was shocked. He didn't dare to continue fighting. He slashed his saber a few times, trying to force Lu Ming to retreat and then escape. You underestimate me too much. I'll send you to accompany your companions. Lu Ming shouted coldly, and his long spear stabbed out rapidly. Explode. Boom. A terrifying energy erupted from the tip of the spear and blasted toward Elder Chu. Elder Chu's body shook violently. He coughed up blood and almost exploded. However, what greeted him was Lu Ming's long spear. Puff. The fiery red spear pierced through Old Man Kuei's chest, piercing through it. Elder Chu was dead. The 2 elders of the Dongi tribe were both killed. Impressive. You're so young, but your strength is so terrifying. You're really admirable. The skinny black-robed man laughed hoarsely and slowly approached Lu Ming. Lu Ming withdrew his long spear. He controlled his bloodline and silently devoured Elder Chu's blood essence. Instantly, the blood essence of a 5th-grade martial master was refined. It turned into a torrent of energy and surged into Lu Ming's body to replenish his genuine qi. Lu Ming pretended to gasp for breath and said, "You're the one who's unfathomable. You actually led the Dongi tribe to their ancestral remains. It seems that you were the one who instigated the Dongi tribe to attack the Burning Sun Empire?" Haha, I had no choice. I had to borrow the Dongi tribe's help to open their ancestral remains. Now everything is settled. Only you and I are left. How about we split the treasures here? The skinny black-robed man laughed hoarsely. Of course. Lu Ming smiled. At this moment, the skinny black-robed man suddenly attacked. He pounced at Lu Ming like lightning. He waved his hands and the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. However, Lu Ming was very calm. It was as if he had expected the skinny black-robed man's sneak attack. The moment the skinny black-robed man attacked, Lu Ming drifted back and waved his long spear. The tip of the spear vibrated and turned into rays of spear radiance. Ding ding, there was a series of clashing sounds. The skinny black-robed man's attacks were all blocked by Lu Ming. You knew I was going to attack? The skinny black-robed man seemed surprised. One must always be vigilant. Lu Ming said coldly. You're young, but you're quite vigilant. Do you think you can stop me? Naive. In the next moment, the skinny black-robed man disappeared and suddenly appeared behind Lu Ming. He stabbed his sword at Lu Ming's back. Moon seizing. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He swept his long spear behind him. Clang. The spear and sword clashed. Lu Ming's body trembled. However, he stomped heavily and continued to attack the skinny black-robed man. If you want to kill me, I'll kill you first. Chapter 165. Lu Ming's long spear danced like a dragon as the power of fire erupted. Combined with the flaming star spear art, the power was terrifying. As the long spear danced, it was as if a volcano had erupted. Heat filled the air and enveloped the skinny black-robed man. Boom. The skinny black-robed man resisted with all his might, but he was still swept by the heat. The black bamboo hat suddenly exploded, revealing the face under the black robe. Lu Ming was taken aback. This was because it was actually a woman's face. She was about 15 or 16 years old. She looked even younger than Lu Ming. She had an oval face, willowy eyebrows, round and watery almond-shaped eyes, and snow-white skin. She was actually an unrivaled beauty. Lu Ming thought it was a skinny old man. He did not expect it to be a beautiful girl. I did not expect a genius like you to exist in the small Burning Sun Empire. You are only a 2nd-grade martial master, yet you can break my bamboo hat. Since that is the case, I will not hide anymore. I will show you my true strength. The beautiful girl's voice was clear and melodious, like round pearls falling on a jade plate. However, at this moment, her voice was filled with cold killing intent. Whoosh! The beautiful girl tore the black robe on her body. The black robe was torn apart, like black butterflies dancing in the air, revealing the girl's delicate figure. The girl's clothing was very strange. Her black robe was very short, revealing her snow-white abdomen. She also wore a short black skirt, revealing her legs. Her legs were delicate and white, slender and well-proportioned. Together with the girl's beautiful face, they formed a beautiful picture. However, Lu Ming was not in the mood to appreciate it. The girl had already launched a fierce attack on him. Heavenly demon magic skill, Demon Lotus Dance. The beautiful girl shouted. The black true qi on her body surged and condensed into black lotuses around her body. Then the girl waved her hands and the black lotuses spread out. Black petals pierced through the air, making ear-piercing whistling sounds as they flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming finally knew what method the girl had used to kill the old man from the Dongi tribe. It was these petals. However, the speed of the petals was obviously faster than before. There were also more petals. Fire dance. The long spear swayed, and flames appeared all around Lu Ming's body. Ding. ding. Rapid sounds of collisions could be heard. Within a few breaths, there were over 100 collisions. What a powerful force. Lu Ming felt that every time they clashed, the power coming from the black petal was extremely shocking. After clashing with it over 100 times, even with Lu Ming's cultivation base, he still felt his arm go numb. Great demonic palm. The beautiful girl shouted. Her beautiful legs bounced slightly, and her body soared into the sky. She continuously struck out a few palms at Lu Ming. 3 black palm prints lined up in a row. One after the other, they tore through the air and attacked Lu Ming. Broken armor. Lu Ming thrust out his long spear. The spear tip rotated, bringing about a powerful rotational cutting force. Bang! The first palm print was defeated by Lu Ming, but Lu Ming's body swayed and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. However, the second palm print had already arrived. Broken armor. Continuing to use this move, he defeated the second palm print. However, Lu Ming's body took 8 steps back, and his face turned pale. Immediately, the third palm print arrived. Landslide. Break for me. Lu Ming roared and swept out with his long spear. The shaft of the spear vibrated, and it collided with the third palm print. Boom. Lu Ming felt as if he was struck by lightning. His body trembled, and he was forced to take more than 10 steps back. The blood in his body surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Too powerful. Where did this genius come from? At this moment, Lu Ming's heart was filled with shock. Previously, the aura of the girl was hazy. It seemed very strong, but no one could clearly see her cultivation base. However, when the girl used the great demonic palm, her cultivation base was finally exposed. Second layer martial master. This beautiful girl's cultivation base was actually the same as Lu Ming's, second layer martial master. However, her battle strength was terrifyingly strong, and she was able to suppress Lu Ming. Currently, Lu Ming's true dragon of battle technique had reached the 3rd layer, and he had also comprehended the force of fire. With such a strong battle strength, he was actually suppressed in a battle of the same level? Force. This girl has also comprehended force, and her force realm is definitely higher than mine. Furthermore, she is very strong in other aspects. Is there such a genius in the Blazing Sun Empire? No, from her tone. She shouldn't be from the Blazing Sun Empire. Lu Ming's mind quickly turned. Kid, not bad. I didn't think that there would be a second layer martial master in the Blazing Sun Empire. Being able to block my great demonic palm. Even I am somewhat appreciative of your talent. How about this, if you leave now, I'll spare your life. The beautiful girl looked at Lu Ming in surprise and said, the outcome hasn't been decided yet? I don't have the habit of admitting defeat so easily. Lu Ming grinned, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. I just praised you and you think you're in the sky? Then I'll show you the difference between the two of us. The girl snorted and moved her body, charging towards Lu Ming. So fast, this is the force of wind. Lu Ming's pupils constricted and he suddenly swept out his long spear. Boom. The two of them exchanged a blow and then engaged in a fierce battle. It had to be said that the beautiful girl's battle strength was very terrifying. Lu Ming had already used all his strength except for his bloodline, but he was still completely suppressed by the girl. After 7 to 8 blows, Lu Ming was completely defeated and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. I'll send you on your way. The girl's voice was very cold as she continuously attacked with a few great demonic palm. Now's the time. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up, and a bloody light flashed on his body as his bloodline burst out. Afterward, Lu Ming ignored the young lady's heavenly fiend great handprint and dashed toward her. Boom. 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 3 consecutive black palm prints blasted on Lu Ming's body, but Lu Ming's body only trembled. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards the girl. The girl was stunned. She never thought that Lu Ming could actually resist her great demonic palm. By the time she reacted, Lu Ming was already in front of her. Whoosh! The long spear stabbed out as fast as lightning, but the girl's reaction was also very fast. She waved her palm and slapped Lu Ming's long spear aside. But Lu Ming's momentum did not stop, and continued to crash towards the girl. At the same time, his palm glowed and the long spear disappeared. Lu Ming grabbed at the girl's throat. This time, the girl could no longer dodge and was pounced on by Lu Ming. At the same time, Her throat was also grabbed by Lu Ming's fingers. But Lu Ming's fingers did not reach down, because a dagger had appeared in the girl's hand out of nowhere, and was pressed against Lu Ming's back. As long as Lu Ming's claws exerted force, the girl's dagger would instantly pierce through Lu Ming's heart. But on the other hand, the girl did not dare to stab the dagger down, because if she exerted force, Lu Ming's claws would instantly break her throat. The two of them were in a deadlock just like that. It was just that the two of them were in an ambiguous position. Lu Ming held the girl's neck with one hand and her slender waist with the other. Chapter 166. Their faces were only a few centimeters apart. Their eyes met, and they could smell each other's breath. The girl's fragrance wafted into Lu Ming's nose. Lu Ming couldn't help but sniff and take a few deep breaths. The girl's face turned red. Her big eyes were burning with anger and cold killing intent. She said coldly, "If you don't want to die, let go." How could Lu Ming agree? He curled his lips and said, "Unless you put away the dagger first, don't think I'll let go." "Put away the dagger first? Don't even think about it." The girl shouted angrily. "Oh. Then forget it. Anyway, it's good like this. With a beauty in my arms and a soft jade fragrance, not bad, not bad. It's good to stay like this." Lu Ming chuckled. His face moved closer to the girl. He even took a deep breath and showed an intoxicated expression. The girl was ashamed and angry. She said, "You're shameless. You dare to scold me? Believe it or not, I'll kiss you." Lu Ming curled his lips. Then his face suddenly moved closer to the girl's face. "No, wait a minute, wait a minute." The girl finally couldn't stand it and screamed. Lu Ming stopped. "How about this, we'll both let go. I'll put away the dagger, and he'll let go of your claws. How about it?" The girl said helplessly. She gritted her teeth in her heart. Lu Ming was really hateful. "Okay." Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. After all, it wasn't a good idea to continue like this. "I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and we'll both let go." Seeing Lu Ming nod, the girl was overjoyed. 3, 2, 1. When the girl shouted 1, the dagger in her hand disappeared, and Lu Ming also let go of the girl's throat. At this moment, the girl's eyes flashed coldly. All the muscles on her body trembled. Her petite body exploded with power. At the same time, she grabbed at Lu Ming's neck with both hands. "I knew you would do this," Lu Ming lightly shouted. His muscles bulged, and at the same time, his Zhen Qi also completely erupted. Both of his hands went down to grab the girl's palm. At the same time, Lu Ming's legs clamped down on the girl's slender waist. Instantly, the two of them fell to the ground and wrestled with each other. This was a pure hand-to-hand fight. It was a competition of physical strength, and the eruption of true qi. Lu Ming discovered that the girl's physical strength was extremely powerful, far surpassing his. Moreover, the girl's cultivation method was also extraordinary. Her Zhen Qi was condensed and rich, far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. However, compared to Lu Ming's Zhen Qi, there was still a gap. Therefore, Lu Ming and the girl were on par with each other in terms of physical strength and Zhen Qi. It was hard to tell who was better. Therefore, it became a stalker. "Ah, why did you pinch me?" Lu Ming angrily shouted. His waist was ruthlessly pinched by Supergirl, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. "Die." The girl's face was slightly red. She gritted her teeth and looked like she wanted to kill Lu Ming. "Ah, you're still pinching me? I'll grab you." In a panic, Lu Ming grabbed the girl's chest. Suddenly, a soft and bouncy feeling came from the palm of his hand, causing Lu Ming's heart to flutter. At this moment, the two of them were tangled together. The girl was not wearing much clothes, and with Lu Ming grabbing her place, it was as ambiguous as it could be. The feeling is not bad. Lu Ming could not help but think, "Ah, die." The girl let out a scream that almost deafened Lu Ming's ears. She bit Lu Ming's shoulder and clawed at Lu Ming's body with her hands. Lu Ming angrily shouted. He used all his strength and did not give in. The two of them continued to wrestle, rolling on the ground several times. "Hey, where are you grabbing?" Lu Ming suddenly roared. He felt that his vital part was grabbed by the girl, causing him to lose his calm. "Pervert, sinister, you actually hid a weapon in your crotch. Are you trying to sneak attack me?" The girl shouted. Lu Ming was stunned. He had a dumbstruck expression on his face. At this moment, the girl seemed to have reacted. She screamed and hurriedly let go. Her face was red. Even her ears and neck were red. She shouted, "Pervert! Shameless pervert! You're the one who grabbed me." Lu Ming retorted, "You let go of me." The girl shouted, "No, if I let go, I won't be able to defeat you. This is good, anyway, I'm not at a disadvantage. If you like, continue." Lu Ming was very thick-skinned. "You shameless. I won't do it, I surrender. I admit defeat." The girl finally retreated. "I don't believe you." Lu Ming refused to let go. "Let go, I swear, okay?" The girl was completely defeated. She shouted, "Let go. I swear I won't do anything to you. The secret manuals here will each take half. If I go against it, I won't be able to make any progress in martial arts in the future. In the end, I'll go mad and die." Lu Ming's heart stirred. For a martial artist, this oath was heavy enough. Moreover, martial artists valued oaths very much. This was because if they did not abide by the oath, it was very likely that it would leave a knot in their hearts. It would be very detrimental to their future cultivation. That's more like it. Only then did Lu Ming let go of his hand. The young lady also let go of Lu Ming. Lu Ming crawled a few meters away and lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The hand-to-hand fight just now was more tiring than a fierce battle. The girl was the same. She was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. However, her pair of beautiful eyes stared fiercely at Lu Ming, as if she wanted to bite Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He shouted, "Hey, you swore, don't forget it." The girl's combat strength was indeed above his. Moreover, his bloodline had already activated. If they fought again, he wouldn't be able to create the situation just now. Humph! The girl's eyes flashed. In the end, she gritted her teeth and let out a cold snort. She didn't continue to fight. The two just stared at each other like this while circulating their cultivation methods to recover their true qi. 2 hours later, the two recovered their physical strength and true qi at the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures flashed at the same time, rushed toward a stone pillar, and began to bombard the light circle on the stone pillar. Demonic Great Palm! The girl seemed to have released all her anger on the light circle, erupting a powerful attack. The light circle in her hand exploded in a short while. The girl put away the secret manual in the light circle and attacked the next one. So fast! Lu Ming's heart ached. There were a total of 6 stone pillars here. Previously, the girl had already destroyed 2 of the light circles on the stone pillars, and Lu Ming had also obtained a secret manual. There were only 3 left. Now there was 1 less. Lu Ming could only obtain 2 at most. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming attacked wildly with his long spear. After dozens of spears, the light circle shattered. Lu Ming kept the secret manual inside the Temple of Paragon. He looked at the girl and saw that she had shattered another light circle and obtained the secret manual inside. Chapter 167. Humph! At this moment, the girl seemed to be in a better mood. She looked at Lu Ming proudly and snorted. Then the girl rolled her eyes and suddenly said, "Boy, your combat strength is not bad. Why don't we work together and break into the core area of this cave dwelling? What do you think?" "The core area? Isn't this the core area?" Lu Ming said in surprise. "Nonsense, of course not. This is the cave dwelling left behind by a martial king realm expert, the ancestor of the Dongi tribe. How can it be filled with just a few secret manuals?" The girl laughed disdainfully. "He's actually a peerless martial king expert." Lu Ming gasped in his heart. At the same time, his eyes were burning with passion. A martial king realm expert was also known as a king realm expert. They were unbelievably powerful. Even the Burning Sun Empire might not have a martial king realm expert. A king realm expert had the power to destroy heaven and earth and overturn rivers and seas. They were unimaginably powerful. This was the cave dwelling of a martial king realm expert. What kind of treasures would there be? What do you think? Let's work together? The girl said with a smile. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He was a little confused. This girl must be itching to bite him. Why would she be so kind as to invite him to work together? Who cares? I'll agree first. This is the King Realm relic. Lu Ming made up his mind and said, "Okay, I agree to work with you. Okay, let's go." The girl smiled. Her beauty could topple a city. Lu Ming could not help but stare blankly. He thought to himself, "This young lady is really good-looking. She is in no way inferior to Mulan and Qiuyu. She might even be better. It's a pity that she is too evil." The girl touched one of the walls of the stone room. Soon, the wall of the stone room made a creaking sound and a stone door appeared. Lu Ming was very surprised. He could not help but ask, "Who exactly are you? Why are you so familiar with this place?" "Of course I know everything. Otherwise, why would I come to this place so easily? As for who I am, why should I tell you?" The young girl rolled her eyes at Lu Ming, snorted coldly, and walked through the stone door first. Lu Ming followed him in. After the stone door, there was a passageway that twisted and turned. After exiting the passageway, there was another stone room. However, there was nothing left in this stone room. Lu Ming followed the young lady and passed through 3 stone rooms. Finally, they ran into trouble. In the 4th stone room, they encountered a demonic corpse devil puppet. There were a total of 6 of them, but these 6 demonic corpse puppets were incomparably powerful. Each of them had the battle strength of a 5th-level martial master. With the 6 of them working together, the 2 of them fell into a tough battle. However, the eyes of the demonic corpses and devil puppets were their weak points. The 2 of them took advantage of them and attacked them one by one. It took them more than 10 minutes to kill all 6 demonic corpse puppets. Then Lu Ming looked at a stone door at the side of the stone room. This stone door was taller and wider than the previous ones. It was more than 2 meters long and wide. After opening the stone door, a dark passageway was revealed. "If I remember correctly, we will reach the core area after passing through this passageway. However, this passageway must have inscriptions," the young girl said. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, the 2 of them walked in. The deeper they went, the wider the cave became. At the end, it became a huge passageway that was 7 to 8 meters tall and more than 10 meters wide. Surprisingly, there was no movement at all in the first 1,000 meters. However, after walking for about 1,000 meters, inscriptions suddenly shone around the cave and on the ground. Endless inscriptions shone. Then a scorching aura was emitted. In the next moment, the entire passageway turned red, as if they were in a fire domain. Whoosh whoosh, a large amount of red flames appeared and filled the passageway. These were real flames and not illusory. They were condensed by inscriptions. Whoosh. Suddenly, a tall figure walked out of the flames. Its body was condensed by flames. It held a huge flaming sword in its hand and slashed at Lu Ming. Flame spirit condensed by inscriptions. Lu Ming was shocked. He did not dare to underestimate it. The fiery tongue spear appeared and stabbed out. Boom. The powerful spear gleam directly pierced through the flame spirit. However, after the flame spirit dissipated, it condensed again in an instant and charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, several other flame spirits were condensed. They were holding flame sabers, flame spears, and so on. They all charged at Lu Ming. On the other side, the beautiful young girl was in the same situation. She was besieged by flame spirits. Boom, boom. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously as the 2 of them engaged in a fierce battle with these flame spirits. However, these flame spirits were very powerful and could not be destroyed. After being scattered, they would condense again. They were very difficult to deal with. "Let's join forces and keep moving forward. As long as we pass through here, we will reach the core area," the young girl shouted. Lu Ming nodded and leaned against the young girl. The 2 of them attacked together and rushed forward. However, there were more and more flame spirits in front of them. Moreover, the temperature of the flames was getting higher and higher. The 2 of them felt like they were in a furnace. "Flames are my battlefield," Lu Ming whispered. The force of fire erupted and formed a strange domain around him. When he walked past, the flames automatically retreated. Whoosh! The astral fire spear was waved. The flames were driven and followed the spear, forming a fire dragon that blasted at the flame spirits. Bang! Bang! One by one, the flame spirits were blasted away. The flames here are really strange. They are completely different from the flames of volcanoes. The flames of volcanoes are about eruption and destroying everything. However, the flames here have spirituality and can form flame spirits. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have understood something. His eyes were bright. As he fought, he sensed the surroundings. Flames are not only about eruption and destruction. They also have spirituality and vitality. Flames are the origin of human civilization. Lu Ming's mind was constantly thinking. Unknowingly, the force of fire on his body became more condensed. My force of fire is about to reach minor accomplishment. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He didn't expect that a moment of enlightenment would make his force of fire improve so much. Originally, his force of fire was just at the entry level. Now he finally took a big step forward, and was close to minor accomplishment. The improvement of the force of fire made Lu Ming's attack stronger. With a sweep of his spear, a large number of flame spirits were swept away. On the side, the beautiful girl was secretly shocked. Lu Ming's comprehension surprised her. It was just an inscription formation. Lu Ming had comprehended it in such a short time. Boom. Boom. The two of them joined forces and moved forward. However, there were too many flame spirits. The two of them fought with great difficulty. Half an hour. The two of them continuously charged forward for half an hour, and rushed through a distance of thousands of meters. With their combat strength, there were still many scars on their bodies. It could be said to be a tough battle. We're almost there. The beautiful girl suddenly cried out in surprise. Lu Ming's spirit was also lifted. Chapter 168. They could vaguely see what was going on in the cave. Go! The two of them exerted all their strength and blasted away some of the fire spirits in front of them. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a few sprints, they crossed the last few dozen meters and rushed into the cave. After the two of them rushed into the cave, the spirit of the flame and the spreading flames behind them slowly disappeared. Phew! The two of them let out a long sigh of relief, then began to observe their surroundings. It was a huge underground cave. It was more than 100 meters high and more than 100 meters wide. After a casual glance, the two of them stared at the center of the underground cave. There was a human skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground. The bones were crystal clear like jade. Behind the skeleton, there was an altar made of stone. There were patterns carved on it, and it was full of ancient charm. However, Lu Ming and the beautiful young lady merely took a casual glance and skipped over it. Their eyes were fixed on the two arms of the skeleton in a daze. The right hand of the skeleton was holding a green jade sword. The jade sword was very small, not much bigger than a finger. On the left hand of the skeleton, there was a ring. A storage ring. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that it was a storage ring. The skeleton was definitely a powerhouse when he was alive. The value of his storage ring must be very high. Lu Ming's eyes were burning. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly Lu Ming and the beautiful girl moved at the same time. The two of them turned into two light shadows and rushed toward the skeleton. In an instant, the two of them rushed to the front of the skeleton. Lu Ming grabbed the storage ring on the finger of the skeleton, while the beautiful girl grabbed the jade sword in the right hand of the skeleton. He gathered his true chi and formed a claw. With a swipe, he plucked the storage ring from the skeleton's hand. Got it! Lu Ming was ecstatic. At this time, the beautiful girl also grabbed the jade sword in her hand. The joy on her face was uncontrollable. Then, the beautiful girl moved her hand and put away the jade sword. She looked at Lu Ming and said, "Hey kid, hand over the storage ring. We'll each take half of the things inside." Half each? What kind of joke is this? You take that jade sword, and I take the storage ring. It just so happens that we each have one. On what basis do you want to share my storage ring? Lu Ming sneered. Naturally, he would not give it up. Your appetite is too big. This is a storage ring left behind by a king. Its value is shocking. I only took a jade sword. It's not fair. I don't care. I want to split the items in the storage ring equally. The peerless beauty glared at him and said rudely. Lu Ming was speechless. He rolled his eyes and said, "How about this? How about we trade? I'll use my storage ring to exchange for your jade sword, so that you won't say that I'm taking advantage of you. Why should I switch with you? I'm not exchanging." The beautiful girl didn't even think about it, and directly refused. Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed. He could see that the value of the jade sword was above that of the storage ring. This girl had gotten a bargain, but she was still thinking about the storage ring. Then we'll take one each. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to her, and directly put away the storage ring. What was there to say to this unreasonable girl? Humph, if you don't give it to me, then I'll take it myself. The beautiful girl rolled her eyes and suddenly rushed towards Lu Ming. Hey, you swore before that you wouldn't fight with me. You're breaking your oath now. Lu Ming quickly retreated with the long spear in his hand and shouted. Humph, I said before that I wouldn't fight when I took those secret manuals. I didn't say that I wouldn't fight here. The girl snorted and quibbled. Boom. The girl waved her hand and used the great demonic palm print. 3 pitch-black giant palm prints attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his long spear to block. Although Lu Ming's fire power had increased a little, he was still not the girl's opponent. He was pushed back by the powerful palm power. To that flame array. Lu Ming's figure flashed and rushed towards the previous passage. When Lu Ming rushed into the passage, the surroundings shone with bright inscriptions. Then flames and fire spirits appeared and rushed towards Lu Ming. When the beautiful girl rushed in, there were also many fire spirits rushing towards her. Get lost. The girl shouted and slapped a few times in a row. She defeated 5 or 6 fire spirits and rushed towards Lu Ming. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Lu Ming was really angry. He roared and waved his long spear. The surrounding flames were driven by him. Following the momentum of the spear, they condensed into a flame dragon and rushed towards the girl. Boom. The flame dragon and the girl's great demonic palm print collided. The black true chi and the fiery red flames exploded and swept in all directions. Several flame spirits that were close to them were directly blown away. Lu Ming and the girl's figures flashed at the same time. They were evenly matched. In this flame array, Lu Ming's battle power was stronger, and the girl was suppressed, so Lu Ming could compete with her. Let's see how you take my storage ring. Now I'm going to spank your butt. Lu Ming shouted and waved his long spear, wildly whipping towards the girl, especially towards her butt. You shameless. The girl's face turned red. Her pair of beautiful palms continuously slapped out vigorous palm power. Boom. Boom. There were continuous booming sounds. Lu Ming and the young lady exchanged dozens of moves. However, Lu Ming became more and more courageous, while the girl's true chi was slowly running out. She had already consumed a lot of true chi when passing through this passage. Now that she was fighting with Lu Ming, her true chi consumption was naturally greater. Lu Ming benefited from the environment. In this flame array, his true chi consumption was not great. Bang! After exchanging another blow with Lu Ming, the girl retreated and left the passage. You win. I'm not going to fight with you. I'm exhausted. The young girl retreated a distance and sat on the ground. She was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Lu Ming walked forward carefully and finally left the range of the array in the passage. As soon as Lu Ming left, the flames in the passage disappeared. Lu Ming did not go too far from the passage. He sat down cross-legged at the entrance of the passage. This way, if the girl attacked, he could escape into the passage immediately. Okay, I'm not going to fight with you. This time, you're lucky to have obtained such a great opportunity. The girl seemed to be very unwilling and gritted her teeth. Your harvest should be greater than mine, right? We're in the same boat. Lu Ming said with a smile. I spent a lot of effort to come in. You got a big advantage. So be it. I see that you're tired. Let's rest together. Don't sneak attack me. The girl said unhappily. I'm afraid that you'll sneak attack me. Lu Ming curled his lips. Then, the two of them circulated their true chi and adjusted their true chi. Of course, they paid attention to each other, afraid that the other party would suddenly attack. 3 hours later, the two of them stood up at the same time. You got a big advantage before, but let's see how you get it later.